team. The competition, obviously, in Korea especially, is very, very steep. So that's good practice.
Jake, we got 30 seconds before we throw it to the stage. So give me players to watch on that screen from the Falcons. I think everyone is taking them to win this matchup. Who is going to lead the way?
I got to give a lot of credit to Mara. I mean, we're talking him up a lot, but I think Zoe's right to talk about Chio and Fielder. The two of these guys together, this is a duo that has been together for years and years at this point. They have lifted trophies together. They're looking to do so again. I mean, speaking of the strength of the teams out of Korea, we talk a lot this year about EMEA with that region really rising to compete with Korea, but it speaks volumes really that Falcons wouldn't have qualified out of Korea, right? They're here because they're the previous title holders, but there are that many strong teams from the Korean region that Falcons wouldn't have even made it on the merits to the qualification of this. So, I mean, that's a crazy statement of strength, and yet you look at the name value on this team, you wouldn't be surprised to see any of these players lift a trophy. So maybe the Korean teams, I think, are back to show a bit of a dominant performance here with all of them looking strong at Esports World Cup.
44% of the field, Korean players or players originally from South Korea now living elsewhere. So, Zoe, let's talk a little bit about the players representing China. If this is going to be anything like Street Fighter, where we see crazy upsets in the opening rounds of a tournament, how does China get it done? Is there a player that you're looking at? Is there a team play or play style as we get 30 seconds to the stage?
I mean, it's going to be on the DPS to perform once again. Leaf and Shy, we know they can get it done. They're just like really high caliber players, but I think the backline of this team might get a little bit abused here, especially with how aggressive the opposition is playing.
I'm going to kill that mosquito for you. Shout out to everyone here in the crowd. It is bright and early in Paris, and they are already loud, and it's not even the weekend. Lock in. It's Overwatch here at EWC, and we're getting ready for match 2 of 6 on the day.
We're already back here in Paris after a quick game, because even though we've been selling you underdog stories here in Paris in Overwatch, it is very clear that when it comes to upper brackets, favorites are in the driver's seat.
Not just in the driver's seat, they've got their foot on the gas. Crazy Raccoon with a crazy performance to kick things off here on Playday 2. And now they get to sit back, relax, put their feet up and observe their competition.
Because we're going to welcome 2 big titans onto the stage before elimination match. Should we get it?
Let's do it.
Vous le savez, mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, the favorites, the kings of the region, it is Weibo Gaming!
Ooh.
They already have 2 domestic titles under their belts, but they come hunting for more. Here on the international stage, ils pourraient venir chercher leur premier titre international ici à Paris, parce que si les géants chinois sont injouables à domicile, il s'agit encore de le prouver à l'international.
And their opponents, Team Falcons!
Let's go!
1 year ago, Team Falcons lifted this trophy and stood at the summit of the mid-season championship. Now, since then, the road has been far more difficult. They entered Paris through the title defender place, searching for the form that once made them champs. Yesterday, they took the first step. Today, they hope for the next huge leap.
It is Weibo Gaming versus Team Falcons, China's #1 versus the title defenders, starting now.
Here we go, second game of the day here. Falcons taking on Weibo Gaming, and they've met a couple of times in the past. And don't underestimate Weibo Gaming when they face specifically Falcons. They've been to 2 map 5s with this team. They are finally looking for that upset here.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find another upset. As expectations, I think, for Falcons off of yesterday's performances, they've liked to start with these bans onto the Mauga. they won't have this opportunity unless Weibo defer the ban. Since Weibo are coming out the higher seed, they get the opportunity to ban first unless they defer it. So expectation from their end would be going for a tank ban, potentially that Ramatra, that we've started to see Falcons really leverage their composition around for someone to not just take it out of the hero pool, but also save the Mauga for Gushway to be able to play.
Okay, what are we looking at? What are we looking at there? Yeah, I think a lot of people's mind is going to go to if Weibo or even like JD Gaming, is this China's year to really make a big splash on an international as well?
Oh, hello. That's not saving the Mauga. In fact, that's removing it from play.
Okay.
So China, we've always seen them rely on Mauga, on control. They play it on control, they play it on Flashpoint, they play it with the Xion, the Reaper. Some teams play it with the Cat, where we've seen the dive variant of the Mauga to set up the slam onto the backline to instantly force like Suzu, teleport, get a pick off very, very quickly. We've seen it with the Lucio to just be able to run at them directly with the speed boost. This is the first time that we'll really be seeing a Chinese team play control with the Mauga out of the way.
Yeah, they banned that one straight up. And the Sojin as well, taking that away from Shy. Good work from Falcons, to be said. Now, Gushway is starting in the roster here today. Saw a sub or so yesterday from Weibo.
Yeah, so Sunzo is their Sigma player. If Gushway's in, it tends to be the Mauga, or if they're banning it, the Ramatra. As Shy will continue with this Frey. They tried to run the Frey yesterday, lost a fight, had to swap him very quickly onto the Reaper though. We'll see how it fares, how long it stays on the field. As Falcons running Merit on the Bastion with Checkmate on the Sim to teleport him round.
It's such a nice map to do it on as well with the Sim. Very easy to traverse this giant crevice in the center of the map. Someone setting up really early, very forward position. It's up to Weibo to kind of poke, prod, and then hopefully Shy gets an opening pick with these bolts. There's the teleport straight up to the high ground, trying to make a nice little flank angle for themselves, but Weibo expecting this, already topped up to full HP. It's Team Falcons taking the brunt of the damage as they lose Chio first.
Yeah, great rotation from Weibo, perfectly kiting out the Bastion form. Although Gushway left behind, gets hit by the rock from someone, vulnerable, taken down. Weibo gets the cap, but how long can they hold the point without a tank?
Yeah, not too much longer. Another teleport, and they're just catching them off. This is just expert play from Checkmate so far, TPing into such good spots, and a lot of body blocking there from someone too, just making sure Gushway can't get healed.
Yeah, we'll see how well Weibo can disrupt the Symmetra teleporter as well. Now that Team Falcons are in control of the space, it becomes much harder for Weibo to be able to apply that poke pressure as you're already losing players, but Gushway actually closes up the distance. Just Nemesis form pummels right through Falcon's front line.
They have to wait though, tentatively, for Merit to get out of that turret form, and now he can move on to the point. Someone's going to be a tricky Sigma to deal with, although eventually with this flank from Leave, it should be enough for him to get off the points. Well, there's a bolus that connects with someone. Shy managed to weave that over the shield and making sure he couldn't move anywhere. Good pick up from Weibo as they now get a flip.
Yeah, totally boxes Falcons right into one main lane, one main choke. Weibo do have to watch out though. Yes, they have Maka's Rush, but someone with the Flux can totally disrupt any momentum taken from it, or Fielder can just match as Merit, he's onto the Cassidy. He's seen how aggressive Weibo want to play. He's going to try to slow things down, punish if they try to get aggressive with Gushway with the flashbang.
Lee Sumin's on his own though, but it doesn't seem to matter. There's the Flux. Lee Sumin is fine. Good Suzu from Marker, and now the Tidal Blast comes out. Pops it on himself, goes a little bit aggressive straight to the back, and that's a knockdown. That's a double, in fact. Sound Barrier from Chio is going to help Merit stay alive for the time being. Same with Fielder, but Checkmate does end up getting run over by Leave. Dashing back now with Spree in his back pocket, but Falcons have the numbers. No supports on Weibo Gaming, so no chance for Leave to make an impact. Would it be a waste to pop this ult too? As a flip, it's been pretty back and forth so far. Weibo up to 66.
Yeah, they just save Fielder's Rush. They rely on someone with the Flux to match Maka's. We'll actually see Maka, yeah, just going for a very fast rollout, providing speed boost before swapping back onto the Kiriko. leave with the spree, but Falcon should be able to just teleport out of the way of it if they can scout out where that Xion comes from.
Yeah, get rid of those turrets first, thank you. Well, that hit the shield. Unlucky Shy, pretty hard to do at the best of times. But here we go, Goose Ray's in. Teleport away, there's the wall. Checkmate is walked off of the edge of the map. Okay, well, Checkmate, unfortunately, my son, we caught that in 4K. Field is going to go down, leave to follow. Gushway gets a Suzu at his back two, blocks that rock. There's the annihilation, and Weibo Gaming run over Falcons. I mean, what was that? Come on. Did he not have his teleport keybind?
Maybe we have to check Checkmate's glasses after this match.
He doesn't wear glasses.
He might need to start wearing them, as Falcons at least will have that Deadeye. It will be relying, right? Merit with the High Noon, trying to find these picks up. Someone can flux them up, or you can just rely on the teleport. The teleport's used to just get through the door.
Nice TP. Again, they're just so decisive. There you go. He's made up for it. Good teleport.
Oh, Lee Su-min down as well.
There you go. All right, okay. 95% for Weibo Gaming. They know they just have to int onto the point, get this fight over with.
This is close, though. It will come down to a whole ult dump of a fight. Falcons, they can last this out too. This can truly be brutal, as Weibo have to take a little bit of time. Maka not yet with that rush. If they push too quick, Falcons will punish.
These have been so close to this title boss as well. Nose teleporter is down, so can play a bit more of an aggressive angle. There's the rush, Flux 2, trying to protect the backs. Falcons, they've managed to secure 2 kills there. Marker Leaf already dead, Bolus kills Merit, but now Chio pushing people forward with the beat. Gushway falters, crumbles to dust. Team Falcons have the point, and they've got the round.
Yep, ult tracking, just perfectly on point for Falcons. Understanding, TP down, you're going to be vulnerable. That's when they'll try to make that move, use the rush, hit first, hit fast, use your ultimates, guarantee you get the kills, take the Kiriko out, have the sound barrier afterwards.
Here we go.
Maka's already out of
Here we go. And there he goes.
That's so dirty from COD.
That's perfect from production. What are you talking about?
Oh, poor Checkmate.
I want to see that in slow-mo, personally.
You want to see that in slow-mo?
You don't, you hate Overwatch, is what I'm saying.
Wow.
Hear the drum behind us as well, Moxie. It's not only the Twisted Minds who've got that drum. Team Falcons fans have it as well. Let's jump on to the second round now. Someone still on Sig. Merit, Cassidy. Same kind of situation here for Weibo, but Lee Su-min on the cap, making use of that aerial verticality now on this point.
Yeah, on the cap. Going to have to go up against Merit on the Cassidy, though. That hit scan will make it very hard for Lee Su-min to move around this map.
A lot of high ground defense, though, to be fair, to kind of counteract that point. Realistically, though, you dipping in like this is going to be dangerous. At least Subin knows it. Literally takes half his HP. I'm good. I'm just going to go back to the rest of the team.
You can safely heal your team, but the moment you get aggressive, you have to hope that the cast is looking the other way.
Oh, Shy is so low. Same with Marker. You got to be careful. Merit is just kind of walking forward and taking kills. Oh, my goodness. Oh, the silver bullet. Got changed recently. A little nerf on the Cassidy, but it doesn't matter. It don't matter.
You can't really tell. It still does a whole bunch. Cass is still one of the best DPS in the game currently, and Falcons will be able to sweep that first fight to secure the first cap. Now, does Lee Su-min swap, or do they try to stick with the cap? Nope, there we go. There's the Mizuki, but because the swap is now, you don't have the Sanctuary pre-built to be able to absorb the impact of things like that Deadeye. You do at least have the chain to be able to bypass someone's shift and more damage from your poke.
Oh, TP, look at that. Lee Su-min on edge almost. Shio, though, on the edge of life. Look at that. Vortex ends up killing him off, but Shy does take a bullet to the head. That hand cannon from Merit is hitting. Teleport as well is going to put him in a good spot, but the Flux connect to a Gushway. That's going to signal the end of the fight. Look at those assists, too. The entirety of the team shooting Gushway out of the sky.
Yeah, but that's 2 ults committed from Falcons, hence why they're taking so long to take Maka out of this fight. They know. Weibo, exhausted, nothing. They just walked onto the point. The Falcons only picking up 37%. have to look for late kills to be able to get past halfway. Now you're looking at Deadeye, but here comes Weibo approaching all of their ults to be able to walk forward. Gushue with that Annihilation, one-sided rush too. Falcons have to perfectly kite this.
They TP'd. Marcus managed to get out though. A quick teleport forward again. Weibo now looking to push onto the point with the ults. However, High Noon plus the wall, like you can't really play around this if you're Weibo. You have to wait this out. It's tough. There is the bowler, doesn't hit anybody at all. Shy taking an off angle now, but Leave is trying to do the most. A spree to the backline, but Merit pedals backward. Cool, calm, collected on the cast. Team Falcons running away with this map.
Oh, Gushue is trying to hero moment it though, and he's dead. Here comes the panic swaps, right? You lost your players so late, someone has to go to the point to touch.
Marker. He's got to go in. It's so sad. The cat. Oh, the boot. Oh, the hinterdays and put down. Lee Sumin's going to get back to with a Sanctuary in just 2%. But, oh, Moxie, it's all over. Overtime, sure, it's here. Ain't going to last too much longer. Merit does end up falling down, sure. And they got the Sanctuary to play around. But as soon as that disappears, Team Falcons are taking Weibo. Well, they're going to take him to breakfast at this point. They're going to need to. That was an absolute slaughter on this round. 100-0 as Shy and Mucker are finished off. And it's going to be a 2-0 to Team Falcons to start off the series.
Yeah, and Falcons not relying on the Mauga ban to be able to do it. Weibo exhausted the Mauga ban from their own side. We're starting to see what happens when some of these teams don't have access to the strategies that they've drilled, practiced, rehearsed for so long. I think they wanted to take it out so they weren't predictable. Especially like when you know that Falcons will be relying on strategies like the Symmetra. How viable is the Mauga? You'll just be able to teleport out of the slam engagement strategy, but it looks so clean from Falcons, especially that second round. Like, when you hit your stride, when you have all of those perks, and Merit hits shots like that.
That was freakish from Merit. Oh my god.
Yeah, Falcons. I mean, yesterday they were humble. They said that they did not feel like they could go all the way to lift that trophy up again. They wanted to see how far they could go, but when you're having matches like that, you're not just a contestant, you're a challenger.
God, he is a stone cold killer. I urge you to look at the player cam as soon as we swap over to a Merrick POV. It feels like he doesn't even blink. He's a machine. All right, Weibo, chance to choose a map. They want to take this to 3. They want to win the series, ideally. Otherwise, you're going to get knocked down to that lower bracket where you, again, have to fight for your lives with the playoffs on the line.
Will it be Neon Junction is the question, because they looked really drilled on it versus Liquid, right? They were able to cap with almost 3 minutes. Blasted through first point within first fight, did not slow down second, did not slow down third, very quickly lost the first fight on defense, just as quickly lost all of second, but they were able to totally stall out Liquid, holding on third for so long. Some really clutch moments that they were able to find those picks off with a rush from Maka, then getting to play that defensive positioning, making it so hard for you to be able to find that back line. The caveat, though, with picking Neon Junction is that Falcons have shown that they have a very strong Neon Junction themselves. In fact, they were the fastest series yesterday off of a full hold versus the Fuel on that very map.
We'll see. Or is it going to be the classic? We just go to a
Flashpoint.
Or we go, well, no, sorry. We go to Atlas.
Yes.
There are no other flashpoints.
There's only one Flashpoint map.
You've seen like one.
That exists.
Two Junk City.
Substitution.
Okay, Gushue gone.
Yeah, Sunzo. Okay, so we'll be playing some Sigma then. Probably Neon Junction, I would expect.
Yeah, I mean, no shot we're going to Atlas with a Sigma.
No.
Possible, but not ideal.
So then, yeah, expectation would be Neon Junction. This is sort of a good curveball to throw at teams. It is still our freshest map in the pool. People still trying to work out strategies around it, making it very easy, I feel, for teams to pick up tempo, especially on first fight and second. Do they try to target out the Symmetra? Would be my question now.
Don't mind the ban.
I would quite like to see a Sim ban. Like the sim wall, the teleport to be able to set up Merit to take so many of those angles, deny the engagement opportunities that Weibo were looking for as well. Plus just like sim TP to escape out of ults.
See if Sunzo can be the difference maker. Falcons look very warmed up after that first round. That was 100-0 on the next. Obviously, the desk spoke about it, but they are the title defenders coming into mid-season. They won last year. You saw that B-roll footage of someone, Sparkle, jumping around with that trophy. They're ready to crush some more keys.
Yeah, different team though, is the thing. They lost quite a few of those players from the 2025 roster. And they lost Merit for a whole bunch of time for their region playoff stages, as he was out of commission due to that injury. Recovers, comes back in, feels honestly like he was never there, like never absent. He is fitting in so quickly, just coordinating with this team so well. And speaking about coordination, we have fan chants from the audience. Falcons, they have a lot of fans.
They're always showing up on force. They want to see him take the trophy again. Of course they do. Even with the different pieces on their team. Doesn't matter. Still holds the reputation in Overwatch of being one of the very best teams to do it in OWCS.
See, is that a different drum to the TM drum?
You think they're sharing a drum? No, they brought their own one. Drums aren't that expensive. I don't know, but they can't be that expensive.
Is this a thing? Like, imagine trying to walk up to airport and being like,
okay,
yes,
yeah.
I would like to get my drum brew, please.
Well, you put it on your, you don't bring it on as carry-on. You can't put it under the chair.
You would risk putting it through checked?
People put guitars through check all the time. You just have a good case.
There has to be a whole lot of bubble wrap to make sure that drum does not get
Doesn't
popped.
get pierced, yeah. It'll be fine. I'm not sure about transported instruments. I'm not a instrumental kind of person.
Yeah, true. Falcons.
Facts. Wait a second. They're
Absent from
spitting.
Tokyo.
Get that guy on the stage. He's spitting. Where were they in Tokyo?
Not able to qualify. Also, as we said, not able to qualify for the traditional regional playoffs. They are here because they are defending that title. But wow, they look like a fresh new team.
The thing is, Jake said it on the desk though, it's like, okay, they didn't make it short, but the level of talent across multiple teams is like, come on. They're still world beaters. They're still, well, they are the world that needs to be beaten a lot of the time. Like,
yeah.
There is so much talent concentrated in that region. It's so difficult to be like, okay, only 3 of you guys can make it.
Well, yeah, Puckett's been saying it, right? 44% of players competing have been from
Get Falcons up there. Just
it's like, oh, yeah, wow, you didn't qualify for your region playoffs because
you're
you got
qualifying in the toughest region.
Crazy Raccoon,
Zeta,
T1, Zeta.
Neon Junction.
Oh, hey, look, Neon Junction.
You were right.
As expected, the prophecy comes to pass. We swerve. There's the Symmetra ban.
All right.
We swerve a second map of Atlas. I'm sure Atlas will be on the cards round 3 if we find ourselves going there. And that is an if. We've seen Neon Junction from both of these teams. As we've said, Weibo, we're able to full cap. Like, that is achievement. We have so many hybrid maps, which are so hard to be able to full push. Neon Junction's up there. Being able to push through third, once the defense win one fight, it's so hard to get into position to find early pickoffs. And that's something that we've seen Falcons doing a very good job of, just totally denying Weibo the opportunity on control. Just not allowing any chances for those picks early on for Weibo to be able to control the tempo.
2 stars on the Falcons jersey. Second map. I mentioned before, it was a preseason boot camp, and also last year at EWC / mid-season championship, that Weibo took Falcons 2-5. We'll ignore World Finals in 2025. Don't worry about that one. That was a 3-0. But
oh, hey, look. It's your favorite.
They're back.
They're multiplying,
Pigeons
Jack.
everywhere.
We've gone from 1 to 2.
You should see Surabasa. There are 1 million of them.
True. It does feel a little bit like you just sort of like broke open a loaf of bread and summoned the birds.
This is prod trolling. Quick pause. Don't worry about it.
allowing the fan chants to ramp up, motivate the players on the field. We also had a Wu Yang ban to make sure that you can't go for that double flex. Put a lot more poke pressure through. Taking away as well the resources afforded to something like a Xion and a Tracer, as historically we saw Weibo literally take Neon Junction 20 seconds or so it took them to be able to overpower Liquid on the first fight. Falcons held their ground though the whole time.
Quickly resetting the lobby right now. Bans were incorrect, so we'll get those sorted. And then we'll jump in. Don't want any mistakes. And then we'll get locked. Very easy problem to fix. All good, not a problem. Simple yet effective. Let's go Falcons. A lot of the scarves, jerseys, and everything. I'm surprised you're wearing a scarf, I'm going to be honest. But, you know what? Respect, it's still pretty hot in here.
Do you know what? I identify with that sign. I'm so happy someone else is just as bad at drawing as I am.
Oh,
Like,
that's...
is it cat?
Please.
Is it an axolotl?
It's perfect.
Yeah, see, what do you think? Cat or axolotl?
That looks like an axolotl.
Yeah, it has the fins.
It looks perfect.
I don't know the official term. I feel like Zoe, she knows so many random facts.
She was watching
the official term.
17 nature documentaries on the plane while I slept. It was great.
Yeah, you had the same flight. You just slept the whole way.
I slept the whole time.
Zoe
Zoe was
locked in.
binging watching nature documentaries. She's cooking with the facts.
She does. She throws us with some amazing animal facts.
Let's get on to it though. The bans are correct this time around. Bans in the lobby, that is. The teams have not changed their bans. It was just the bans in the lobby itself. Sim ban for Weibo as they start on their attack. Falcons banning that Wu Yang. Don't want to have that extra pressure from the poke as they lock in Shio with that Mizuki for the defense.
Yeah, Weibo showed this before, having that really good damage. The poke. Wow, they
So
really
bad.
are trolling you.
They know I'm on
at
the
this
stream.
point. A Jack cast means that we get a million
They're everywhere.
pigeon POVs. We'll find so many. I know chat at the moment will just be spamming.
Oh, they're popping. They're popping off. Let's have a look at this defense, though, as well. Checkmate on the Mei. This is going to rely on Leave and Shy getting an opening pick to make Sonzo's life a little bit easier on this Sigma. And something like this might just be how they crack this first point open. Farah for Leave, Shy, Freya.
Yeah, Farah's so hard to shut down for both the Mei and that Mizuki, right? Shio being able to try and hit chains on Leave, a much harder task than trying to catch them onto Sunzo or Shy. So a lot of pressure on Merit to be able to hit these shots. As a slower approach for Weibo, onto point they go.
Sonzo takes 1 million damage as he moves 2 feet onto the point, sure. I mean, that's going to be the big problem. Again, you're relying on Shy to pick up kills. Look at that ult charge already, though. 70% or so on the Freya. But it's Lee Soo-min that goes down first. The eventuality of this comp cannot be understated, especially with checkmate on this Mei. Walls are nice, gets a double.
I mean, that Sim ban, right, just stops Weibo from instantly putting their DPS behind Falcons on the off angle on the high ground. Allows checkmate Merit to just shoot the DPS when Shio chains Sunzo the moment he's on that point, trying to create space for Shy and Leave to work with. Shy has brought an ultimate up, but there were no kills off of the back of it, so Weibo can't even go for a fast push when they know that Falcons are weak.
Fielder's got the rush too already. Like at that. That's how much damage Shy's been doing.
Yeah.
Healed all the way up by Fielder. Bolus in the hand, or Bola in the hand of Shy. Getting an angle on someone again. Gonna be tough. No one's really peeking him. Don't want to overswing or anything like that, because you will get one-tapped by Shy and Leave. Now, checkmate checking again. Shy drops a sub 50 HP, but pops the block of the Mei really early on. Very early pop of the Suzu too, but Marker gets lifted high in the sky. Can't quite save himself either. That's a solo kill from someone with the Flux. They're still going to use this rush on the point as the Sanctuary from Shio could be what they need to kind of patch up the wounds here. Checkmate Dovon, Leave, Shy. They're going to crack this one open. Weibo Gaming now can push on the points.
Yeah, the Falcons push back with Rush.
Is that even possible to win this fight though with the rush?
They
That
feel
seems
so.
way over eager.
I mean, Sanctuary to absorb Barrage, but Weibo just holding their ground.
Flux hits 2, need that Sanctuary now. Yeah, Chio's going to use it. They've only got 2 ticks, so maybe there's a chance here, but Leave waiting in the wings. Barrage straight on top of the head of someone. He's so damn low. And yeah, using that grass to absorb all those missiles leaves him pretty vulnerable. A Blizzard on the point for checkmate, but it is Team Falcons. They're throwing in ults, and they're making it work. Checkmate Fielder end up coming out with kills, but you got to deal with Sunzo eventually.
They're off point as well, so if you're Weibo, you're happy that you drew those ults out from Falcons towards the tail end of that fight, right? They don't have them to be able to shore up their resources. The first fight second, Merit has the Deadeye, but Lee Suman can perfectly react to Sanctuary. Just absorb all of that pressure. You don't have to save it to be able to live through the Blizzard or the Flux.
Play the Sanctuary on the corner too, if you can get in an aggressive position.
Yeah, if you can catch onto someone's position to absorb the healing onto the Sigma, that's brilliant.
Not exactly baiting them in though, or at least Weibo not kind of falling for this push that could result in them getting cleaned up by this Deadeye from Merit on his own little angle here with Fielder.
I mean, he's getting so close to rush, actually, this Fielder, off of just the poke that they're taking.
Oh, checkmate. He's now going to kind of spot this guy out. Guy just gets a solo kill on Shy. Sure. He's on the high ground. Completely isolated and alone, but no one checking him. Nice little block's going to actually stop Sunzo from moving past that wall.
That's huge from Falcons, too. They just got early pressure onto Elysium and forced the Sanctuary. Just for the base healing alone. Not to absorb the pressure of things like that Deadeye. So Falcons in perfect position to totally bleed out the time bank Weibo have available. Double support ult. Maka will have rush. Sunzo ahead on that Flux, but Weibo, they're going to put Leave onto the Shion. They want to have that flank potential.
Oh, nice rock. Terminal velocity there straight towards Sunzo, and there's the Sanctuary. Flux is going to connect too, but it's going to get slammed back down and instant killing someone. An aggressive push faltered here. Falcons, they use Sanctuary to try and get one up on Weibo, but Sunzo, again, kind of standing tall. There's been a big difference maker so far. Gushue stepping out, and you can see why they want to have him on Sigma on this map.
Yeah, Shy 2 will be pressure for Falcons to have to deal with. Falcons, though, more ultimates in the fight. Weibo have to respect the fact that Falcons will be able to regroup before they find that cap. It's all about what Shy can get done with this Prayer ult.
Yeah, Marcus spamming the Z key, making sure everybody knows that rush is available. Same with Fielder, though. He's going to pop one that down, and unfortunately, yep, Chio caught in the wrong place, wrong time. Oh, the high noon. Is going to get too much? Oh, not quite. Nice dancing there from Sunzo. He's got his tap shoes on. Straight to the face of Merit.
About, like, when you sub different players in for tanks, you can have a specialist, right? And Sunzo just makes that Sigma absolutely sing. Perfectly cycling the cooldowns, absorbing any opportunity for Merit to use that Deadeye as we head to third. But this could be where we see the domino impact of losing time on second.
Oh my.
This is the time that we see Leave find the angle that Falcons aren't expecting.
Absolutely dominated. They do trade, though, with Shy, but it does give Weibo a chance to push on and just hold in this choke point.
It's so crucial that you keep that tempo too. If you let Falcons win one fight, they set up that backline, Weibo won't be able to touch them.
All right, well, they got Flux. Sunzo not too far behind. Blizzard for checkmate 2. Again, finding an off angle has been his forte for the time being.
Falcons just playing full preventative at this point. They don't want to oversell their position when Weibo can punish. More than happy to let the time burn down and just clear the lanes that Weibo tried to take.
They're just playing the May game. You come to us, we'll wall you off, no problem. Oh, high ground for Merit. Didn't quite check that angle, but they put down the Sanctuary anyway. A double Sanctuary, in fact. Leave trying to find an angle to actually do damage, but Merit just drops straight on his head. Goomba stomps him.
Brilliant Sanctuary from Chio as well. Fully absorbs the pressure from the spree. On Leave's end, and Weibo, yeah, they lost that fight on third. Now you lose the tempo. You still have to walk to the Blizzard. Now you have to walk into the Flux, the Deadeye, and the Rush. And cycling those ultimates, Falcons should be able to complete a hold.
Good rock. Flux is going to hit 2 as well. Someone absorbing all that damage with the grasp. It don't matter. Sunzo unrelenting, but frozen straight up. A good Deadeye Blizzard combo holds this push. They've traded the Sigmas. Silver bullets from Merit are still hitting on the side, but needs to get a little bit closer. A little bit more effective range there required. As now Falcons, they use the rush to stabilize the fight again. 40 seconds to go for Weibo to complete.
Yep, rush buys you time for someone to come back into this fight. Merit
Don't die, you can't die here. Oh, and he gets a second one as well.
That's brutal for Weibo. That might be map.
He's just so clean.
He's back.
Oh no.
Oh, the late pick on Lee. Lee Soo-min makes it away, but can anyone from Weibo actually make past Falcons on the point?
The chains kill him. Someone's going to touch. Weibo, you got to get your moving shoes on. You got to run. They're going to try with Venture. Oh, the body block. 2 seconds to go. The body block. The body block. The wall. Not quite. The payload regressed enough, but the fight is broken down, and Falcons just hunting their prey. A good hold, a good defense. No extra rounds are going to be acquired.
It feels like Neon Junction might be the new Havana. Like,
oh, wow, impenetrable, the third point. It's yeah. Comparison, yeah.
Like, look how hard it was, because not only do you have to worry about walking through main, where you can't see the backline, you also have to worry about those high ground angles that Merit's playing on, right? So when you walk through main, the Cassidy just there to be able to play off of the chain setup.
I want to just real quick, in that double Merit, not this one, but the one previous, the way he puts himself up against the wall, hits the roll so his crosshair doesn't move, and it's just like, he's so interlinked with Cassie, or just the game.
It's the min-max, right? It's making sure that you have as little time as possible between taking those fights so that you don't get traded, because you're taking a 1 versus 2. There are 2 players who have an opportunity to be able to kill you. But those late picks from Falcon, it totally stops any opportunity from Weibo's regroup. Like, it forces you to have to go onto Venture to be able to try to get past the team holding that choke. Then we have the ice block, body block, followed by the Mei wall block. And then your Venture's utility, it's all burned. No one else from Weibo is in position to be able to keep that overtime going. Merit, not on the Cassie just yet, seeing if anyone from Weibo peeks a little bit too far forward on the Widow before swapping right back to it. And someone actually on the Ramatra, so Falcons will try to just run at them.
Yeah, no one's fallen for that since 98, so we're not going to see that ever again, it feels like. Although, never say never, Violet can play Baptiste. All right, well, they're going to try and take statue control first here. Weibo Gaming play a bit of a different defense, pushing way farther up than Falcons did.
Yeah, wanting to play a little bit more open space as well versus checkmate on that Mei, having to be very careful about where exactly they take these fights, not wanting to have that tank totally cut off from heals.
Okay. Oh yeah, don't want to mess with that. Shy's off HP, decides, yep, not today, not going to die. Randomly 2 merits. Looking for trade, it's not going to happen. Yeah, filter explodes.
Yeah, trade denied. Someone just trying to find any kill that would allow Falcons with closer spawns to run at Weibo when they're 1 player short, forcing them to have to hold a little bit more back behind the point and allow Falcons to take that space to set Merit and checkmate up. But that strategy, totally denied. Falcons back to the drawing board, back to trying to find an opening pick. But now that Weibo have the chance to defend, they're not making it easy.
Oh, Rock to the back. Checkmate almost going the way of the dinosaurs there. Has to pop the block instead. Chio, though, the one to explode. Again, another 2-player mission to try and get a flank angle onto the Sigma. But it's just not happening. Weibo, their defense is strong.
Yeah, Sunzo's been able to build up the flux too, so Fielder's one-sided rush
Look at Sunzo.
might just be totally taken down.
He's playing on the statue right now. Team Falcons are going to have to use this rush to try and get past him. Flux from Sunzo's good. Merit's dead. Someone's 1 HP. I mean, there's not really much they can do from here. Chio also dead. This is an unbelievable, like a remarkable defense from Weibo playing this far up.
I mean, Sunzo's living as well versus the Mei. Like, Falcons are trying to do everything that they can. Wall him off when he's setting up that position to be able to flux stop the rush, but they can't find the kill on tank. And Weibo, meanwhile, just taking Falcon's squishies to absolute town. Last fight, still a little bit away, so Falcons more opportunities, but at the moment it feels like Weibo are just impossible to unseat.
I know Avril somewhere pumping his fist right now, seeing Sunzo playing Well, maybe he is Sunzu. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. The way he's playing right now, he might as well be. Nice kill onto Maka. However, that Sanctuary is going to prove quite a tough situation for Merit, but apparently not so much. I mean, Lee Soo-min gets his head ripped off, and that is Weibo Gaming's defense eventually failed. A good team kill, but Falcons still with a lot of time drained off of their bank.
And the true difficulties, we know, still ahead for Falcons to have to deal with. I do like the fielder swap onto Juno. It allows someone to be much more proactive at running towards Weibo. Speaking though about proactivity, Checkmate, unchecked, gets the wolf onto Sunzo.
Yeah, Rock doesn't matter too much there. Yeah, Sunzo with too much to kind of deal with. Falcons and someone playing on the Ramatra being able to just run at people. It's the comp. This is the bread and butter of the comp, right? The Mei hits the wall, the Ramatra runs at you, and you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, you just give speed ring as well from Fielder for someone to be able to run in with that Nemesis form. Soon, Falcons will be equipped with the Orbital Ray as well to run directly at Weibo when there's no Flux, no Sanctuary to be able to absorb the damage. This is Falcons with all the cards of the fight. Weibo have to find kills to shut it down.
Double DPS ult for Weibo. Very tough to get this spree on an off angle though. Although saying that, Fielder going pretty low. Instantly though, whoa, leave! A double on the backline. That last just usage of the spree ends up getting both supports straight after Fielder used Ray.
Yeah, and split from someone as well. He was playing low ground. Fielder, Chio, they were all stacked high, trying to find the drop onto Weibo to hit their backline with that Ray.
A reset and a change of comp.
Yeah,
Fielder.
Kiriko time. I mean, Suzu for Flux.
Has to be, right? All right, Merit still on a heater, it feels like. Yeah, I can hear something above him right now. They know someone's going to be up on the train tracks. Lee Soo-min teleports away. A good headshot onto Shy, sends him reeling. There's the Flux, dashes out of the way, or at least tries to. Yeah, oh, dearie me. Again, Weibo looks so damn strong when they can play their own game, when they can utilize Sunzo to the best of his ability on the Sigma. They look like a completely different team. Such
a late kill on someone as well. Lee Soo-min has been doing such a good job with the chains on this Mizuki to be able to stop Falcons picking up the momentum. The engagement's totally denied for the Ramatra to find space for the DPS to work with, but Falcons, last time they were able to break first with the ult dump fight. Now we'll see if they can break second with it too.
Blizzard, checkmate. Sunzo's on the wrong side of the fight right now. A teleport in. Oh, teleporting to his demise. Marker tried to save the day there as Sunzo separated thanks to that long-range yeet to the Blizzard.
I honestly would have preferred to see a hold of that rush. As Maka, there's no way. Yeah, you're just running Lucio to be able to speed everyone from Weibo out of spawn that little bit faster to try to get one more fight crammed into second before we head third.
All the high nuke from Merit's going to make this rather tough. Sanctuary's going to come in too. 2 meters to go and now as Merit is looking for people. Oh, and look at that. Fancy footwork on leave and Shy's going to clean up with the bowler. Someone gets rocked even in that annihilation. It's going to be a team kill for Weibo with 40 seconds to go. Final fight.
Yeah, look at this.
He's connected with Merit's head.
Yep. And then just dances on that back line. No one's looking at him. Totally uncontested through that fight. Falcons fall, and we go to last fight territory. Someone's on the right. They have 20 seconds left to try to get through Weibo and onto point.
Lee Soo-min couldn't be more 1 HP. My goodness, he is critical health right now and has to rejoin the rest of his team. Shy, by the way, yeah, that's another bowler straight into the back too. It's going to force the block onto Check. Maybe they still need to manage to make it to the point. 3 seconds to go. There's the spree in the small room. A lot of that shield is going to eat it all up, but they don't even touch. Weibo Gaming with an immaculate defense on Neon Junction. They're taking us to a map 3.
Is Chinese Overwatch back? This feels like the most competitive we've seen this region be for a very long time. Weibo first seed for a reason. Neon Junction, what a great map pick. A risk for sure we talked about. The fact that Falcons defended perfectly yesterday. But they're able to find the full push. And then they're able to hold on second bleeding time out, that Symmetra ban coming in absolute clutch to make it so much harder for the DPS to take those angles, to instantly put the pressure on the back lines. Sansa does his job so well as well. You can see how much it means to the players too. Every win for Weibo is a new miracle.
They can go all the way against Falcons. They've done it before. They can do it again. A map number 3 coming your way in just a moment. But first, a quick jump down to the stage before we lock in.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, we're going to map 3. Paris, how we doing? We've got a good crowd out here, Lou.
Yeah, I'm actually really pleasantly surprised. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a very important question for you. J'ai une question très importante à vous poser. Who is here to support Weibo Gaming?
Hey, that's good. That's good. What about the title defenders? How about Team Falcons?
Once again and one more time, we're all wondering who's gonna get this map 3 and lock their spot in the playoffs. Is it gonna be Weibo?
Good crowd, but the Falcons fans have drums, so let us hear you. Is it gonna be Team Falcons?
I'm not sure. You know, I feel like the Weibo fans are maybe a bit more numerous, but it's true that the Falcon Buds have been doing an amazing job. Ian, who's taking it?
Ooh, you're putting me on the spot. The answer I have is, we will find out. Of course, one of these two teams will book their spot in the playoffs. Let's find out.
All right, map number 3 coming up. One more map to decide who advances to the playoffs with a 2-0 record. Gushui in, Sun Tzu out.
This feels like Atlas. This feels like Atlas. Falcons 2, losing that Neon Junction, get the opportunity for first ban. This, I feel, is where we see the Mauga ban from their side. And this, I feel, could punish the fact that Weibo banned the Mauga themselves on control.
Yeah, and especially with Gushui, like, where do you pivot if you're Gushui?
Ram, probably, but that plays perfectly into Falcon's hands. That's what they've done yesterday. Mauga ban, force Ram mirror, win the Ram mirror.
Yeah, someone's winning that 9 times out of 10. And that one might be the miracle that Weibo need, because they can take them all the way. It's always been the tipping point. It's just the hurdle you need to overcome, and a heck of a hurdle it is.
Simban's gone as well.
Yeah.
Is the issue for Weibo. Like, they were able to deal handily with Falcon, stopping them before they could get DPS and problematic positions, but you can't do that anymore. And I don't see Falcons deferring ban. I feel like this has to be a Mauga ban.
Yeah.
There's no chance that Weibo have the opportunity to take first ban, save a tank, defend against the Mauga.
Merit's been hitting too. Casty's been so powerful. He's just still such a good hero right now, especially with how prevalent Cat and Bastion is. Oh, there's the empty seat. That's going to be Gushui's in just a moment. He's going to be joining the rest of the team. Let's see where we go, but your bet is on Atlas. I think my bet is on Atlas as well.
Yeah, I think, like, for Falcons, you're probably punching the air when you saw that ban draft on control. Like, oh, you'll take the Mauga away yourself? We don't have to burn a ban on it, so if we drop map 2, we go map 3, we get first ban, we can still target it. Perfect. I mean, if you're Weibo, though, you have to be expecting this. You have to know. Sim, Ram, likely the composition that Falcons will try to force you onto. How well can they play versus it, is the question. They struggled versus the Sim on map 1. They banned it out map 2, so they did not have to deal with it, which means that they still have to find an answer. Does that come in the form of new hero picks? Do you try to just push forward with something like a Vendetta, potentially a Hazard, to be able to disrupt the Symmetra teleport? I mean, have we seen Gushway on the Hazard?
It's yeah, I mean, it's not an uncommon pick, but against that sim, it's still tough.
Yeah.
Symmetra does break the game in a way where it gives heroes with almost no mobility, like infinite mobility.
Same issue
but
as
it is on a
Cat.
timer.
Yeah.
It is
Same
on a timer.
issue as Cat, but at least tied to a timer.
Yeah.
And also tied to, hey, you have to go through teleport. You can break teleport. Cat lifeline just is endless unless you kill that cat.
Yeah, there's not too many edges that Checkmate can walk off either this map. So.
You're really just going to harp on that poor guy.
And that's not going to be in the replays after this series, because it will be.
Oh, check and mate.
Look,
To production team, I feel. To obs team specifically.
I just like having a
for
little bit of
that
fun.
one.
People aren't going to complain.
That might be my favorite keyboard. Hold on.
Oh, the pure
We're
pink,
cooking.
translucent pink keycaps. Yeah, looks good.
Heck yeah. Weibo though, like there's so much pressure on them. I feel like Chinese Overwatch has been out of the scene for a very long time. There's so much expectation, so many of these players, we've seen them through the years for so many different metas, and then we lost sight of them for a little bit of time. They came back. The game had evolved, had moved on, played faster. Question was, like, these are old players. Do you still have that reaction time? Can you still keep up with the young blood?
Yes.
For Weibo, there's so much on the line. It's not just about proving that Chinese contenders can still hang with the rest of the regions. It's also proving that you still deserve your spot as a player on a roster. Oh, yeah, you're tired of Atlas? There we go. I'll do the translation of that sign.
What did it say?
I'm tired of Atlas in French.
When we get to the first of threes, the BO5s, that is when we will see a few more maps, a little deviation in the formula.
I love that production was so surprised I could do the live translation. I just got you speak French? Through my ear.
Contextual clues, your biggest friend.
Well, no, actually, I did 6 years of French.
Oh.
I actually got an A in it. So if you don't know the British education system, it is actually fully mandatory that we have to study French or German when we're in primary school. And then when you go to high school, that continues. You have to do a minimum of 3 years. I took an extra year of it, passed with an A. Came back to France, found out, yeah, my French, not up to
If
scratch
you're not
currently.
practicing a ton, it's difficult to kind of keep it popping, you know. Just still waiting for Gushway to set up. Shouldn't be too much longer on the Goosh, and at the end of the day, we want to make sure he's in fighting form here for this map 3, going all the way again.
The good news for Weibo is that this is still upper bracket. We're not yet at the matches where a loss means key crush.
Right.
And dreams crushed as you are sent out of the tournament. That we reserve for the next 4 matches that will follow this one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A lot of key crushing today. Some people's favorite parts, and it's definitely one of mine. That's for sure. Looks like Gushway is nearly about ready. Just a guy under the table making sure the computer is plugged in. I'm not sure what he's doing. I'm not sure. I'm just assuming.
Ah, yes. The true pinnacle of tech support. Have you tried making sure that it's turned on?
Is it switched on? Yeah. Then I don't know what your problem is. All back.
Turn it off, then turn it on again. Has the problem
It solves so
resolved?
many things.
Yeah.
Apart from maybe
Or kick it.
winning a series. That solves not many things. I will argue. Doesn't make you speak quicker. Doesn't make you do anything quicker.
I don't know. Like growing
getting
up on
kicked under the
countryside.
table?
No, router. Like, we had to slam the router a few times.
What? When? When was it? Today? Yesterday?
No,
What are you-
me, growing up.
Oh, growing up.
Scottish countryside.
Were you getting like 100 kilobits a second?
Oh, it was worse. We got 15-minute sections
That's
of
epic.
successful connection.
Using those AOL free trials.
It
The best
no like exaggeration. It took me a straight day to download games off of a disk drive.
Wait, okay? How is that possible? If a disk drive, the read-write speed of a disk drive is not that low.
That's how bad it was.
You made your own disk drive, your own optical drive at that point.
Well, we had to run up a hill if we wanted.
You had to
receive
run up a
text.
hill,
Yes,
go
we had
plug
to run
the
up a
CD
hill
drive in,
to
put the
receive
CD
a text. That was the only way.
You must marvel at people being able to call each other on the phone.
Yeah. The first time that I walked into an actual city, I was like, wow!
Peasants from the 1200 be like when they're transported to the 21st century.
Yeah, my home actually is a historic site. We had a Celtic settlement, actually, in our backyard. They
Well,
excavated it, too.
Thankfully for the
findings.
audience, we are just about ready.
Yes, we can stop digging through my past and start sifting
Digging
through
through
the treasures.
Weibo's past. Now they've been to 2 map 5s versus Falcons and maybe even just toppling them here. Gushway's about ready to go. He lied to me, production informed me. I've been lying to you for the last minute straight. He should hopefully ready to go in just a moment.
Well, you're 1 map away from Weibo pulling off a third upset versus Falcons this would be?
There's potential. They've been 3-2'd by Falcons twice now.
Oh.
In mid-season last year and in the preseason boot camp.
Well, you know what they say. Third time might be the charm.
Third time is a charm.
Oh, headsets going on. We should be heading into match fairly soon, I would imagine. Just a reminder, if you're joining us, this is Upper Bracket, Weibo Gaming versus Falcons, map 3, everything on the line. And probably Atlas. We're yet to see the map selection, we're yet to see the ban draft. We're expecting Mauga to be targeted by Falcons since losing Neon Junction allowed them to pick up that first ban. Weibo don't get the opportunity to guard against it. Now what they could do, they can't ban the Sim, they could go for the Cassidy.
Yes.
Or the May, actually. But probably the Cass, since if the Sim's available, you're playing Sim Cass.
Okay, still 2 refs behind Gushway, but he looks pretty locked in, so... Weibo's key there on your screen. Won't be crushed after this series, after they get knocked down to lower bracket. That is where the danger will lie. Key crushing ceremony, always a good one. The players' faces, I think, was it last year? Someone, I think, had some incredible, we have some incredible clips of someone.
Wait, when he was crushing keys, or
When he was
players'
crushing.
keys were crushed?
Yeah, when he's crushing keys.
I was about to say, if we're enjoying watching players, just like their faces
Oh,
drop
no, the
as
other
their
way
keys are
round.
crushed. Okay,
His
I
elated
had the
face.
totally wrong end of the stick. You were taking so much enjoyment watching Checkmate walk off the map. I'm like,
Everybody took enjoyment off of that.
wow, Jack.
No, someone's face when he pushes the key button, or like any player, doesn't have to
Oh,
be someone. But
yeah, the childhood joy of shiny button go burr
very
and large
slow,
thing
elongated,
just
deep red.
slowly get shredded.
It's great. It's a fantastic time. Zoe doing a crab walk in front of us. Thank you, Zoe. Still waiting.
We'll have to ask her
Our
when we see
entertainment
her
for this
in
evening,
green room.
Zoe.
Yeah, sadly
Doing
you
the crab
can't
walk.
see the Zoe crab.
You
walk.
will later. She'll do it on the desk.
Yeah, she'll do it on
You
the
can't
desk.
actually
We're
hear me
putting
right
her
now.
like now on the spot. We'll
Yeah.
text her.
So no, we
In the
don't text
chat
her. We
to
just
tell her that
expect
she
her to
has
do it, and she won't. And then people are like, "Where's the crab walk at?" I did just hear the lobby music in my ears go. So I'm hoping we get into the game in a moment. Looks like they've walked away, and it's going to be a
Oh.
Colosseo pick. No Atlas. There you go. Where's that French sign? Good. No more Atlas. Colosseo is the map pick, and the bands Shion and Kiriko.
Yeah, first Coliseo, actually. First push map, actually, of the whole tournament so far.
Okay, I'm excited to get in.
Kiriko, Xion, Mauga still available. Kiriko being targeted means that you can't play the Kiriko Cat the way that a lot of these teams do like to pair with that Mauga. But the Cass, still there. And actually, that is something to talk about. Falcons with the first ban, not going for the tank. Instead, prioritizing, safeguarding the Cassidy. They lock the DPS role with the Xion first ban.
There we go. The drums are getting louder. The crowd's getting louder as well. The Falcon chants are here to stay. Defending champions here at mid-season EWC. Weibo Gaming once again taking him to the edge. A 1-1 in this first to 2. No draws here. Don't you worry about it.
Well, theoretically, if no one pushes...
It is possible, yeah.
It is possible.
But highly unlikely.
But highly unlikely.
You
so
have to literally hit checkpoint and then it be just a ridiculous circumstance. So.
yeah. Okay, Falcons, what composition will it be? Someone not on the Ramatra rolling out the Sigma. Merit on the expected Cassidy, but no Cat to lift him up. Fielder prioritizing sustainability with that Baptiste. Chio, the speed on the Lucio. Weibo actually putting leave on the Emre too, so good range, good pressure to be able to try to put the tables and damage on the Falcons as Shy gets split by Lucy Moon.
That was an unbelievable amount of damage sent towards Shy just then. Yeah, they want to play a range here, ideally. They know Merit has to be the one to kind of force the issue. Good damage on to Shy, but yeah, he's just lifted to safety.
And Maka on the Ana as well will make it pretty hard for Falcons to be able to run down Gushway. It's all about Merit finding these opening picks with the SimTP setup. Great rock, but no kill off of the back of it. What Falcons do have right now, though, is objective presence until Weibo push them out.
Yeah, it's much tougher for Shy, really, to be an impact in this fight because the roof is fairly short for the Bastion. Can play on the outside, Bast to shoot inwards. Gushway very low, has to pop Nemesis form already.
Yeah, and Merit actually has Deadeye off of all the poke that he's been able to do to the Bastion Cat. Leave, abandons the scope, moves to the main lane. Shy, though, he's trying to find that flank angle, gets found by Merit. They're just not letting the Bastion Cat pass.
Yeah, and they're still getting meterage, although insignificant realistically at this point in the game, only 16 meters on the board.
It feels like Weibo are going back to fishing for nano boost, since they can't get anything done with this Cat Bastion at this moment. Falcons more than happy to respect it, though.
What is the record for no kills on Coliseo?
Well, that would have been about 2 minutes 40 something back when we had Sojourn first release, and we didn't have all of the panels.
It was like I think it was almost 3 minutes.
Yep. Because it was literally just one
Sojourn, railgun,
rail,
waiting,
wait.
Yeah, well, it might change this time around as the nano boost on the Bastion is going to swing in forward. Whoa, straight into the window. Don't want to be dangled there all too long. He's going to use this ultimate, though, although it looks like a very easy kidnap. What a catnap from Lee Soo-min.
Uses it like a Mauga slam. Right through the middle of Falcon's whole team. So many players just knocked down versus that artillery strike, and Weibo find the moment, the opening that they were looking for. So good, we'll see it again.
Oh, the perfect setup. That's the duo you want in your ranked games.
Encouraging Cat Bastion.
There's the swing in again. Fielder so low. Teleports are going to get him out of there, but they are losing ground. Flux from someone. Looks like Gushway has got other ideas, though. On the high ground, chasing away Checkmate. 2 different fights on 2 different angles. Leave goes down. Sound barrier from Chio pushes him forward. Gushway going to fall too soon after. There is the push. 45 meters on the first one for Weibo.
You can see how much value Falcons place in keeping Merit alive in this fight. Sound barrier was forced because Merit was going too low. They keep the cast alive. Now they get to try to flip the tables versus Weibo before they can set Gushway up to run at the team with that annihilation. Fielder about to hit the amplification matrix as well. Weibo going to have to be very careful. Deadeye from Merit just allows Falcons to just push more space.
A little teleport. It's going to the high ground there. Look at that. They're going to delete it, though. Oh, Gushwei hit by a rock. Lee Soo-min dangling Shy straight above Merit, though. Has to go on the retreat. Same with Fielder. Does end up jumping, dashing away. The wall's going to come out. Shy dipping on the other side of things. Gushwei running forwards now, trying to separate Team Falcons from their own wall.
Crucial though, Weibo run at Falcons with Annihilation before Falcons can pull away with the distance lead, and Weibo are still finding more as the fight wraps. Falcons denied a clean disengagement as Lee Soo-min actually drops Gushwei outside Falcons' own spawn. They have to contest with the Ramatra on steps, which allows Weibo to start leading more distance.
Falcons with 40, close to the checkpoint. 4 ults for Weibo, though, and almost at the checkpoint as well.
They're off the cast, too.
Bastion. Oh, straight through the window. Awkward angle, though. Lee Soo-min's really low. Merit needs to hit this shot. He can't quite get it. Fielder also going really low. There is the M-Ray. The living weapon unlocked. A double for Leave. Sure, the turret kills him. Job's done, though. Checkpoint unlocked.
Yeah, forward spawns picked up for Weibo, and Falcons starting, it feels, to panic versus the Bastion Cat. The first fight, they felt so much more in control, but the fact that Merit now is off the Cassidy onto the Bastion, trying to just burst Weibo down before they can try to fish up for some of these really heavy-hitting ultimates, is showing that they're very unsteady at now dealing with that Bastion Cat flyby, since Merit gets mobility off of the Sim TP, but Shy gets to take these off-lane fights and put pressure on Fielder.
Yeah, Cassidy much more well-equipped to deal with the Bastion in disguise rather than the Bastion of his own. There's the teleport onto the high ground. Swing for Shy, straight in. Fielder going really low. Lamp already popped too. There's the catnap from Lee Soo-min. Fielder leave trade, and the healing up of Shy is just not there. You need a double support pocketing the Bastion at that point, but Lee Soo-min just dives in. Cat scratches Merit. Gets the kill anyway.
Yeah, Falcons though still present on the objective. Weibo will get one more fight before Falcon starts to eclipse that lead. Gushwei drops down before they can find her.
Yeah, no checkpoint garnered either.
Huge turn for Weibo. Leave now actually onto the Tracer so that he can detach from the main fight. Go put more pressure on Fielder since he's having that land force so early by the flybys from Lee Soo-min and Shy.
Yeah, a lot less to worry about too with Merit on the Bastion rather than the cast. Still deadly for the Tracer, but much easier to navigate around. There's the nano boost and someone cancelled out of his ult, and Shy booping people down from high ground as well. This nano Bastion is just so devastating. And Team Falcons have to disengage again.
It was a great anti from Maka as well. Falcons teleport up onto Weibo's high ground, trying to catch the back line. Maka antis the ground, hits someone.
Someone's on Rhine.
And someone
is on Rhine now.
Falcons fully hitting emergency buttons.
There's 3.5 minutes to go. Someone's going to be able to get out, sure, but look at this. Checkpoint, more meters, high ground. Like, what's the answer here from Falcons? Oh, come on. He's being dangled off the map. They're going to clear this high ground out. They're going to push him all the way back. There comes the mortars. And now the punishment of this ram. Falcons just trying to swing through their own wall. They managed to take down someone. Lee Soo-min eventually fell too. Checkpoint in the hands of Weibo Gaming. And with only 3 minutes to go, Falcons, they're looking to be perfect.
Oh, they get Merit late though, which means that Falcons, they can push. They can try to find more space on this objective, but they won't find distance lead, and they won't be able to stop Weibo from having a fight fast on main, with Gushwei swapping to the Mauga now that someone's on the Rhine. No more opportunity for Falcons to run at Weibo. They'll take the fight first.
Gushwei on the Mauga, very flexible here for Weibo Gaming.
Where's the pulse bomb from Leave as well? Like, there's no Kiriko, no Suzy.
Yeah, good connection, could end it all. Gonna try and elongate this fight. Leave already looking for an opening, looking for a chance to pop something. Teleport. Make sure they can't go back. There's the catnap. Lee Soo-min gonna try and drag somebody. Oh, the anti is massive, but the beat is better here for Chio. Marky gets into the wall there by someone as Gushwei takes an alternate angle to try and punish them. The stomp is good. Leave takes down Fielder. It's a dirty little trade here as Team Falcons, they need a clean fight. There's only 2 minutes to go, and a clean fight is not what they'll find.
Mac has been so brutal with these anti-nades. That Kiriko ban, no Suzu for both the pulse bomb, but the nade as well. And Weibo dispatch Falcons. Lengthy fight too. Falcons won the last one. This is the cruelty of Colosseo, right? When you start having that distance lead for these other sides, they're able to just set up for the next fight. You take so long pushing the objective through main that they just push it a little bit more through main, force you to have to take a fight on this one angle that Weibo can just flank around, pinch you with.
There's the teleport, the shatter in the hands of someone too. Leave, trying to look for another entrance here. However, these turrets are going to be a little bit annoying for him. Looking for Marco, he might. Oh, Leave takes down Shio of all people. Someone, does he end up using the shatter here? It looks unwise.
This is just Weibo fully in control. Like, Maka has been so efficient with these nades. Someone on the Rhine has not been able to block enough of them to stop Fielder from being forced into using Immortality Field in a reaction. And without that cooldown, the Baptiste and the rest of his team are just too vulnerable. This is last fight territory, Jack. Weibo one fight away for a Chinese team to continue in the upper bracket.
Can't go down. Does manage to dash to the Mega Health Pack. One more fight is all that Weibo need here. 25 seconds remain. Leave with a pulse. There's the wall to open things up. Someone already kind of dissuaded here by Gushue, who's lingering in the backline like a tracer right now.
Where's the Sim TP? Gushue waiting for that Sim TP. Knows once it's burned, that cage will find value.
No, the cage is going to come soon. You've got to imagine the nade's going to come in. A nice little slam there from someone, but the cage is going to come in regardless. Lee Soo-min looking for action, however, looking for somebody. Shy takes down Mero with the artillery barrage. Lee Soo-min lifts him to safety, but Gushue and Marco already dead.
One fight for Falcons to be able to try to find this lead.
It's only checkmate. It's only checkmate on the point. Gets annihilated by Shy, and now it is all onto someone. The tag team duo, Shy Lee Soo-min, finish off the fight. Shio, a last-ditch attempt, but it's just not to be. They've done it. Weibo break the curse. They take Falcons all the way to 3 and knock them down to the lower brackets.
The hopes and dreams of Chinese Overwatch rests on the shoulders of Weibo Gaming. And they continue in the upper bracket, emotions on their faces, pure adulation that they were able to complete that match. The Kiriko ban, able to keep the Mauga. Maka had some questionable performances, I think, in the past. But that map on Colosseo, he is a hero. Those anti-nades made it almost impossible for Falcons to be able to start the fight with the tools that they wanted.
They've gone all the way 2 times before, 2-5 maps in the last year. They finally get it done versus Falcons. You can hear the crowd. You saw it in the cameras too. The Chinese fans who always also come out in force to these LAN events. And they can stand proud, advancing to the playoffs, beating the returning champions in Falcons.
Huge for Weibo. Means that you avoid a lower bracket run-in with some of these really strong teams. Gives you a chance as well to be able to survey your opponents.
Leave it down on the stage to give us some words before they advance to the playoffs with Luke.
Indeed, what a showing from Weibo. Congratulations, Liv Gongxi. You did amazing, and I think your fans are very happy here. You were facing very experienced players that sometimes you have faced previously in your career. So how does it feel facing, familiar faces, maybe friends? And do you wish the Falcons to qualify for the next stage as well?
Liv， 首先恭喜你们成功晋级到了就是后面的淘汰赛。然后呢，你们打的对手 Team Falcons 也是身经百战的一个战队，而且很多选手呢，你们也是交手了很多次，也算是很熟悉的面孔，甚至可以算是朋友了。那你们这边成功晋级之后，你们是否希望 Falcons 战队也能从败者组晋级呢？什么？究竟什么？你们是否也会希望你们的对手 Falcons 从败者组也会同样晋级，能成功晋级进淘汰赛呢？
说实话不想，因为他们实在太难打了。
To be perfectly honest, not really, because Team Falcons are a very strong team, and we kind of don't want to face them again.
It's better not to have to face them again. I think that's a very good answer. Première question, tu jouais contre des joueurs très expérimentés, tu les connais, tu les as déjà affrontés. Est-ce que tu souhaites quand même que Falcons vous rejoignent en playoff? Et pour être tout à fait honnête, non, j'ai pas envie de devoir les réaffronter à nouveau parce que c'est une très bonne équipe. And we've seen all other Chinese teams knocked down to lower bracket, one game away from elimination. But you guys at Weibo, you're already in playoff. yourselves chilling, 2-0, 2 wins. So what's different about you guys? What makes you the best team?
中国赛区的另外2支战队呢，现在都在败者组，然后但是你们却是2比0，2场轻松晋级到了淘汰赛。能问一下，就是你们 BBG 到底跟其他中国战队有哪里不一样呢？
我觉得首先是我们的整体实力吧，对我们的整体实力是我觉得，就是个8强水平嘛，我觉得对，不夸张的说。然后我们的配合各方面心态也特别稳，然后就各司其职，做好自己的事情就可以打赢这些对手嘛。
I'll say when it comes down to it, our raw skill is definitely up there in itself. I think I can without any sort of exaggeration, I can say that we're a top 8 team. Just in terms of pure skill, so all we have to do is to, keep ourselves relaxed, make sure that our coordination is on point, and I think being able to qualify should be a very natural thing for us.
Yes, that's for sure. Donc deuxième question, toutes les autres équipes chinoises sont en loser bracket à une game de l'élimination. Eux, ils sont en train de chill en playoff. Qu'est-ce qui fait qu'ils sont les meilleurs finalement de la région? Tout simplement, clairement, on est une des meilleures équipes, on est une team de top 8. On a juste besoin de s'assurer qu'on reste on point, qu'on se laisse pas trop déborder par nos émotions et qu'on reste aussi très coordonné, et ça devrait le faire. And last but not least, Liv, it feels amazing, I imagine, to be on the international stage, seeing the fans and stuff. So what do you enjoy the most about these international tournaments, getting to travel around the world to play Overwatch?
在国际舞台上面也是一种很享受的一种体验，毕竟有这么多粉丝在那边给你欢呼。能不能跟我们说一下，从你的角度来讲，就是打这种国际赛事的打这种国际 OW 赛事，你个人最享受的一点会是什么呢？
我觉得已经说过很多次，我觉得不用再说了，就是大家线下赛所有观众粉丝的支持跟呐喊吧，我觉得这是我们对最大的动力。
I think I've said this a million times, so I think this goes without saying. But just being at an offline tournament here with the crowd, with all the fans cheering for us, hearing that cheers, it is the greatest motivation for us.
Of course, I think it's the best feeling that an esports player can feel indeed. Thank you so much for joining me, Liv. Thank you for the translation as well. It was a pleasure having you on stage as we're moving on to our next step, elimination matches. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much, Lou, and congratulations to Weibo, and more importantly, the entire region of China. Look at the representation they just had on this stage. Going up against the Falcons, 91% of the fans chose the green team. 91% of the fans were wrong, Zoe, and we even thought it was going to be a 2-0. So how did Weibo pull off the upset? Who shined today?
The obvious answer would be glazing that front line, right? Leave, Shy, they did so much for the team, but I really think who stepped it up today was the backline. I felt like the backline was the weakest link yesterday, not the individual players of it, but they got picked up off so much. I feel like they fixed it today. The compositions they played looked really good too, so yeah, I'm very impressed.
Jake, we wanted to talk a little bit about some of the compositions you saw throughout this match and the growth throughout the series. What did you see from both sides, and do you expect to see Falcons again later?
Yeah, I don't think this is the last we'll see of them yet. I still think they're one of those teams I expect to see qualify. But of course, they wanted to do it here and now. They wanted to just move on to the playoff stage. They didn't want to be fighting for their tournament life. So Falcons certainly going to be on the rocks in that regard. But you got to give a lot of credit to Weibo. Pulling it out on Neon Junction, sticking with their guns in that poke style comp. Leave and Shy really trusted and just pouring on the pressure. Falcons, they tried to go to this brawl look, and it very nearly got the job done. I think if they get to third point, they will close out on Neon Junction, but they just inches short of the line. And then on Coliseum, Weibo goes with a very modern Overwatch style to play the Cap Bastion. And honestly, I think Falcons should have matched it or should have tried to bring at least some level of mobility. This bunkered sim style just didn't work out for them at all. Maka, Shy tore them apart from the flanks on that Ana and Bastion, respectively.
Yeah, those nades were filthy. I think they opened up so much for that team. Again, like Maka really stepping it up. Lee Sumin also just very great positioning on that cat and repositioning of Shy there as well.
As we take a look at some of these highlights, the big sleeps, the antes came out. Ana, is she going to be a mainstay or just for push?
I think it's probably a hero that we're only going to see when Kiriko is banned, but the ban, I mean, is perfectly placed for Coliseum, right? Without the ability to cleanse those anti-nades, we saw it in the highlight, right? An insane 5-man anti for one of those final fights, forces an early beat out of Chio, and the rest of the team are able to clutch even as Ana falls. She did her job in that fight. So, I mean, I get it, gotta give a lot of credit to Weibo. They get the lead, and they just constantly pick apart Falcons on the reapproach. They let Falcons into their territory, find the pickoffs, play for the win, and that's where, you know, to your point, Zoe, I think you got to give a lot of credit to the backline that the Cat put Bastion in a position to succeed time and time again. That's Lu Su Min, and then credit to Maka for always finding those big anti-nades. Like, you drop in for that play and it doesn't go well, right? It looks like a complete failure for the team, but hey, full confidence, they trust it, they make the plays, and if you're able to shut down Fielder and Chio, you were doing something right.
Massive plays shutting down some legends on the Falcons backline. Let's take a look, though, at game number 1, because there's one player that I think we're going to see plenty more highlights from. He goes by the name of Merritt, and he was popping. Let's take a look here at some of the Cassidy play. Shy on the other side, breaking out the Freya. We saw a little bit of the crossbows. Are we going to see more Tracers, more Freyas? Are we going to see Cassidy? What is going to be the ideal duelist moving forward in the hit scan role?
I mean, both Freya and Xian are really, really strong options right now, but Cassidy has a fantastic matchup into both of these heroes. So Falcon's concept of dumping maximum possible resource into the Cassidy is, I think, a very sensible one. The Sim TP for mobility, the Lucio and the Kiriko to ensure that you're always on the move and very, very hard to lock down. There's a lot of good arguments for that style, but the fact that they just can't quite get the job done on Neon Junction, they're still trying to force that same look without the Kiriko on Coliseum, and we see its vulnerability to Ana. I mean, Cassidy really struggles. Like, you get anti-naded on Cass, all the resources in the world, they don't mean much if you can't receive any healing.
We are now done with our 2 upper bracket matches for the day. Crazy Raccoon and Weibo Gaming, our first 2 squads through, and if you're looking at Weibo's run, Zoe, they've done it through 2 game 3s, and we're going to move on to even deeper series in the next round.
Yeah, I think it comes as a very big surprise. The Chinese Overwatch region is not ranked very highly. I think a lot of them, they just kind of fell flat the last few years, especially on LAN. So for them to make it this far, even though on paper they're now in the top 12 or something. So it doesn't sound like much, but for this region, this means the world.
Falcons got more work to do, and they'll get an opportunity to do that tomorrow in another elimination bracket. For now, though, we turn our attention to AGAL. They're taking on Japan's best, and Veril. Don't go anywhere. It's the Esports World Cup, live from Paris.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's time for Pickles! What's up, everybody? All right, we're going to be predicting the next match, AGAL versus Veril. Yes, everybody, get out your EWC app and...
On 3, save £288 when you get an unlimited SIM value plan. That's unlimited calls, texts and data. And with inclusive roaming in 49 Go Roam European destinations, you can roam like you're at home. So leave data worries at the check-in desk. Go unlimited with 3 today. Buy yours in store or at 3.co.uk.
Ends 2nd of September. 24-month plan. 100 megabits per second max speed. 12 gigabytes roaming fair use limit. Credit check terms and saving verification. See 3.co.uk/terms.
To Varro. They've got good backline as well. Hopefully Slay doesn't repeat the Ilario from last EWC.
Hopefully, all right. No. And you?
Yeah, I gotta say 2-1 as well to Varro. I think they're very good, yeah.
High five, everybody. 2-1 team for Veril. All right. Hope you guys also had 2-1. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll find out soon. Thank you. What's up, everybody? I am here at the STC Arena, and I've been talking with a lot of the fans, and it feels like they have a lot to say, some spicy opinions. So I thought it would be fun if I asked them for hot takes. Name?
BB.
Hot take.
Veril is gonna win it all.
Veril is gonna win it all. Veril is gonna beat Crazy Raccoon, beat all of these great teams, and win it all.
Yeah. If you want a hot take, yeah.
That is very hot.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Name?
Oliver or San.
Sean. Hot take.
I think Team Peps are going to win China.
Let's go!
Peps are overrated.
Overrated or underrated?
Overrated.
I haven't seen Peps in a while.
Neither has anyone.
Name?
Jonas.
Hot take.
Ice Gnome is the best tank in the world right now.
Ice Gnome is the best tank. Why?
I'm German. Ice Gnome is German as well. I played with him in ranked or against him in ranked, and he's the best tank in the world right now, I'm sure.
Over all the great Korean tanks, over all the Chinese tanks, he is the best.
Personally, I'm a Max fan, but I think right now Ice Gnome is the best in the whole fucking world. Sorry for swearing.
It's okay, not my problem. Name?
Romain.
Hot take.
I think TVNT is gonna be the best tank on the finals.
TVNT gonna be the best tank in the finals. Okay.
I hope so.
Yeah. Big TVNT fan?
Yeah, big.
Me too. You look like you're gonna have the hottest take. What is your hot take?
Reinhardt is the mercy of tank. That character, no skill.
Okay, I am a Ryan. I love Ryan. Ryan is my favorite character. You have to take that back. No, no. Mercy, I might agree. Ryan, no, okay. I don't like this guy.
We booked Esports World Cup.
Lee's hitting him with the bananas of approval as you see AG.
Yo, what's going on? What's going on? What's good? How are we doing, chat? I hope you're all okay. Once in the chat, if you're... Oh, do you mean you saw that? Just run it back. Can I get another goal? Yo, what's going on? What's going on? What's good? How are we doing, chat? I hope you're all okay. One's in the chat if you had a good day today.
New lotto, 1 ticket, 2 chances to win. It could be you and it could be you.
Look at your eyes.
I look a lot at Top Dragon in terms of who needs to have a big performance for this team. You know, you brought on this guy to be a DPS superstar, to bring that flex pressure that often is what makes the space for you to get away with these greedier backlines that they so often like to run. So Top Dragon definitely needs to have a big game, but he's a player who's consistently delivered it and has been a great one to watch.
Yeah, and I think for the side of all gamers as well, you got to look out for the cat players in this one. Either of these teams, they like to play the cat compositions, and we just saw what Lee Min was capable of playing for Weibo Gaming. And so in this one, I'm looking out for players like Lingsa, looking out for Slay. What kind of impact can they have dragging around their Bastions, their Cassidies, putting their Ana in a good position in this one?
There's a look at Vero on the other side of the matchup. We have AGAL, and I'm told there's some birthdays out there. The coach is going to be celebrating his, as is a player. So, Jake, is it good or bad to play on your birthday?
I feel like for these players, you know, it's about the win. I mean, that matters so much more to them than a birthday, right? For these guys, this is something they've worked for months and months to be here at the Esports.
So you don't believe in birthday luck?
No, not at all, man. There's no luck in this game.
Puckett, I do.
Right?
Yeah. Surely fate has, good things in
You
store for you on
wake
your
up,
birthday.
the right music is playing, the birds are smiling and singing songs your
You guys
way.
are so cute. I love it. There's no luck involved here. You got to earn this win. Nothing is given for free.
Blow out the candles, pop some bottles, and celebrate here in Paris with us. Who is moving forward and staying alive, and who is hopping on the airplane and going home early? Well, 79% of the fans think AGAL will survive, and it'll be Veril headed back to Japan. We got 13 seconds. Make it quick. Johnny, where are you going?
I got all gamers in this one.
I'm going to go with Veril. I think Japan has risen to be a serious competitor. They might be able to topple China here.
Chat, do you agree? Let us know. It is time for match 3 on the day.
All right, we've seen our first upset of the day here with the win of Weibo. On a vu notre premier upset de la journée avec la victoire des Chinois face à Falcons. But once again, we want more, and we're getting to the crushes, Ian.
Yeah, it's about to get really upsetting. We might have seen an upset, but there's going to be tears on stage now because we're moving into the elimination phase of the tournament. The next 4 matchups will result in keys being crushed live on stage alongside the dreams of the teams that exit the tournament of ever lifting this trophy here this year.
That's going to be very excited. And it's a very, very important day today for our first contestant. It is AGAL! It is one of their players, Lengsa, and their manager, Yongshin, birthday today. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lengsan Yoongjin. Happy birthday to you. And what a better birthday gift than a win here in Paris, Ian. What do you think?
Unfortunately, there are no gifts at the Esports World Cup. Let's welcome their opponents. It's Veril! Japan's champions have spent years building towards moments like this. A stable, experienced roster that has won almost every stage in the history of EWCS Japan, and already produced one of the region's greatest results by defeating Crazy Raccoon in Asia. Yesterday, they could not deliver. Today has to be different. Their experience brought them here to Paris. Now it must keep them alive.
Are the Veril boys going to deny the birthday gifts for the AGAL squad? That's still to find out.
AGAL are here because China has depth. Veril are here because Japan has a dynasty. It is one, though, that is not recognized internationally. And this match is a big part of that team continuing to put themselves on the map, Matt. We did not see much of a showing from Veril yesterday. In fairness, it was quite the uphill battle, albeit against a team in Zeta who they pushed to the limit before. Was it an underperformance, or a Veril simply warming up?
I think it was kind of Zeta obviously playing to their potential, and I think we'll expect to see Veril play much better. This is also, right, loser, this is out here in this lower bracket.
The key crush game.
So yeah, we're starting to get, crush those keys, which is always an exciting thing at the Esports World Cup. I would say that Veril probably is the favorite going into this. I expect them to bounce back from their performance yesterday, and I think it's a team that a lot of fans even have expectations to go much further than just, double first rounded.
Now, AG can beat JDG domestically. They can also take maps off Weibo. But they are, as it stands, that third string team from China.
Yeah.
So much in the same way as Team Liquid face this conundrum, they have to find a way to distinguish themselves. They have to find a way also to raise the estimation of their entire region with a win here. But the stakes are about as high as it gets.
Yeah,
no more easing into games.
But I also think you see the difference, like, in the last series between Weibo and, like, AGAL, right? Like, Weibo, like, sure, they can drop maps. We've seen Weibo drop maps to, everybody at, like, events. But then they also have the highs of beating a team like Falcons. I don't know if AGAL has those highs just yet.
Sure. as for Varel, they've certainly monopolized Japan, right? They are so good, in fact, that they don't bother screaming Japanese teams. They just don't.
Yeah.
They had to look further for a quality practice. It's Nepal. This will be more than just quality practice in this series, of course. Our first map already having been selected.
Ram Lucio ban, interesting.
Yeah, okay, so Lucio ban on the control map, something we do see every now and then. We've seen teams just pivot over to like Juno Kiriko in the past to still give themselves like a ability to create that impulse via a speed boost, but it's something that I saw a lot in NA. I haven't seen it in a little while.
Yeah, well, I know the games that we've casted, we haven't seen Lucio out, right? I know we do see a lot of Lucio Kiri just kind of across the board, so I know Juno Kiri is an option. It's a little bit easier to kind of like expose the Juno as opposed to like Lucio, for instance, so maybe that's something they're going for.
Can Varel make their authority visible outside of Japan? I don't know if this is even a game that convinces us fully of it, but it's their last chance to show their quality here in Paris. I'm looking at EasyHan and Top Dragon. They're two Korean DPS players playing as foreigners in their regions, looking further afield for their shot. So they got the Paris, that's all well and good. There's only one route deeper into this tournament, though, and it is through this match. The Key Crush is quite a visceral experience, adding insult to injury for a team
also
departing
don't want
from
to
this
be
tournament.
the first one, man.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to be the first one that has to have your key walked over there and go underneath that press. I mean, that is brutal. So, I mean, look, obviously Jetpack Cat is still available here. I know that kind of makes it on through. With the Ramatragon, I think that opens up KSG to kind of safely play this Sigma. Can AGAL play this aggressive style of play well enough to get past this shield and make Varel sweat?
My eyes are on Slay here, Matt, as well. Your MVP from Japan, Stage 1. Coming across, joining this team with Top Dragon, taking them to heights unseen. Slay in the map is also going to try and do the same for Nico. We're going to see KSC sort of be the pivot here, but Nico will be afforded a pretty bizarre off angle because of that connection with the Jetpack Cat, and Top Dragon is already sniffing here. EasyHan's going to be able to dash forward. That evade offers some overshield, but Varel have out-rotated AGAL here.
Yeah, they just kind of get that Sigma out of dodge, and now all the cooldown's gone from AGAL. It'll be Varel here. They'll have Top Dragon contest the point. It's not exactly where Varel want to fight this, though, right? They want to take these long angles, poke with the Sigma. Don't want to just kind of get on the point, fight the Reaper in the Xion head on.
Outside of the Jetpack Cat rescuing people, there's not a good way to disengage. Nico's just found that out the hard way. Apparently the Siphon Blaster is not going to be enough to save him in the matchup against Alfari. It looks like EasyHan had an involvement in elimination as well. KSG trying to be a center focus here, but frankly, just too much damage taken, and Kinetic Grass doesn't quite eat up that Joyride motorbike.
Yeah, it can only survive under that pressure for that long with the Xion and the Reaper in the mix. So 15% quickly for Varel. We'll see if they feel the need to make any changes. They've been using the Jetpack Cat to get Nico and the Emre up in the sky. Not as much burst damage potential as like a Bastion per se, but there's really good consistent damage output. Also Slade doing a nice job of even kind of moving around some of the other players, right? Just getting the Sigma in advantageous positions.
Nico, though, can only really just poke. At some point, you want to full commit here, and Top Dragon was kind of part of that plan, but Recall finds a kunai that sends him packing. Traded out, though, as Nico's able to find connection with the grenade. KSG thought he might have had an opportunity here, but is being repositioned. Varel still need to capture the point. That's the problem. They're sitting up on that high ground. They're poking. That's fine. They're ripping. They're tearing. Alfari, though, has found Nico, and AGAL are very hard to shift.
Yeah, I mean, you do find Alfari here. It's going to be a Gravitic Flux.
Oh, nice charge.
Actually, yeah, that's a charge, right? So Mog obviously becomes indomitable during that charge. You can't do anything about that, so the Flux goes for nothing.
Okay, we've got a spree here for EasyHan. Should it be required? Top Dragon has struggled so far to deal with this Xion. Here it comes. The spree. Big damage, though, coming down. Nico at long range is able to get EasyHan out of the game. Now he'll try and drop to the point. There's more work to be done. Lexa has fallen. Alfari sitting out in the open. It's a Suzu that had to be used while the Recall was in Wraith Walk. So some value lost there by Recall. And yes, this override's a problem. Liga's able to bring Nico down, though, but Top Dragon's been able to flip the point, and the Mauga eventually will succumb.
Yeah, but I do think you're going to be able to kind of flip this, though, if you're AGAL, right? It's just kind of the winning at the end, where you have the Reaper here. You're not going to contest, and Lexa staying alive on the Jetpack Cat is enough for AGAL to get control yet again, as Cage Fight Death Blossom, a little bit of a classic combo here for AGAL. Varel, you're going to see the Diva come out here to try and get a little bit more aggressive.
Now, Alvari really values keeping control of the point here, even uses Wraith Walk to contest it for a brief moment. We're in a bit of a trough in terms of Varel ultimates, especially with the switch of KSG over to the Diva now. Alvari wants to contest the higher ground, but this is extremely telegraphed. He may as well send a strongly worded letter to Nico at that point. He will be dragged up there, and Top Dragon is down yet again. He's just not found success on this Tracer. It's again Recall picking him up, and a cage fight on KSG is well worth it. Deny any sort of remake opportunity, and AGAL are already north of 90%.
I mean, Regal has had a great map, right? Getting a few different kills here. Now finding Cloud, was able to find Top Dragon in numerous different fights. We'll get to 99. You still have a contest here. Pulse bomb from Top Dragon, not over just yet.
Finally, Top Dragon's able to get something done, but he is very much alone in this endeavor. KSG finally back off respawn now. The Diva has arrived. Can they stall? That's really the only option for the time being for Varel. They want to stall without losing any players, and so far that seems to have worked out. Yes, Slayer's here. Catnapping also going to be available in just a moment. And AGAL are the ones that are forced to concede point control.
I mean, a great job to just kind of touch it for Top Dragon for a period of time. KSG then jumps on it, Slay as well, and you're able to get everybody back in the fight. That's unbelievable there from Varel.
Slay looking for his next victim, I have no doubt. Alvari spotted, and yes, Catnapping to try and get that Reaper. He's held in place for long enough to be picked off, but Slay doesn't need to get out of dodge quickly, but is this much better for Varel?
If AGAL lose this one, I mean, that is, this would be a rough round to lose. It looked like they had this one sealed away. It was just Top Dragon there for an extended period of time. KSG coming off the spawn was there for a little bit, and then Slay, and they allowed everybody to just get back into the action. So, pretty brutal scenario here for AGAL as they move away from that Malga and Reaper. They'll go Tracer, Diva here, try and pull it out at the end.
Nico switching off the Umbra to the Shion. Might have done a little bit of something here for Varel. Top Dragon are going down. Is he unable to find a connection with a motorbike? Is he now going into spree? And Nico caught behind the pillar. KSG catches him out, though. Lengsa has fallen. Even with the Kitsune Rush in play, it's far from guaranteed here for Cloud is out of the mixture. KSG Lobe has a remake. Can stall this out if it's sequenced correctly. In fact, no one's really looking at KSG right now until Lige doubles back. Self-destruct here. Can it clear the room? Yes. KSG's able to get back in mech now, and Lige is rather low. This is going to be AGAL forced to take a back seat yet again. Group up for this fight, but both teams are now at 99%. It is AGAL in control, though, with Slay has fallen. Now Lengsa can double back, get some healing. Catnap attempted. Top Dragon taken down once more, and Varel are running out.
2026. We are here in Paris, and I have eaten my body weight in croissants. I'm Lace, and I'm joined by Dandro. Dandro, how has your Paris experience been so far?
Well, you've eaten your body weight in croissants. I've eaten mine in gazpacho. It has been absolutely phenomenal. But we are here for the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Championship. It is going to be a fantastic time. Let's talk, I think, a little bit about how our players are going to be kind of getting their points that they need. Just a quick little update for any of you at home. You're going to be getting 1 point per kill. Then depending on where your team ends up in a game, you're going to be getting a placement multiplier. Very important when it comes to these first 2 days.
Yes, and of course our teams are competing for a $1 million prize pool. Man, I wish we could take some of that money.
I know.
We have groups A versus B today, and they have something to prove. And then tomorrow, we will crush the keys and the dreams of our bottom 3 teams.
It's going to be really fun to watch this. I mean, we have just powerhouse teams across Groups A and Group B. Of course, we have favorites in Group A, like Virtus.pro and Vitality from North America. From the EU side, we have teams like T1 and the Ravens. But also, we can't forget some of our extra regions that were able to make it through to the Esports World Cup. I'm thinking Bays from Latin America and also Stallions from MENA. Group B, still hot and heavy with the competition. A lot of teams there you have to look out for is teams like Leviathan, Orchid, G2, some of the favorites that you know in the Call of Duty Warzone space. And it's just going to be really fun to watch these teams battle over these 2 days.
We've got some stacked lobbies, and of course, we can't leave out Twisted Minds, our EWC 25 champions. So make sure that you have your faces glued to the screen because you don't want to miss this.
It's going to be an action-packed week. Let's go ahead. Let's listen in on how these next couple days of competition are going to go ahead.
Call of Duty Warzone returns to the Esports World Cup for its 3rd year. And this season is bigger than ever. Welcome to the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Championship. 32 teams have qualified for EWC 2026 and will battle through 3 stages of competition for a share of $1 million and valuable club championship points. Teams from around the world earned their place through online qualifiers and 2 Resurgence Series LAN events. 4 teams qualified through DreamHack Birmingham, while 5 secured their spot at DreamHack Atlanta. The remaining 22 teams qualified online. And returning to defend their title, Twisted Minds are back at the Esports World Cup. The competition begins with 2 groups of 16 teams. Across the 2-day group stage, each group will play 12 matches, with 6 played each day. The top 5 teams from each group advance directly to the grand final. Teams finishing 6th through 13th move on to the survival stage, while the bottom 3 teams in each group are eliminated. Day 3 is the survival stage. Frag or go home. 16 teams will battle across 10 matches, with only the top 6 advancing to the grand final. The remaining 10 teams will see their tournament run come to an end. Sunday brings the match point grand final. Once a team reaches 150 points, they become eligible to win the championship with a match victory in any following game. A team cannot win the title in the same match they reach match point. The first team to win on match point will be crowned champions, while all other teams will be ranked by total points. Competition will be played across 3 maps: Rebirth Island, Haven's Hollow, and Fortune's Keep. During the group stage, maps rotate every 2 matches. During the survival stage and grand final, maps rotate every 2 matches through Game 6, and then every match from Game 7 onward. And that's everything you need to know about the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series Championship. Now sit back, relax, and get ready for some intense Warzone action.
Approaching the halfway mark here over at EWC, which means that the club championship points are getting much more crucial. A lot is happening, and it feels like the big dogs are not the ones that are stepping up to the table this time around, Lauren. So what's going on with your stage?
All right, well, for a quick recap of what we had in PUBG Battlegrounds, it was VP that came out on top, and they did so in a very strong fashion. They headed into the last day finals with a lead, and then never dropped it, to the point where they even went out early in the last match on finals, and it truly did not matter. They got the win that they needed in order to be trophy eligible for CC, and now they're in second place overall, so massive for them. But looking towards what we have coming up, we've got Warzone right around the corner, and it is another lobby stacked with CC squads. We've got defending champs and Twisted Minds, but they've been so inconsistent they might not be able to bring it home yet again. We also have Falcons in here, and this is probably the biggest one in this lobby because they actually could get a win in Warzone, the win that they need, especially with Hisoka, the best player in the world on the squad.
I mean, look, for us, it's MLBB again, right? We had the previous week, we were getting the qualification to get through to the knockout stages, which was a weird one. We had Team Liquid coming into this event as our favorites, 100%. Everyone was like, Team Liquid are going to win.
You say it a lot.
Yeah, well, this has been happening a lot for Liquid. Still sitting on pretty much 0 points. They got knocked out in really a devastating fashion, honestly. Then towards the latter end of the day, we actually had a Falcons v Falcons matchup. For both those 2 teams, it could have been a top 8 placement, but at least they had a guarantee that they were going to get there, of course. So Falcons are through. But today is where we start our knockouts. Vitality and Falcons going up against each other today, this afternoon. Loser goes home. So that's a massive one. But the team to watch out for, I think, this week for MLBB at the MSC is Aurora. They are a really, really strong outfit. They're one of the teams who surprised a lot of people. We're keeping an eye on them.
All right, and then we have the stage 4, TFT last week. What's going on this week?
Yeah, well, keeping it the same with Aurora, they kind of managed to only get second. They were just edged out by Team Vision in the grand finals. So Team Vision wrapping up their Esports World Cup journey. They were only in Apex and TFT. They managed to get 1,750 points, which I don't think is anything to complain about because that managed to get a team $700,000 last year. So I think that's a pretty good performance from Team Vision. We're on to Street Fighter 6 this week, though, and it's Team Falcons. They're fielding 3 players. They've got the reigning champ in Zhao Hai. He was supposed to come out strong in Fatal Fury City of the Wolves at the start of Esports World Cup, but fell out early. So he's looking to make a few reparations here and there and get the win yet again in Street Fighter 6.
Seems like Falcons is the name of the game this week for us. Last week, Hyperspirit were the ones that were able to close it out on the AFC, but Falcons this time around are the ones that are the defending title champions. Overwatch 2 last year was the only title they won to actually make them eligible to win CC, so a lot of pressure going on this roster, regardless of the slow start that they've had so far this season. Whether or not they can do it, we're going to find out by the end of this week, and we will, of course, keep you updated.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
The club championship is starting to heat up at EWC, but this week is none other than COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. You might be wondering who the heck I am. My name is the 7WG, and I'm not going to be doing this all by myself. I'm joined by none other than Mal Ross, Lace, and I, Whole Shift. Shift, how are we feeling?
I mean, come on, it is electric in here. It would hard to believe that this is all put together only a short couple of weeks. It's looking awesome, looking fun.
We got drums, we've got fun, we've got all sorts of noise and craziness taking place behind us. I've just been amazed walking around the entire arena, seeing, what, there's a football court there, basketball here, there's all sorts going on, tons for the family. Come on down.
I'm just happy to be here.
I'm just here so I don't get fined. That's what Lace meant to say. But for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget that you can actually go to the EWC Play app and do your pick'ems. You can win surprises there. Just do some predictions. If you guys can maybe get some right, we might even end up interviewing you, or you might end up winning a trip, because I know there's a lot of cool prizes. Somebody ended up winning, I think, $1,000 last week, so why not just go for that? And we'll maybe end up doing our picks later on. And if you are sharing anything on social media, make sure you use the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, because we will be just tracking it down, and we will see if we can maybe find some tweets out there.
There's going to be some gems, especially from our players. Our players, foul-mouthed, foul-brained, good people, though. Good hearts. But those fingers are horrible.
I just want to see Soka just doing the... Yes, yes. I didn't get a chance to be with you guys last year when it ended up happening. I expect it this time. But let's take a look at the groups that are actually going to be playing this week, because we do have 2 days of groups, as you saw earlier, and we will be starting off with Group A.
Yeah, and this is where Twisted Minds is living right now. This is your champion from last year. Different roster, different expectations, maybe not so much. The other side of this group, though, that I'm really excited about, Ravens have been undeniable in terms of their kill participation. Just comes down to, can they actually close out a round and find a championship? You still have a couple of sleepers in here. You're looking at Gen G, looking at Vitality, both, again, restoring some of that faith that they were able to build when they were under the Twisted Minds banner last year.
And so many French teams in this side of the bracket. So many French teams. If you've been watching Call of Duty for a while now, you know that there's an incredible turnout here. So much energy, so much love from our Parisian friends.
I'm excited to see what the home crowd's going to be like. I know Luti, our stage host, is going to be happy because he finally gets to speak French after like 4 weeks, and the crowd is going to be high. But looking at this squads, I mean, we will be starting off Group A. We'll be talking about Group B later on, which that's Falcons is there, and I know that's definitely one of the favorite ones. But if we're going to be going to the Sony story of the day, we have to start off with Twisted Minds, Lace, because Twisted Minds, they are the defending champions, but it's not the same roster.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, they're EWC champions from last year, but that is with a roster change just happening last year, and that is Shifty coming from none other than Team Falcons, joining the Twisted Minds. And look, Shifty, he's a talented player, but he's got a little bit of an attitude, and he knows it. So he is here to prove not only that he can make it on any single team, but that is against, obviously, Team Falcons coming a little bit later. Look, Team Falcons, they lost a rifle, they've lost a player, and I think Shifty knows that as well. But look, this isn't just another lobby for Twisted Minds. This is Shifty to prove that he can do that, and also Twisted Minds themselves to prove that they can go back to back.
Yeah, and they're kind of scrambling a little bit to keep up with what Falcons' pace has looked like so far this year. You make another roster change just after the most recent LAN. Smith's now out, Blast is now in. So you're trying to find this mojo at the right time, and hopefully the recipe breeds some success for them to kind of go back to back.
I'm excited to see what they can do, and I'm excited to see the beef. I'm hoping Twisted Minds and Falcons will end up making it to the finals. Honestly, they will end up making it because they're one of the favorites, especially when you talk about Falcons. But as we're looking at the club championship rankings, something that I want you to keep in mind, and a team that's actually going to be playing this week as well, no, it's not Falcons. I'm looking at the 3rd place, Team Vitality, because Team Vitality, you have lost first place already in Club Championship? You want to be able to climb up, and if you do end up winning here, it's not just 250,000 that the players are going to be taking. They're going to be taking 1,000 points for the Club Championship.
It's incredible. So much money, so much pride for these players, and I think for the individuals as well. For Smith, you leave that Twisted Minds roster, you find yourself in a shaky season, and now on this Team Vitality squad, I got to talk to him previously, before the day started, and he's feeling great. He's incredibly confident. He's got two really, really capable teammates that have had a rough year. They've had so many ups and downs. This is the ultimate get back after a bad year. You can forget about Atlanta. You can forget about Birmingham. You can forget about all of that. This is one weekend to rule them all.
One weekend to rule them all and hopefully just climb to that first place at the Club Championship. We're talking about earlier Twisted Minds, how they're the defending champions. They really don't have the roster. Why don't we talk about Gen G? Because Gen G has one of those players that ended up winning last year, and none other than Aiden.
Yeah, it's been interesting to follow this Gen G team because Aiden gets put onto this roster and immediately you're thinking like, oh, they're going to be a team to watch. So far through both LAN performances, they've been very underwhelming. So kind of on the same story point that you're talking about with Vitality, Gen G's in this opening group. They also need to show us something right from day one.
Okay, well, all these teams, man, I'm so excited to see which teams are going to actually end up doing good in this first day and which teams might end up choking a little bit, because we've seen it happen multiple times. But I believe we do have an interview to play with, and I'm not sure if it's with Gen G, Vitality, or Twisted Minds, because we talk a lot about teams.
How you doing? Can I talk to you for a second? ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien. English or Spanish?
Huh?
English or Spanish?
Whatever you want to do. Let's do English, okay, for the people out there, all right?
And if I can say words in Spanish at the end?
Yeah, always. This is your show, baby, okay? You got the FaZe jersey on. How does it feel to be in the venue today?
I mean, honestly, it's just like a dream come true, like being able to represent such a big org like FaZe. I mean, just like a dream. And also, I mean, I'm excited, I play in front of the crowd. I mean, we're on Paris. I mean, bro, I'm excited to play.
Man, I'm excited to watch y'all play. We know the support you guys got. We know Swag and the new squad and everybody's watching at home. They are looking for a good performance. They want to see FaZe on top. You and the boys, y'all ready to go? Y'all got the practice in?
Yeah, I mean, at first, I mean, we were struggling a little bit, but we started to figure it out. I mean, we got the, like the FaZe buff, I mean, we got it. So, yeah, we've been practicing. We're confident, and yeah.
All right, yo, best of luck to you, man, okay? Anything you want to say to the fans in Spanish?
Para toda la gente, banda, que está en la casa, espero que nos estén apoyando, los amo y vamos a dejarlo toda la cancha. Vamos, cabrones.
Vamos! Let's get it, Clamps. All right. As you see, the players, they're coming in hot like clockwork, all right? A bunch of them just walk that way, so let's see if we can go in, catch up with a few. I saw Shifty walk in. I saw Aiden walk in. I even want to talk to Skullface. Hey, maybe we even get a chance to talk to Z Smith also. But man, these are the vibes in which we want. Everyone is elated to be back on LAN, to play. Like, this is EWC, everybody, all right? Now, when it comes down to our previous champions, we have all three playing in Group A, okay? We have Z Smith, we got Aiden, we got Almond as well. They're doing their thing out here. Let's see if we can go up here and catch up to a few of them right now as they're about to get in to their stations set up and they start playing. I got a few Falcons here in front of me right now, okay? Yo, Falcons, you guys ready to play today?
Not Falcons, it's Ravens.
My fault, sorry Falcons, it's Ravens. You know what, I get my birds mixed up sometime, okay? But Ravens, you guys ready to go?
Of course.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so looking at it all, being here at EWC, how does it feel to be in this venue?
It's insane event, everyone is cool, I like everything. Thank you for everything.
Yep. All right, let's get it, Ravens. Guys, sometimes I get my birds mixed up, okay? It be like that. But let's move through the crowd a little bit here as we got our players starting to come to the stage. Everyone's getting set up. We even got fans starting to come in the building right now. All right, guys, we are walking to the stage, and look at this. Isn't it beautiful? Everybody's coming on through. We're about to get things popping off. You all good? How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing?
Nah, you're fine, man. I'm doing fantastic. I actually want to talk to you too as well. Here, let's come up here and let's have a little chat. Oh, man. So, playing with VP. Ready to start throwing down on the stage, man. How are you feeling just being at EWC?
I'm excited, bro. That atmosphere is dope. This is my first EWC.
Woo!
I'm ready to kill it with the team. I'm overall excited, bro. It's a blessing to be here. I'm excited.
I mean, it truly is a blessing to be here, okay? Now, we know that you guys got what it takes to come out and lift this trophy, man. How has preparation been? How has the practice been going with you and the boys?
It's been a lot of ups and downs, but I think overall we're all ready. We're all hungry. It's a lot of money on the line, life-changing money. So I think it's time to give it our all, and, you know, whatever happens, happens. I'm excited.
Whatever happens, happens, all right? Show the man some love, okay? Thank you, best luck to you. I see you out there.
Oh, Blaze with the amazing interviews. Thank you, Blaze. Earlier, we got a chance to talk about some of those top teams that we're expecting to be in the finals. How about we switch it up a little bit, Shiv? How about we talk some squads that you might think might be able to surprise us here in Group A?
Yeah, I mean, I think still the storyline for me still rests between Gen G and Vitality. Both teams looking for that little bit of an extra improvement boost, but at the same point, and we'll get into the nitty-gritty deeper down as we start to see these drops, Ravens are going to be contested on a lot of their drop locations by those two teams. I'm just going to go ahead and give you my hot take. I think Ravens going to struggle to get out of groups today.
Oh. Well, there's something about lands. There's something about, you know, some of the regions. You know, North America typically dominates the Warzone world. Europe very, very close behind. You got like the LATAM region. You have the EPEC region. These are the guys who get overlooked regularly, and that's what I'm more interested about. These contested hotspots. Someone's pulling out some tech you've not seen yet. They haven't been able to pre-boot camp in advance of the tournament. You're playing online. You're playing in your local region. This is where we see the goods. Where are the nuggets? I want to see some spells being casted today. But ultimately, you know, usually North America on top. Big contested moments happening all day.
Yeah, I think the other team to keep an eye out for, T1, looking like they're on a bit of a trend upwards. And again, not to just get into the minutia, but they're going to have some drop spots that they can farm up on some of the lower teams. So I expect them to set some extra pace and put everyone on notice today as potential dark horse in Group A. I don't know. I'm looking forward to them.
A couple of dark horses in this tournament as well, which is the beauty of Warzone.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look back at T1, even across like the club championship, you say that, you know, they're on the upward trend. This entire org are elimination kill heavy types of teams. And I don't think that's going to stop in Warzone as well. I mean, we're going to see an absolute beamer from T1, which I'm super excited and obviously is necessary in our group stages to rack up those points.
All right, well, I think it's time. I think it's time we get ready. You know what, James, do me a favor, throw me that ball real quick. Okay, you did it with a bounce pass. I appreciate it. Now, before we head to the stage, I was going to take the shot, but Shift, my boy, here, just
don't miss.
Don't even matter. Don't miss this one. You got it.
Shift.
Let's get started, baby.
We believe. It was a goal. I saw a goal.
You miss every shot you don't take.
The ball was flat.
Let's go! It's time for COD. EWC 2026. Day 1, the group stage. Come on, VP. Come on, Falcons.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue. Nous y voici. Les meilleurs joueurs de Warzone du monde entier se sont donné rendez-vous aujourd'hui sur cette scène à Paris pour s'affronter à l'eSports World Cup.
32 teams step onto the Gadia City grid and put everything on the line for a chance at glory. 4 days of competition, $1 million on the line, and a legacy that can't be taken, it has to be earned.
L'année dernière, la compétition a été exceptionnelle avec plein de rebondissements. Cette année encore, plein de favoris. Beaucoup de surprises nous attendent. 4 jours de compétition, 2 jours de groupe, 1 jour de survival stage et une grande finale dimanche. Je suis Lutti et je serai votre host en français toute la compétition, accompagné de l'incroyable Barney Banks.
Yes, that is right. After a painstaking search, we finally have the best players in the world ready to go toe-to-toe. It's going to be a trial by fire, and we wouldn't have it any other way. My name's Barney Banks, and I'm your host alongside the incredible Lutti. And it is about that time that we introduce your teams from Group A to the main stage, starting with H1.
Team Stallions!
Novo Esports.
Team PBJ.
T1.
CT Gaming.
Eclectic.
Team Heretics.
First Squad.
GK Esports.
Virtus Pro.
FaZe Clan.
Gen G Esports.
Ravens Esports.
Team Vitality.
And finally, your defending champions of EWC, Team Twisted Mind! Le groupe A est maintenant en place. Il n'y a pas de meilleur moment que le premier jour pour marquer les esprits et gagner en confiance sur cette scène.
Believe me, this week is going to be one of the most extraordinary weeks of Warzone you have ever witnessed. And it all starts right here in the Port de Versailles at the Esports World Cup.
Things happen, I don't really want to air out, you know, made some roster moves, but I'm confident with the team I'm here playing with.
I am no longer on Twisted Minds because they wanted to try another teammate. That ended up not working out in general, but I think just some, you know, reconstruction over there.
Twisted Minds, they've put all their eggs in this basket. They've clearly felt that pressure, moved with it, and I'd love to be a fly in the room. I think they would regret it internally.
When things are, you know, going behind your back and everything like that, it's just hard to call yourself a team, and like that's always going to be sitting there and with a sour taste in your mouth.
And Twisted Minds are out.
I don't think there's any fixing this. Like, I think this is a tough decision. Like, I don't want to do this and leave the organization that I've, you know, called home for the past 2 EWCs, brought them their first trophy ever.
Me and Shifty have been, I would say, pretty close friends going into this year, and then, you know, we'd always talk and just, you know, joke about teaming, and I kind of almost, I want to say manifested it, but like I knew that like if I wanted to win a tournament this year, I was like, I have to play with this guy because he is, you know, I would say he's the go-to Warzone.
I know myself and Blast joining this team, and we hadn't been on it when they won. Adds a little bit more pressure. Personally, I like it though. I think, you know, if we don't win this year, then I look at it like, oh, we failed, you know what I mean? In terms of that team previously did win. And if I joined the team, you know, it was to continue that championship run that they're on. So it is more pressure, but I like it. Incredibly confident. I'll never play a tournament without the expectation to win.
I'm pretty confident. Maybe like a month or two ago when we were still figuring out our roles and there was road bumps, I was not in the mindset I am now, but the last couple of weeks, like we've really been figuring it out, and I genuinely, like truly believe that we have the capability to hit match point and close now.
I'm here to defend the title and get that trophy again.
I'm here again at EWC. It's time to go back to back.
I feel really confident with the boys. It's been really good, and I'm super excited to play with them.
A year ago today, we watched that team hoist a trophy, splintered off into the wind this year. You hear some amazing words from all three players about their expectations this year, Enigma. During those walkouts, I'm looking at Smit staring right across the aisle at Blast, the player that replaced him, and he looked a little angry. I'm seeing some fire in his eyes. I think that's going to be a great kickstart to day number 1 here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, most certainly. It is, of course, a situation for that Twisted Mind team of trying to defend that title, but splintered, fractured now, and you have got those other pieces on these other organizations looking to take down a flag and a jersey and a badge that they once called their own here inside of Paris, France. All of our teams getting locked in, loaded for the first drop of the Esports World Cup, and to be inside the minds, to understand what they're thinking as the hush comes in over the crowd.
It's been months, it's been weeks, 2-a-day scrims, online tournaments, flying across the world, playing from setups that you are uncomfortable with. But the reality is, Enigma, that is all practice. That is all preparation.
It is.
This is where you decide, was all of that worth it? Was all of the hours, the sacrifice, the sweat, the tears, the camaraderie amongst your team, did it all matter? Because here is the first time where you are scoring points at the Esports World Cup. This is your first time for all of that preparation to come to fruition.
It truly is. Everything that has happened through this year, the dramas, the soap operas, the results, does not matter at this point. It is all about what you do from today through the next 4 days. Every drop, every kill, every placement, every point, that is what we track from this point on to determine our next Esports World Cup champion. And the term that we so often use is legacy. Here is where you create that.
You can see Sage on your screen, somebody thinking with legacy in mind. Had a lot to say during that Level Up documentary. He has high expectations for him and that Vitality roster. You bring on Z-Smith, and this is where you start to put your money where your mouth is. 2 days of group play, ladies and gentlemen. 6 games for each group each day. Like Andy said, every single kill matters. Because when we get down to the end of day number 2, we're going to watch a team potentially get eliminated by only a handful of points.
Oh, most certainly. It comes down to fine margins. We wouldn't want it any other way. And it's not just about what happens inside a Warzone. The club championship, the organizations that have backed you into this tournament, all their hopes rest on your shoulders. The pressure, not only that you would feel internally, but all of the external factors. The crowd here as well in Paris will have their microscope on you every single step of the way.
It's going to be a really good day, I can tell you that much. Here, kicking it off with Group A, we got defending champions. We got teams trying to make their name known. We can just see everybody in the crowd getting ready to watch all of the action unfold here. But man, as we get ready to drop on in here, what are we expecting to see from some of our top teams? Any hot locations on the map? Anybody that you think is going to take advantage of this first drop and come out swinging?
I think there's instantly two drops that we really want to see. It's going to be Mansion, Twisted Minds against Ravens. Twisted, on paper, one of the best teams in the world, but have struggled recently, particularly against the contest of the Ravens, who've been running amok at the house. But it is also, of course, over towards Train. T1 and Vitality have waged war there all year long. Back and forth we go, and with the ebb and the flow, so often decided maps and tournaments. So that's where we want to start, that's where we want to take a look in. And we will get straight into the fight at Mansion. Shifty will get Nielsen.
Already the battle continuing to rage on. The desk talked about it. We knew that this contest was happening. It's happened all year long, but how does it feel on LAN again, boys? As it is just haymakers back and forth from Ravens Esports and none other than Twisted Minds. Try and slow it down for a moment. Blastotes will not give you the privilege. Now looking to rotate his way out, outnumbered at the top of Mansion, and does the right thing to get into the lower side. Just trying to buy a moment for his boys to get back into the mix. You will have one in the skies, providing that UAV. And Shifty looking to play out through the stairwell, but it's that train battle yet again. T1, they also have company here. Ooh. Not just from Vitality, but first squad have squeezed over, and well, they might regret that as Smith sends one of them packing. I saw this in a little bit of the test lobby we had going on. I was like, first squad's now getting in the mix here. This could be very good for either one of these two teams, but obviously T1 and Vitality, they are going to continue to have this battle, and as Disrupt is going to be able to pop up, he drops Z-Smith, but you got Sage looking on over for you, who will be able to make this trade. Don't worry, friends. This battle is going to go back and forth. Zone's pretty close, so they're not going to be feeling the need to move out just yet. But if any of these teams can really farm some of these kills, they can put themselves in a great position for some of these later zones.
Certainly can. Vitality will do the right thing for now, being on the receiving end of a lot of abuse on that early contest. They will back it off. We take a look. A couple of the kill feeds are going to show self-kills. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, that is entirely intentional. It's to ensure your loadout stays in the match for longer and you can regain in those locations. Heretics, surprise factor, rolling in from APAC. We didn't know what they would look like in this tournament. However, in the boot camp, surprised many, impressed few. It will now be them rolling up at Lumbermill, and it will be against that Cooley roster, the H1 roster here in Paris.
Chow had a lot to say about this team. He's excited to watch them perform here on LAN. He's got his own watch party. I know he's going to be up in the booth yelling, cheering on his boys, but this is a formidable roster you got to take down if you want to gain control of this Lumbermill POI. This team from APAC, they've normally rolled up in the last couple of years, not really having any experience, any practice, and they've kind of been able to run Worlds, look very formidable, but they've been able to boot camp this year, and you're starting to see maybe some of that practice coming clutch as Kudley, he tries to shoulder it, but he's just not able to find the kill. Will get dropped alongside his teammate, so now it's just Connell left alive, and those arrows start flying.
Yeah, look at Heretics full sending. They want him the hell out of there. I don't know if you're going to stay alive for much longer. Get straight in over to the research fight, though, and it will be Adrian, Grimy, and Destroy pressing up against Novo, the Italians, who so often rely on these contests to go on for a long time and drain away kills, points to set you up for later on, but right now seemingly suffering. The other squad in the mix, ladies and gentlemen, that's actually going to be Team PBJ, and they will clear out Blade. The Italians struggling early.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen PBJ. They've really made research this home, and they're not even probably worried so much about Virtus.pro trying to get into the mix. They're used to this. They know that there's going to be this third team. VP, they like to land over towards that servers. Maybe we sometimes call it mini, and then make a slow rotation in, trying to third party here. So you can see as we kind of slow down just for a moment, PBJ, they're going to look to hold the line. But we got to check in what's going on that other side of the map in Main Street.
Yeah, Eclectic, they have rotated recently over towards Bank, giving that up. Over towards both sides of Gen G. Zanks catches one, typically the anchor, so concerning to see him having to step out and deal with a couple of threats. You are also missing another in that engagement, so Italians down to one again. Slow start from them. Badeki, the man who has announced his retirement after this tournament. By God, how I hope he has a great one and reconsiders that decision. So many things yet to say here in the Warzone scene. But it will be CT Gaming on the suffering end of things as Gen G found themselves in Lumber, and off the back of all the engagements earlier, they've actually found a pocket of space here, moving over from the riverboat, and could control these two teams trying to rotate back in.
I love this. I like this play. Gen G, they're going to understand this map beautifully. A lot of times kind of suffering playing out from that Main Street side, but I think they make a realization, hey, some of the top teams that we normally have to face, that are normally kind of being the friction, the resistance that are normally here, gone. Let's go ahead. Let's take advantage of it. It's the Bradford Biffle from the rooftops. MXR in hand. Cleans up Teeny easily. He's going to keep it singing. absolutely just cracking plates. Damage numbers going up the line.
Yeah, beautiful work there. Lennon's actually been sent out on his lonesome. A reminder, the roles have changed in that team. Gabe is going to be the anchor, so often the front man, the firepower. He's actually decided he's a far better IGL, and it has made them look pretty good in gold recently. T1, they're pressed out. We spoke about it in the pre-interviews. These guys suddenly have upticked in their form. They're free, they're flowing, and that man right there, Echo, he's no longer sitting in pockets of space. He wants to get up there, fighting alongside his boys, and turn them into a real firepower that will just deathball anything in their path. Already made it to church. We'll now have one or two more teams rotating in their direction, one of them being FaZe, who are moving out of Barn, taking a look at this fight.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe, I think if they can manage to kind of play this spacing correctly, they might be able to dismantle T1, because you see Vitality just down there on that lower bridge as well. So you find the nice little bit of timing, you could get some kills on the board. But this is where we're starting to see already some of these teams having to move around the map. We're already missing 2 squads from the lobby here in map number 1. As just the trades continue to happen around the map. Everybody trying to value. How do I get into a power position here? How do I get into a different area of the map that will net me some success?
Certainly, all about shifting your pieces around the chessboard. The Italians continue to hold on to bank. It will not be in the next zone, so they must figure out their rotation. 3 teams lie between them and safety, one of them being Gen G, who mop up a bit of Heretics presence. Gen G have rotated way out very quickly here. They did not want to stick around for that lumber mill fight, refusing to be held. Feel bodies fall in the kill feed, and the players just trying to press out, circle forcing everyone in front. Freddy will be cleared up by Stukex, and it will actually be Vitality moving in towards Mansion, where that battle still rages on between the Twisted Minds and Ravens.
Hey man, ain't no party like a 4th party happening down there. It's a couple of different teams look to get active. We can say the same at Cole already. H1 looks like it has been able to regain, but they have to take this fight ahead of them. You're caught sprinting, jumping around. Can you throw the shoulder? Can you find the timing? You have to be careful though. Connell, he gets found out by Teeny, and already this Heretics roster starting to push on up. It's a sandwich coming in on top of H1. Can they survive? You're getting dropped left and right. No, Kudli gets dropped. That is going to be H1 eliminated from the lobby, but the battle doesn't stop here at Cole, continuing to fight. Heretics going up this roster to Killer. He's finding Teeny. Vita, he finds Obs. It's just Zeppa by himself. Can he manage to find the success? He'll at least be able to bring down to Killer. We got one more up in the sky. You'll hang on just by a small little thread.
Zeppa does incredibly well there. That kill, that not coming through, I think actually gets you the timing to get Teeny back in. Otherwise, Heretics were done. He's likely just going to have to find a pocket of space to settle himself in and just hope that someone runs into him, gives him a couple of guns. Twisted Minds, they're flooding forward. They have Ravens for company, and Blastity's been dropped first.
Ah, nice little bait there from the Ravens. Blast thinks he has an angle, but he says, nope, we're just going to go ahead, set up this crossfire. Almond, he's going to get dropped by Niasen as well. It's just Shifty on that rooftop. He's looking down in, making sure nobody's going to hit that zip. Get a little bit of a surprise on him. We do still have Resurgence enabled, and it's a fire sale, so if you can hit that buy station, you're going to be good, but already you were looking great at this Mansion POI, and now it's a little bit of a tizzy.
It is a bit of a mix-up, but Ravens so often will just stabilize, slow things down, let the map flip itself out. And we take a look at the points on the board. Gen G leading, but a whole cluster just in behind. You're going to see some of the squads have eliminated include Novo, H1, and First Squad here. South Americans unfortunately struggling early. Virtus.pro, they're trying to get pressed out of research. Do, of course, have pressure from PBJ. Just trying to get shots banged over the top if you are destroyed. MXR tapping away, but Jvella keeps himself alive as his teammate applies firepower over towards Water Tower. And it's actually clearing out over there. No, Believe then drops, so Sage stays up. The problem is you deal with this fight if you're VP. The next wave involves basically running into Vitality.
Oh, Adrian jumps on down, thinks he can get a little bit of a mixie in the elevator shaft. And he's going to find some success. Jvella, unfortunately, not going to be able to stay alive, but you called it out best, my friend. Vitality, they've moved on over. They want to control this Water Tower side. They want to maybe keep a little bit of an eye on this Mansion fight. They want to keep an eye on these players moving from research. They see this. We've talked about it time and time again this season. Haven's Hollow, you want to play it from north to south. Vitality, they are going to know that just like no one else, and they're going to want to go ahead and play that. And you can see on the top of your screen there, folks, we are getting to the last final moments of Resurgence being enabled. So if you're going to take those fights, you got to take them now.
Yeah, everyone's going to slow down right here, assess their positioning, figure out what the buy stations are and what the rotation to win condition looks like. Because after this point, you don't have a buy, you lose a teammate, we'll see you in the next lobby. So everybody's just trying to figure out what they hold as dust settles. And to be honest, for everybody, Mansion side, it's very little. For Eclectic, it's absolutely bloody nothing. you're out of here, dealt with by QHZ Nothing and the crew. Everybody over towards the east side actually has pockets of space, and you are also going to have a team smack bang in the middle in CT Gaming. After that, figure it out, but FaZe, they've actually found a route through the south. They're at train cars.
Gen G looks like they are wiped. That's going to leave us 9 teams here in the lobby. That's a 1.2 multiplier for all of our remaining squads. But we talk about it, it is all about that 1.4. That is what our teams are going to be shooting for. So as Resurgence gets disabled, everybody's trying to play for that 1.4, that top 5. You're going to see things kind of slow down. And as I say that, though, you can see already at Mansion, it's a nice little layer cake of action we have as T1 is getting in a bit of a mix here against the Ravens, and PBJ, they want a piece of this pie as well. Praise in the middle, good shots, you're able to find one, but the trades are there immediately. Praise dropped, Jay Vela dropped, it's got to be believed, playing around the buy station to get the teammates back on it, but you don't have cash, all you have is crown loot. You will have to pull a miracle here to try and get yourself back in.
Yeah, Ravens have done incredibly well because they've managed to avoid the pinch setup there. However, they've got to figure a timing of pushing out because they know the Twisted Minds might take the high ground above them or rotate ahead of them. They do not want to be caught trying to move inland. Everyone's going to pay attention now. Top left of your screen, that circle is about to move and tell everybody where they must go, and it will move central. So everyone's got to shift just a little bit over, including the Ravens on your screen. So that path, that passage that they're now going to have to punch through a different team to find, all important.
There's about maybe 10% of usable land here in this circle that you got to make happen. On that outside, Virtus Pro, they're taking a battle. They're going to go ahead and get wiped. Clamp here from Fnatic. It's just him and Dizzy playing together, scoop up some of that loot, playing on a little bit of a slow side of the zone here. But they have some other players ahead of them. CT Gaming gonna be in front, but look at this. Jawad, QAZ Nothing, Kruger, they're actually gonna play this underneath of the bridge, and I don't mind this. You got a little cover, go ahead, you have some line of sight, and they know that there's gonna be some teams pushing over from Mansion.
Yeah, I like this position. Just going to sit, hunker in, let everybody else deal with themselves, get that top 5, figure it out from there. FaZe Clan playing up nice and close against Vita. This is CT Gaming. Vita comes out on top. That leaves it a 1v3. Clamp's done his very best against Netos, but it's all this rotation out. Wow. Twisted and Ravens have to figure the timing. No one wants to jump first. That puts you in front of the other. But you jump last to get held. Great shots by Shifty to find the opening onto Z-Smith. So many storylines in that little battle, but he's still going to stay up. And the zone drags again, but it's the northern side. So it's all about winning this fight and getting ahead of the curve, and that should give you win condition.
Shifty is thanking whoever constructed this mansion for this little bit of chimney here. He loves having some cover, but down below, the battle will continue to rage. It's the Stallions, it's the Ravens. Bird on horse action, and they are taken on out. Puts us into 4 teams remaining. 1.4 secured. It's now who can wipe the remaining squads, get that 1.6.
Got 2 members of Twisted Minds up top, 3 of Ravens, and oh my lord, you are suddenly pulling teams apart. If you are Sage, CT Gaming thought they had a great rotation out. Sage is absolutely dealt with them. Ullman then finds the killer as well. CT are out of here. This fight on our screens right now. Twisted, Ravens, what have you got to set on that one?
Sage will eventually go down in the gas. It's now just these final 2 teams. It's the 2 teams that landed here at the mansion. How are they going to end map 1 from the gas? It's Blast. He fights and won, but look at the kills go each other's way. You're not able to make it happen, and it's just going to be Ravens at the end. It basically kind of is a little bit of a coin flip, I feel like, at the end there. Who is finding the timing? Who's finding the damage? Who's finding the kills? At the end of the day, it will be Ravens Esports taking map number 1.
Yeah, Wild Zone in the end. It's very rare we get to see one that still includes a slither of mansions so the teams can hang in there for so long, but then must play out afterwards. It's usually in or out kind of situation, but for both Ravens and Twisted, it was figuring out who would jump the rope first, and in the end, they end up just squabbling over that tiny corner that exists inside of the circle. But Ravens come out on top. We've talked about them, build them largely into this tournament. They've mostly won that mansion contest recently, and that so often has been the crux of the Twisted Minds game plan here on Haven's Hollow. And the thing is, for a lot of the teams looking around this stage right now, Havens isn't even the Ravens' best map. Wait till they get to Rebirth. That's where they really heat up. They're a CQC team. They will happily get up in the faces of their opponents, but it's that discipline, that decision-making that they've really grown into through this year. And players like Nielsen and King Jock in particular have come alive and deliver early here in Paris.
Got to talk about the Stallions as well. You know, a team that we kind of said, hey, if they get hot, it's now LAN. they could be a thorn in the side in some of these mainstay rosters. A lot of talk on this kid, Q8Z Nothing, right? Has come on in from the region. We casted an online tournament where they were playing, and we were like, okay, let's see what you got here. This guy is absolutely world-starring kids on 180 ping, but guess what? It's LAN, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little bit different. All it takes is that first gunfight for you to maybe get that confidence underneath you. And we saw Stallions be one of those few remaining teams in that fight against Ravens down below. But let's take a look at some of these highlight moments coming on in from this first map, because it was just electric all the way through. You can see some of these final battles that we saw going on, and I feel like this just kind of comes down to Twisted Minds just hang out a little bit too long in that gas.
Yeah, it does. You see there that moment from Blastades. He's diving, trying to get desperately inside the gas. Doesn't have time to pull the shoot. May have taken a little bit of damage, and he breaks his legs, but he just doesn't really have a choice. He's got to go, otherwise he's going to bleed out anyway. And obviously King Chalk set up there on the cross. So great stuff from them. Lovely decision from him to push out from under the awning more towards that spare train car, because that gives him the crossing to cover. So great stuff from him. Great stuff, of course, from Ravens, but it's just map 1.
Just map 1. Well, let's keep it moving, ladies and gentlemen, while we get map number 2 set up for you.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
It's a new era for Warzone. Legends have moved on.
Biffle will retire after this event. The dominant Falcons roster that won everything in 2024 is no more.
Defending champions have splintered.
Twisted Minds only has one player from EWC 25 left on the roster.
But the action is better than ever.
It's a quick step on us. He's gonna get out. He self-revives. It's not over. 1v1. The kid can do it.
Teams have fought through 2 stacked LAN events to make it here.
Look at Lane from behind. You put Kenji into the casket. Can he get that one as well? Get straight out on the backside. Oh no, misses a couple shots at the top of his own ledge. He hit a dream. Blink and you'll miss it. The Falcons are here.
Rivalries have become even more intense.
Team Falcons, close it out. We thought Shifty was getting in Soka's mind. And based off what I'm seeing, I don't think so.
Former team members, they want revenge.
I've been disrespected a lot this year. It's like I just got thrown back to the bottom of the totem pole again. You know, 3rd at 2024 EWC, 1st at 25. You know, hopefully go back-to-back this year and remind people who I am.
And a new generation is here to prove themselves. This is the Warzone Resurgence Series Championship.
What a first map that was. Mods and Goj here on this stage. Welcome, sir. I mean, what a finish. It was a good one.
Yeah, it's so wild to see that we started in Mansion with 2 teams that have been fighting for literally the entire year and then ended there in map 1 of Group A at the very beginning of EWC. So cool.
You can hear the boys so excited with every single circle closer and closer and closer to Mansion. But we're talking about Mansion, the Lords of the Manor, for now at least, the Ravens.
Yeah, you know what's really funny is that at the very beginning, Twisted Minds has been this team that's been unbeatable. They've been top fraggers, they've been everything, but for a while now, Ravens have been winning that, and they won again, but this is the first time in a while I've seen both of those teams at the end of the game where they started both getting a ton of points. Like, that's still a win for Twisted Minds fans, okay? I want to make that very clear, but Ravens are winning currently, so I know the fans here at home are having a blast.
It's a marathon, not a race, and while we get ready for map number 2, mate, anything you saw in the first that was surprising or maybe disappointing in terms of maybe some top contenders?
Yeah, it's been fun to watch like drop spots throughout the year, and H1 is a very fun kind of new team, if you will. Koodley's been getting a lot of hype from Cho himself. Big shout out to Cho. H1 for a reason. They decided to drop down at Lumber feeling like they've got an advantage there. They get a couple scrappy kills, but nothing really to write home about yet. Still a team we have to watch out for, though.
Excited to see how many of our rookies in this competition do. I mean, again, a first time for many, many here on the stage, EWC 26. And I think about rookies, I think the pressure. I think the opportunity to change your life over a course of a weekend. I think of the massive amounts, of fans here in the venue. Thank you all for joining us. Hey,
they're so locked in on the players, dude.
They're having a good time. The crowd has been so loud. It's been so good to hear. But I mean, it's an incredible thing. When you think of that pressure, you think of people who are maybe crumbling a little bit, but it's early days. You've got matches to throw for now.
It's always fun to talk about what we call in Warzone space the land buff, right? We do that in all of Call of Duty. The land buff is so real, and some of these teams really thrive under pressure. Some of the teams have still a lot to prove. I think T1's a great example of a team that's got some fresh blood, who can shoot like crazy online, and on land, still a little bit more to prove. So I'm really pumped to see more from them as well.
Yeah, lots more to still play. Highlights there on your screen, and a fantastic way to start things off there. But I mean, I've no idea really what to expect as far as some of our lower teams. Some of them all the regions that don't necessarily get as much love. We talk about those land jets. We talk about the buff you can get. Are there any squads in the lower end that you're more excited about?
I don't know. It's a good question. I think some of our APAC teams is some of those teams I really want to see. We've had folks like Limax, like Teeny, like Obs that have been around Zeppa, that have been around the block for a long time. Even in Call of Duty too, like normal multi. And so to see them back on stage when they've missed a year is really cool to see. I want to see more from the Aussies.
Nice bit of leadership there. Zeppa's been around for nearly as long as I have in this scene, which is crazy to say. But again, a little bit of leadership, a little bit of encouragement for those younger players. Many rookies. Again, I was looking at T1, talking to Spam and just seeing how confident and capable they are. What a first massive tournament for players like that.
T1's such a fun team to talk about because at the beginning of the year, they were the team to beat. They were the online Reapers. They were crushing the competition. But when we started combining global, NA, Americas, all the way over to EU, things got a little bit more difficult when they're being contested off drop. Vitality, competing right now, T1, they're landing at the same spot. They've been battling over that spot for the entirety of this series as well. So it's still a lot to prove from both of those two teams.
Hate to do it to you, man, but one of those first map, second map, do you think any contesting point changes?
As we go back to Haven's Hollow, I think everybody's going to stick to their guns. It's group stages. You basically need to be top 5 in order to make it forward, and you just need to not be bottom 3 after 12 drops. Teams that are confident are going to stick their spots.
Yeah, stick to what you know, play your safe game, and then when it gets more, serious times, maybe survival in a few days, that's where things change up. But hey, any sort of strategy adjustments that you would like fans at home to look out for, or little things that might be considered a big win condition?
Big win condition, you got to get kills, man. Listen, every time we come to LAN, we talk about this. You have to go for the kills. You have to swing for the fences. Teams like to play very safe on LAN, and some of the teams that already play defensive are really going to have to get aggressive to find any kill, because everybody's sticking in their spots until that resurgence timer closes. That means there's way less kills on the map, way less points, room for error, tiny.
Exciting stuff. Well, no one's told me what I can and can't do, so sir, come with us. Let's go for a little walk on this beautiful stage. Let's have a little look-see, shall we, as to what our players are looking like, because I want to be a bit of an armchair psychologist right now. I want to start reading body language. Who's feeling the pressure? Who's looking confident?
I say Twisted Minds is feeling some pressure. You see those guys over there?
Yeah, let's go look at those guys over there. But yeah, they are, again, confident coming into this one.
Well, Miles, you got to talk about Twisted Minds. We did it at the top of the show. I mean, these guys are world-class talents, right? They have years of experience under their belt. Ullman has been playing this game since the very beginning, day one, as one of the top players, if not the top player still in the competition. But this is a totally different Twisted Minds roster than last year. So if you watched EWC last year, watch out for Ullman. Yeah, he's the guy returning. The other two guys, they haven't proven themselves here at EWC, not in Resurgence, at least not for a little while. So still a lot to prove from a guy like Blast, who gets pulled on mid-season.
Mid-season changes. I mean, sometimes in Call of Duty, that honeymoon phase, we talk about it so much in multiplayer, you just get a little bit extra. You kind of have that clarity of mind. You get a little bit more extra spice to play with. We'll see, though, if it does work out for them for the rest of the tournament. But for now, it is time to go back to the casters for drop number 2.
Thank you so much, Miles the Rost and Mr. Grandmaster Goj. Always fun hearing from both of you of what we have to talk about. But as you can see here, as we get ready to hop on in to drop number 2, it's going to be a great time, my friend, because obviously we see some hot teams come out. They're swinging. They're feeling good. Ravens, Twisted Minds, Gen G, Stallions, all putting up respectable points. But as we get ready to hop into game number 2, I'm looking at some of those teams like T1, like EK, who make some early exits, put up single digits. Not exactly the map they want to have. No, not at all. I mean, you know that you do have 11 more drops, so you don't need to panic just yet. I think Goji's point about teams that are confident in their game plan will be fine throughout this group stage, but you can't have too many more of those. I do look, unfortunately, towards squads like H1 and First Squad that will have come into this understanding they're underdogs anyway. You have that first bad map. You now know you have a mountain to climb. It's whether you have the capabilities to do exactly that as we look towards our second drop for Haven's Hollow. Well, one last opportunity for today to get those points here on Haven's Hollow until we get ready to shift gears and move on over to our second map set that we have. You can see all these players. If you had a great map number 1, you're feeling confident. If you had a bad map number 1, you got to shake it off. You got to lock in with the boys and figure out what can we do to make sure that we are not going to be on the chopping block when it comes to the end of day number 2. Let's get ready to fly on into it because, man, I think if map number 1 brought us anything, map number 2 is about to continue to deliver the hype. Well, teams typically grow into these tournaments. Your first map, sure, a couple of squads might have found the ping, the footing, the environment to be a little bit overwhelming. Those things will start to dissipate. It's all about the squads that can deal with the pressure here at the Esports World Cup. And our second drop for Haven's Hollow, players are in the skies on their way down to ground. It's back to Old Faithful for Nielsen and King Jorg as that fight at Mansion rages on. And already, you can see it looks like Ravens are going to open this one up. They find Blast. Shifty gets dropped as well. It's just going to be Almond, but for the Ravens, they now have a little bit of an additional sort of thorn in their side as well. But Almond on that backside, he gets found out by Zeppa. This is Heretics trying to start to get a little bit active in this Mansion fight. And very early on here in map number 2, Twisted Minds find themselves in a bit of a blender. Well, also, Virtus Pro have landed center pond, as they so often do when the zone's dragging this direction. What Destroy's done there is just pushed up towards the backside of Mansion. Anyone trying to escape, I'm just going to mop them up. What that causes for Ravens in particular is they can't get out. There's nowhere for them to really try to gain space, get themselves some loot, or get themselves some money to build their way into this map. So a tough start for a lot of those sides. See here for First Squad. They tried their hand at maybe getting active at Train in game number 1. Wasn't successful here. So now they find themselves in a little bit of a sandwich here at Main Street. Of course, if Stallions right above you, they're going to try and make their way on over, take top bank. Eclectic will be on the nearby, but down here at Train, I'm looking, and T1, Spam and Disrupt, they're still here. I am sensing a distinct lack of vitality. I think maybe you lost this contest here on map number 2, so a much better start to this game from the boys in the UK. Yeah, it certainly feels that way. Vitality will be recovering towards the south side of the map. For First Squad, it's Bank, typically where Eclectic are located. And Axidas and Kyrios will lay waste to key bays. Off in the front man, though, it's Zangs that you really want to unearth. That's the anchor that you're trying to shift out of the map, and that will force Eclectic into a bit of a panic station situation. But you're going to slow it down if you are First Squad. Just peer on over and figure out the lay of the land around you, because if you take a look at that mini-map, top left, Main Street's really bloody busy, guys. Yeah, this Northwest Zone poll has just had so many people. Nobody's in Lumber Mill right now, for the record. Nobody wants to be there. Barely anybody's in Coal Depot. Everybody is playing on this Main Street side. So with that, you have to be on your P's and Q's if you want to try and stay alive. Zangs down below thinks he can get maybe a little bit of an opening on this First Squad team, but trade is there. Self-revive will come through, and you're A-OK. Well, that'll be Eclectic out of it straight away. They're done. First team dealt with. First Squad will actually lay claim to them. And what a story that is. Eclectic have built their way to one of the best teams in recent scrims and struggling at the early stages here in Paris. Obviously, long ways to go. Nothing to be too concerned about, but First Squad, they get out the bad map 1, looking a little bit better here to start 2. Let's take a look at Kudley. They're at Barn. They'll square off against FaZe. It's back and forth. It's something we kind of used to by now. Woo! Great work by the Irishman to drop Dizzy. And now his teammates will try and rotate and trade this out. But you're 3v2 up in the fight. Yeah, Season 5 came out. VST into the meta. And this thing burns, baby. You see a nice little fadeaway there. Dizzy finding himself at the end of it. But the fun doesn't stop already. Mati gets a sense he's getting surrounded here. Nade will go down. You try and stop the push. Kudley, he's going to back on up. You swing with the teammate. You find one more. Mati gets dropped. It's one last player from FaZe that's kind of lurking around here, but all 3 members of H1 still up at this barn area. They're holding a lot of space, and I think if they can sort of clear out FaZe here, they might just kind of be able to put their head on a swivel, look Mansion, look down at Main Street, and just kind of pick up players as they start to cross.
No, for sure. If you can get that advanced UAV into the air right now, you're going to be able to hold out a lot of teams, pick up a lot of points, and set yourself up for a great map too. First squad, we've just talked about the work they've done, finding Eclectic. You have got yourselves plenty of pressure. This is Gen G. Squad rotated in from boat early. They know this lay of the land. They've been playing around Main Street the entire year. Aiden, though, not expecting the drop out. Actually, that's great work from him initially, but Gabe's there on the instant trade. Lovely positioning from the fragger turn anchor. Reaper's trying to get involved, and that's over-aggressive. Lennon plays clean up. So first squad set back in, off into the waters, and Gen G will mop up a lot here at Main Street. Great work, not risking a third party just yet. Buy stations nearby can set themselves up for the next phase of play.
That plays from Gen G. You set up the crossfires. You're doing A-OK. But let's take a look. You can see Ravens currently lead the lobby as they are going to hold on to Mansion. Blast does get dropped. I know you see squad wipe on your screen there, but you got one last player up in the sky, so don't worry. Twisted Mind fans, they are not out yet, but this map does not look like it's going too great for them, if I'm going to be honest. As we kind of grow to a little bit of a crawl here. Zone 2 continues to end. And already just players trying to fight for space.
Break time will die. They'll be the second team out of this lobby. Lose that initial contest upon to H1. And never recovered from there. CT Gaming in this fight on the rooftops against Heretics. Vita just trying to buy a little bit of space to keep himself alive and allow that resurgence timer to tick through. Get his boys back in the mix. Ravens struggling. Great work from King Chog. Finds Almond, the second turn, shots on, but there is going to be a heady available for Blast. King Chog, will get his boys back in. It's not done just yet. Heretics are still squeezing up behind this, but you've at least got Nielsen and he's back into the fray.
I mean, if Nielsen can find a gun, we've seen him do miracles with the last pistol in hand. He gets the armor crack. I almost thought he was able to bring down Zeppa. Great little moment there for the Heretics to just basically be able to hear that fight going on. It's a swing. You're watching this battle come on between Ravens and some of those members of T1. And you get that kill, you're going to be able to find one more. So good job from Heretics just to kind of hold the line. On the other side, though, Aiden, he will get found out by Axidos as this first squad Gen G battle kind of continues to rage here at Main Street. You do have Gabe Kuhn from above looking out over you. You need to have some semblance of setup here if you are Gen G, because they are just on the outside of zone. They still need to gain a little bit of position.
Yeah, great work here at Gen G in the gunfight, but if you look at the light pink on your minimap, that's actually Stallions. They're trying to play holdout. So all these teams are fighting right now. They're likely going to have to get past them at some point, and in bits and pieces for most of these squads right now. So a tough situation, and the gas is just going to creep everybody forward into the back we go. Your backyard, basically, if you are Gen G for much of this year, but you're under pressure. Do well to keep all three on your feet.
The fact that Aiden gets in the window there is huge, and Gabe, he flies on out from that little bit of a scaffolding. Will drop down Q8Z, nothing, and get the confirm. So Gen G, you get the players, you're grouped on up, you're able to find one from this Stallions roster, but you can see on your minimap there, Andy's, he's reacting for a reason, because we are just continuously ripping these teams to the left side of the map.
Shifty taps away behind the DC, and we'll get the drop, and that's Heretics wiped. They're done. So great amount of points, I think, initially, but fall far earlier than you would have liked. You're still on the 1x multiplier. A bit of a do-si-do between Fede and Tequila. Squad 12 out here as well, and down you go. Vita tries to get himself back to ground. So many squads now looking for a safety pocket of land, but with 12 teams in the mix, 32 players up, and such little land mass, everybody being forced into fights that they really would rather not take. Blastity's just about gets himself into some semblance of cover, and Shifty and Orman will try and get their boots to ground to support the rotation out, but it's all hard work from here.
Mansion, a great POI until you got to move out of it. Everybody just putting their sights over towards this area. You see, just as you kind of hop up on a wall, you're getting laser beamed. So for the time being, Twisted Minds, they know they have to clear out this bottom side. Shifty, it's a great easy kill onto Vortex. Use some of those nades, follow it on up, and with those kills and a couple more coming in on the back, it looks like that might be Novo making another early exit. Still, two teams need to drop to get into that 1.2 multiplier. But Twisted Minds, they still have to continue to fight their way out of Mansion. On the other side of the map, you can see Gen G, they have to continue moving, but they got PBJ in their way. Believe it's a shoulder throw on the stairs. Your break, but from behind, look who's starting to get active. It's Geeke. They want a piece of this fight. Jay Bella slides on down. He's going to find the end of the gun from Aiden. Can you get this res in time? Can you protect it? Aiden, he's looking on over. It's coming on through. You know that Field Medic is coming in clutch right now, getting that faster revive. Gen G, get their feet back underneath. underneath them, though. However, Geeky, they're continuing to find these pockets of timing. Blaze jumps on in. You're going to be able to find the end of the gun because Vitality, they're looking to hold this entire fight.
Yeah, Vitality are just holding everybody. The problem that they now face is H1 are rotating over from Barnes.
Oh
I don't know if you had the chapel and how the dominoes shall fall. That's going to give Gen G the moment, the window to escape out. They shall shift. Altman is somehow still alive. He's though deep gas, and he's just going to try and keep himself up with the stims. Nerfed, of course, so he's got to get moving. Grimey's going to go high, just about stays up, and that should be the death sentence for Almond.
Yeah, he does his great job. You can see Blast was still alive. He's also out in the gas too, so Grimy, he's going to have an idea that maybe there's an additional Twisted Minds player out here, and he's in a solid little spot, can just continue play that top gazebo. Stim will come on in. It's just enough to make sure that you don't get taken out by the gas. But for Twisted Minds, you find a little bit of success here, but it just feels like every time we tune on in, they are always on the back foot. And T1, we take a look at Train. Well, they're feeling good because Disrupt's on 9.
Yeah, there's about 5 or 6 bodies out in these waters, and T1 do want all of these kills. This is great for them. At some point, though, they have to turn their attention to holding Train out and stopping all the teams rotating for them. So it's now about pivoting. It's about decision-making on what is most important and prioritizing those gunfights. But Disrupt, he's banging away. He's on double digits, and we're only inside the top 10, so many more points and kills yet on the board.
Dude, they just got to keep their head on a swivel, and it is a feeding fish frenzy for them. Fede, he'll get dropped at the hands of StuKX on that other side, and Disrupt's got an idea that that's what's going on here. 4,000 damage for the young man, and there's still 9 teams in this lobby. Clear out one side, focus on the other. VP pushing in from this pond area. They want to make sure that they do not get taken out from an angle that they are not expecting of. Just kind of hold the line for the time being.
Well, they've held this northern side of the circle for a long time. They initially stopped players rotating out of mansion freely, and that's given them a pocket of space. Now back to your feet, just up as a 3. Destroy has 5. Adrian on nothing. Not a surprise, really, as he's the anchor. It's all about Grimey's involvement thus far, but if you're pushing double digits at this point and you're looking towards that 1.4, not a bad place to be. H1, they'll be finished off. Netod, CT, doing far better in the early stage than we would have expected, but Adrian probably going to cut that to an end here. Circle's going to pull everybody further down towards Trains. A little bit of water to play with. And again, just further south via T1, that's your big threat if you are this VP side.
I mean, Echo, he calls it a PA looking on the other side. He's found 2 members of Vitality as well. And just already, VP, they're just going to look to kind of hold this. Not really much going on there, but I'd love to take a look at T1 because they have so many squads ahead of them that are trying to rotate into zone. Gen G being one of them, Geeky being another, and you still have 1 member of Vitality on the edge.
Yeah, and Disrupt is just picking everything apart. Geeky's finished. Right now, for VP, they're just trying to figure out what their most important threat is. They're aware that VP are a full team on the other side. That drop now should push Fam and Echo over towards the buy station, where there is 1 remaining player for Vitality. They got to get there quickly because gas is currently falling over it. And what you don't want to do is hand all the space over to VP, who are here and are laying claim to all the land that Lennon and Gabe Kuhn possess.
The patience from VP to just hold this low ground is so critical. You can see already, because they were just sticking down here, they already see that you have Gen G moving on over. But look at this. While all of this fighting is happening, Skullface, he's the last player of Vitality alive, and he's actually going to get the zone pull. If he has the cash, he might be able to tuck himself in a corner, hit that buy station, get the teammates back on in. But it's a quick wrap from Virtus Pro. Hold the high ground. Take down the rest of these teams. It's a 1.4 multiplier for everybody. You got to grab that 1.6, and Lennon, he's actually going to find the down on Spam.
Yes, Spam does have himself. Should get himself back to his feet.
Oh my God!
Goes huge in the back line. Finds a window, slips out through the lower panels, and gets himself the kills. 1v1, v3, VP, hold it all in their hands.
Skullface. He's named Logan for a reason. The claws are out. Call him the Wolverine. A nice little 2-piece. Huge points on the board for them. But like you said, it might have been a heroic play, but it's Spam Gola. It's Skullface, the 2 lone soldiers. If they can somehow manage to work together to cut down these players of VP, this would be huge. The problem here, Enigma, VP is in such a good spot. But Adrian, he gets a little bit active. He flies forward. However, he will find Skullface. That is wiped. Final 2 teams here. It's a 3v1. You just got to find Spam. Spam's going to be able to find Adrian. 2v1. Shots coming on through. It's destroyed from that backside. It's a barrel stuff with the CBRS. You drop him. Virtus Pro go. They'll take game number 2, and you can see the look on Destroy. He's happy. He's a little expectant on that one.
Yeah, we talked so much about this Virtus Pro team in the build-up to this tournament. Fantastic stage 1, lit up the scene in Birmingham, struggled massively through stage 2, and a very public falling out between them. But they come here to Paris having made up. They're a unit again, understanding the roles that they're going to play in, and their game plan there was perfection. Typically a server landing side, they alternate over to a pawn drop when the circle goes that way, and they get aggressive towards Mansion. That man on your screen right there holds the players out, ensures that there's no pressure on them. They can just loot up pawns, set themselves up for the late stages, and it's slow and systematic moving with the gas from there. And once they took high ground, you never felt like they were going to let that one go.
It's kind of that classic, that's what you love to see. You know, you're holding this low ground, but watch this. I mean, we got to talk about this again. Skull just lining up Lennon and Gabe, and he tries to put down this DC. We see him do this time and time again, but it's just, you know, Skullface is a great player. It's unfortunate you can't find the last 2 members of Virtus Pro there, but just some fantastic movement. They realize what they need to do. It's all about just not scamming in that moment.
Basically.
And you know the D is he's in the comms. He's saying, probably yelling exactly that. Don't scam, play as a team. Let's push this player together.
Well, this is somewhere where they've improved so much, because if anyone who's been watching throughout this season remembers back towards stage 1, even before stage 1 when we were in the essential pre-season, there was a lot of talks about how some of their players would scam, fly forward and get involved in the fights that they just didn't need to do, but that shows the maturity and how this team looks so much better here in Paris.
Looking very, very good. That's our last map of Haven's Hollow that we have, ladies and gentlemen. So we got to get ready to head on into map number 3. Players getting in the lobby. We're going to be right back here in a little bit.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
What's up, everybody? I got one of the sickest players and one of the most twisted minds in the game, Shifty, with me. I mean, my guy, you've been in Paris for a while. Do you feel like you're acclimated to the environment? You ready to get on this main stage? You feeling like a local yet?
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't even look at the Eiffel Tower when I walk by it anymore. But nah, yeah, we've been in for a while. We had a really good boot camp. I think those are very essential to big lands like this. So yeah, we've been in for a while. We feel good. Time zone's no issue for us. We're just ready to play.
I mean, you guys look ready to play, okay? I walked over there to you on the main stage. You and the whole squad up here singing 8 Mile, okay? Getting locked in. So that must mean the vibes are high.
Yeah, nah, I mean, I think our team is just full of vibes. I think that's why we love LAN, like compared to like the online. We're all really good friends.
Hello.
So, you know, we've had a great
Are you
time.
lady or lady boy?
I'm a girl. I'm from Philippines right now.
And yeah, we're trying to do the
Hello.
8 Mile,
Are you lady or lady boy?
Each other just messing around, but yeah,
And you,
we're all good friends.
lady?
We're having a good time.
Hey, y'all have
You're
a good
lady
time,
boy?
but as we know, this is a serious
Hello.
weekend, okay? It's big money on the table. It's a lot of pride out there. It's a lot of just earning respect from the community. I mean, what are you planning on bringing to the table, to the squad, to the lobby, for the Twisted Mind fans out there in your gameplay?
I'm just trying to bring experience. You know, I mean, I've played this game for about 6 years now, so I'm vetty. You know what I mean? That's what they call me. You know, I've been in these situations a lot. I right now hold the most world championship wins, so I've been here. I've done it. I know Alman has won one. Rasim's looking for his first. So just kind of bringing that, you know, that calmness to the team and just that readiness of like, yo, we've done the prep. We know we should be here. Who cares about last month? You know, we had a little iffy period of time, but like we're here, we're ready, and just be locked in the moment and just play our game.
Hey man, you are absolutely locked. I can see the aura around you right now. You are cool, calm, and collected. Hell, you got me even more cool, calm, and collected right now. Best of luck to you, brother.
And of course, match 2 was nothing but absolute chaos where we had Virtus Pro holding that northern side of Mansion, and they were playing the long game. They managed to get a couple of kills in the chaos that was unfolding in Mansion, but look, they played it good, they played it till the end, and Virtus Pro did take it out. But look, let's have a look at like Vitality. Obviously, they came out kicking and swinging as well, Shift, and this is something that they needed to do, especially coming out of match one.
Yeah, I think, you know, what we're going to see, and for those that have been following 3WC in the years prior, we often get wherever you spawn in at, the final circle ends on you, you're probably going to be fine to finish in the top 5. The biggest key has been who's able to rotate better, who's able to find those kills as the zone starts to force you away from your drop location. So you get a couple of teams that are blessed, but I think most importantly, our teams that just finished 1 and 2, both just missed out on the top 5. So again, just kind of reiterating that point that if you get a drop spot that it ends on you, you better be finishing high.
And didn't I hear you in the pre-show say something about Ravens might not make that contest? And I look, against Twisted Minds, I don't know, in match number 2, Heretics actually joined the party there. And I mean, Ravens were able to hold off 2 of these big teams.
Yeah, and that's just a big shout, I think, to Heretics as well, to not be afraid to jump into the mix against some of our top dogs that are out there. And look, Lacey, you may not know me all that well. I'm all about finding spicy takes. So if it is one of those situations I did look like an idiot, it's going to be like my airball from earlier today. But for Ravens, it is one of those things that, yes, their kill participation is high. You get a first round win. That's huge towards being able to kind of quell some of the questions surrounding can they close a map. Now it's going to be down to how do they handle things like rotation, because that's going to be the big key, especially as we change what map we have.
And I'm going to be here to always call you out on your hot takes.
Thank you.
Well,
I'm going to need that.
I will always hold you accountable. Now, who we're going to hold accountable? Of course, we're going to get into match number 3. Enigma, Dandro, let's take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Lace and Shift. They were right. We are getting ready to head to a new map, my friend.
We are.
Bidding adieu to Haven's Hollow, just here in Group A, as we get ready to move on everybody's favorite Resurgence map. I say that tongue-in-cheekly. Rebirth Island. We've been here before. We've been here for years. We know what to expect on this map. But for maybe the uninitiated at home, how do you expect maybe this first map here on Rebirth Island to play out?
Well, I think there's 2 stories in terms of the leaderboard. Ravens are one of our best Rebirth teams, and they have been for some time. They are sitting right towards the top, so expect that gap to potentially grow as we go on through these next 2 maps. For a team towards the bottom end of proceedings right now, Eclectic, disappointing in our first 2 maps. They're really good here, the 3rd best team that we have in the entire 32 at the tournament when it comes to Rebirth Island, so this is where they have to get their afternoon going. But in terms of drops, the contest, look to the control center. FaZe Clan, Gold Clamp has been holding that thing down for years. That guy don't leave those bricks and mortar. But VP and Novo, they'll contest over the boat nearby and then try and lay siege to control centers. 3 teams jostling over there. Off towards the northeastern side, T1 expected to be contested by Stallions in Bio, and it's between them, Gen G and Heretics to try and claim that corner, then move on down the map.
Hey, a lot of battling is going to happen here on Rebirth Island, but a team that obviously they feel pretty good here on Rebirth, Twisted Minds. Okay, they looked pretty solid there through those first 2 games. Currently sitting in 7th overall from Haven's Hollow. Kind of maybe getting the shakes out a little bit. Game number 2 didn't go maybe exactly how they wanted to, but a chance here on Rebirth Island to reset the mental, reset the opportunity, get those points on the board. So let's get ready. Let's hop on in here to, ladies and gentlemen, to map number 3 on Rebirth Island. We get a nice little bit of a look at what's happening here as VP gonna play down towards that boat side, is Grimy starting to lurk his way up in this contest here. But guess what? You're not the only player here. You've been able, you fire, you find Dizzy, but look at that Novo. They also are going to actually control that main center building.
Yeah, Grimy basically sent in there as a bit of a Trojan horse. He won't find a route through. Destroyed Agent, just set themselves up over at the boat. But that zone, by the way, pulling off towards the northwestern side. So all the teams I just talked about, your T1s, your Gen Gs, them fighting over your chemicals and bioweapons, very important for the later stage of this map. Stronghold, you got to fight here. Vitality have changed things up. Usually land living. They've decided they want a piece of PBJ, and Smitty's getting active.
I like this. We've seen them, like you said, playing out of living. They move away from that control center fight. So to see them make this realization of just given where the zone is going, we need to clear out PBJ. It's 2 members of Vitality who are going to maybe trying to start to float down here, get a little bit mixy, see if you can wipe them early, clear out your backside. You will get sniffed out, though, on this turbine area. This is going to be a hotbed of activity as well. Welcome back to the island, ladies and gentlemen, because water pistols are out. They are singing, and there's none other than CT Gaming who love to make that happen. Obs trying to throw some shoulders, and, well, the timing does not go your way.
Certainly doesn't. By the way, an important fight that went on off-screen. Novo have completely taken control center very early here. Shifted FaZe Clan the hell out, and that now gives them control over the buy stations. Everything that Virtus.pro were fighting for the boat doesn't really matter anymore. They have to push forward. Look on over towards the Ravens. They'll land HQ. King Chalk's on the roof of Prison, and he's looking, just keep an eye on Twisted Minds, who like to land Factory and start to squeeze up on them.
Yeah, Blast, he's already started made his way over to Grandma's. So got your two members, Shifty, Almond, down there at that factory side. And King Chalk, he sees these smokes go out. He's like, somebody's got to be around here somewhere. Maybe just waiting for somebody to scam a little bit, but Vitality's starting to move on up here as well. Looking to find a bit of a timing. Blast, he's caught flat-footed. He's Niasen, they'll line on up, and they've been able to take him down. And look at this, immediately the eyes go down towards that factory side, and it looks like the loadout is gonna try and get acquired here, but are you ready for exactly this? Shifty just plays the stairs, pops on up, finds Heeds, and you're gonna deny that loadout just for a quick little moment.
Yeah, gotta be careful here, by the way. Classic are taking a look over at this. Keybase, who fancied a little bit. Zhang's on the rooftop. Never mind, they've overstrayed. They'll be sent packing for now. Both Almond and Stukex actually shoot Keybase, so we'll see it in a little bit. But let's take a look at this H1 team then. They've moved from their harbor landing into Chem. Not only that, they completely lay waste to Gen G, who had given Chem for free, a really important part of the map for what will come for later circles. So all of a sudden, H1 go from a really dubious landing spot we've talked about somewhere no one should be all year to into one of the best spots potentially for map 2. Ooh. And a great initial from Kudley on Lennon to continue to lock down that space.
Yeah, you can see you got a member of Gen G just flying in from the sky. I think maybe the idea there was Lennon can at least find one and to get the other player to fly on in and maybe help out. But just not going to be the case. Still down here towards the stronghold side. Already Adrian, VP, they're getting into the mix now. Continuing just to weave yourself in around this boat, because you can see already it's been some of this first squad team that's looking to get active. Adrian does not let you swim away that easily. They'll drop you in the water, clean up the kill. Virtus.pro, you're still in zone. They got control of this boat. They don't need to really move right now.
Now they're fine for now, but this next circle will likely tell them they've got to shift it up the coast a bit, and it certainly does. So Adrian taking damage, concerning signs, and he and Destroy will have to navigate a path up this rocky mass that exists in front of them. Turbine, CT Gaming, T1. The battle goes on. T1, Disrupt will drop to Killer. The thing is as well, Disrupt's basically got a free life. You've gained so much space. Echo and Spam have basically the entire northwestern corner to themselves. So Disrupt is just, okay, don't worry about it. I'll go off, find a couple of kills. If I get dropped, I'll come back in for my loadout where my boys currently sit. A great plan from them so far. Can they continue to execute?
Hey, I know we're not in Haven's Hollow anymore, but it looks like the Ravens and Twisted Minds continuing to battle it out here at the factory side. Blast, he's going to be able to find one. Slides on out on a Niasen, but Niasen will put you on down. And it looks like just no opportunity for any of the other Twisted Minds players to play a bit of a trade. You see one flying in from above. Shifty's playing down below, so for Ravens, they're going to control this rooftop as much as they can, and actually back on over towards headquarters where Almond has landed to fight Heeds. It's a little bit of an anchor-on-anchor action here. A huge fight for either of these rosters.
Yeah, Almond does incredibly well to stay alive in the moment, because if you are the Ravens, you really want to press Shifty in numbers. However, because Almond's gone and harassed Heeds, you have to drop back and clear out, protect your anchor, and this is why King Chalk now is moving over as well. And Almond's just staying alive, just being a thorn in the side. Let the timer tick through, let my boys back in. One of those things doesn't exist on a scoreboard, but it's great leadership in a very important moment.
Oh. Semtex goes up. Unfortunately, Almond, he's not there. He has an inkling. Somebody's got to go off for that ladder. He does great to find one. Just the timing not going your way just enough. Heeds will slide on out, clears out Almond. So you'll settle the time here, but those shots are already starting to attract some of the members of PBJ. You can see they're starting to look on over. And they might try and hold the line here.
FaZe Clan just trying to find which way they should take the fight. Novo got Blade up, he's hidden inside. Marty just trying to get aggressive, runs into far too much traffic. Blade recognizes the moment of third party. Dizzy now understands that the Italian's beneath him. He's by his lonesome.
And it will, of course, be VP just taking a sniff at this. Can we third party? Do we need to spend a lot of time here? But you could get some clean exit kills, shut these boys off astray. And Dizzy, he just has to not waste any time with the timer and immediately buys his boy back in.
Yeah, I like that play. You know, you could wait, you could try and just get the timers on down, even wait for this fire sale that's about to come in here in just a quick moment. But nope, says I want to go ahead. I want to try and spend the cash, but I don't know. That might have been all for naught because both of your teammates are dead. Clamp is last alive. He's just trying to stay alive on white health only in the water. In a very peculiar situation. We lose two different teams. FaZe that we just watched being one of them here. And already still 14 squads in the lobby.
Yeah, the other one of those teams is Vitality. They actually go out first, so not too much to worry about. They're sitting second overall on the leaderboard. Top 5 at the end of 12 will mean you move straight through to finals. As long as you avoid the bottom 3, you do see the survival stage. So not too much to be concerned about, but yeah, it could be better here on Rebirth Island. Nova looking hot. They've moved their way out of the control center, won it early, and now squeezing with the gas. Fede's on 7. Take a look at Gen G. As Lennon has managed to clean up what was left of the Koodly roster, the H1 roster. And now just trying to buy time. Find a little pocket. Boys, can you get in? Can you get some loot? And can we build our way into this map?
This is a great way to do it. Already was looking a little worse for wear earlier. But like you mentioned, I'm glad they were able to get their feet underneath them. Continuing to hold this area of the map after maybe losing it earlier. But Nova, after clearing out Control Center, they know there's going to be some players down here in this water underneath Turbine. Can they work together? Unfortunately for you, you got Eclectic pushing from behind. You'll lose Vortex, so you have to clean up these kills fast. Put yourself in great position to hold the line. Two members of Eclectic starting to make their way forward. Freddy, Keybase, it's a full fly on in. You take a lot of damage, though. And how do you decide to open up this fight as there are now about 4 different teams just in this one little small patch of land?
Yeah, the PA forces them all indoors as well, which allows then Keybase to get to the rooftops and claim so you can move on down through the layers. Blade's going to lose the fight underneath to Orbs. Zeppa also finds access. That's amongst the madness. So Fede, he senses it. There's red doors. I'm going to go chasing them. There's nothing better for this boy to be doing right now with the form he's in. Swings. Keybase just about stays up. Italian on Italian action. They'll call it a draw for now, but Vortex is cracked. Needs to find his way out. The Molotovs are doing the damage, but no! Vortex, Freddy, Blade, they all get active, and they cut down the players in front of them to lay claim to Turbine.
Novo finds such a good timing there. It's just a slingshot movement between the two players to take down those members of Eclectic, but the action doesn't stop yet. You may have control of this top side, but you got a couple of fish underneath you that are just trying to stay alive. You can see Zeppa, he's swimming around, so is Teeny. And already, can you manage to stay alive? We know that this is a strat that we see year over year here in the Esports World Cup, and Zeppa, hey, we knew some players were going to do this. He's got a loadout Coda in hand just for these moments in the water.
Yeah, he is going nuclear for this side. Teeny on 3, so this squad on at least 15, could be pushing 20. Rebirth Island offers so many more kills than the other maps. The top teams are struggling here. Virtus Pro drop out early as well. They're one of our top sides after Haven's Hollow. And this is how the rotation has evolved things here in Call of Duty Warzone for the Resurgence series. And everyone feeling a little bit of that on land. But Gen G, they've re-established themselves here at Chemical, and this is where the zone's moving to, so this is win condition.
Yes.
Gotta find a way to anchor yourselves in and repel all invaders.
It's kind of one of those unfortunate situations where, sure, you gain the power position for this endgame zone, but you now have to just focus on so many different areas. It's going to be tough to decide where you want to go. But hey, the action's been hot, it's been heavy. Let's go ahead, let's see how the boys are feeling from Gen G.
I don't think you do.
They can't. I see what you're saying.
We're gonna get kills as the game goes along.
It's still 11 teams so far. Everyone's not just everyone's just backing it.
I'm gonna re-hit the roof for more stims on the ground.
Okay.
I'm looking at office kinda.
Alright. We're only on 5, but it's fine.
Yep.
Yeah, we're still safe.
We gotta prolong the game.
Wait. Top 10.
Yo.
I might peek the door up and watch my right. I heard a wall.
Not a lot of comms coming out of Gen G, but you heard them say, just let everybody fight. We're only on 5, but it's okay.
Yeah, they lost that chem fight early. Since then, they've been in a bit of a regain situation. They understand they're probably out-tooled, and right now looking to play around as much multiplier as possible. And I like the comms being quiet. No need to get over-aggressive in them. No need to panic. Just slow everything down. Let the map deal with itself, and find yourself in the later stages of this one. Athletic finished. They will drop inside that top 10 to the 1.2, but miss out on the 1.4. Nielsen buys Lonesome, only $100 in pocket. Barely enough for a Happy Meal, let alone get his boys back in amongst the mix. He's going to play Industries here. We'll run into Novo, but if he gets the timing through the backside, drops one or two of these players, of which he's more than capable, could hit the buy station nearby.
And look at Twisted Minds. They're now here on this sort of top floor of Chemical as well. You have Gen G down below. Geek's in the mix. Everybody is just holding on. There's no movement. Shifty's actually going to be the one to drop Nielsen. And just like that, everybody is just waiting for these 2 additional teams to drop to get to that 1.4 multiplier.
Big Stallions on the outside. Twisted Minds with the rooftops. Gen G in the trenches. One member of GK, one member of T1. The bodies start to get moving and active, and Stallions have made a massive wrap because the zone's gone huge. It's dragged all the way across, and Lazy's going to be behind everybody and gets active to drop Shifty.
Oh my God, he has so much patience. He watches both of them go ahead of them. Eventually he'll get found out by Lennon though, gets dropped. That's going to be GK eliminated. Now you have Novo and Stallions. They have to start to battle it out as well. Cluster goes up in over the top, but you can see for Novo, it's been such a good game for them. They wipe the Stallions. We are now into the top 5, 1.4 secured.
I love the idea from the Stallions getting the move early. Novo are already here. The problem is that they're now down to just the one player. Played stands tall for them, but Lennon will not. The Gen G game's dead as well. Gen G, they're done. Not many points on the board at all. A tough one here to kick off Rebirth Island. Twisted Minds have found themselves at the top, but it's actually PBJ with the full 3 in the belly of Industries.
All they have to do is just not get isolated. If all 3 members of PBJ can stay up, that would be huge. But look where the zone pulls. It's going to force everybody out of this Industries area. Believe on that backside, trying to make this early rotation, cuts down Blade. That's another team eliminated. These players are looking at the top right. They're doing the math. They're saying, wait a second here. The numbers aren't adding up. The numbers, Mason, where are they? As you're now realizing that you might be the only team of 3 up. Shots on that top helipad side. Almond will cut down Vortex, and Believe finds Spam, and just like that, you actually bring this back into a 3v3 thanks to her Herculean effort coming on in. Shifty, Almond blast up. You find 2 members of PBJ, and just like that, it was PBJ's game to lose. Now it's a 3v1, and Twisted Minds come back from the grave to secure the win.
Yeah, not the best start if you are Twisted, but look at that man there. When it felt like Ravens were turning the screw, looking to get them out of the factory, Almond plays spoiler, sets himself up around the anchor, lets not only his boys back into fight, but drags the pressure away. From there, they can build themselves into the rest of the map, and that's why we see them in the late stages. Great execution in the end. They rotate early. Almond on that flank, clears out the helipad, and then you have the high ground and all the power that comes with it. So great stuff. Again, this is their best map currently. They've had turmoil, they've had issues. Those have been very public, but they are still a solid Rebirth side all the same. And considering that they were already having a pretty solid Havens Hollow, that map should shift them right up the standings. They'll be feeling pretty.
Yeah, they are going to be feeling A-okay after that. You can see already a little cool, a little calm, a little collected here. Gen G having some talks maybe after that game as well. Players, I think, just maybe taking a little bit of a breath here after that first game of Rebirth Island, look at a chance, you know, maybe recenter themselves if they need. And for some of these teams, they definitely need it there. I mean, we got to take a little bit of a look at it. We get to this moment where it's Almond. You can see here with this zone pull, he made that play all the way back to the buy station on the courtyard, and now he's going to be able to find those kills. Let's take a little bit of a look and listen in at the end of that game.
On the board. What'd I say? Good shit, man. Really good job. So fuck I'm talking about, bro. I'm gonna say we generally got wiped hella early and no one took it.
We hear it come through there on the board, getting, you know, feeling good about themselves right now. We've talked a lot about the comms issues that these guys have had at points. There's still a little bit of the chemistry in terms of pacing issue that we saw. We see it again in Havens Hollow, but they are very comfortable here in Paris. There are no dangers, sorry, for them thus far, and there are no strangers to the main stage. So they're fine. They're doing their thing right now, and that'll put them in a position to move on through to Sunday should they continue on this path.
Yeah, I mean, really fantastic play there from Almond to be able to do that. But PBJ they had all of that bottom industry side, man. It was like you saw them, they were clearing it out. You saw Believe had the right idea, just kind of maybe take that wide wrap, but just at the end of the day, it kind of gets away from them, I feel like.
Well, this is where Allman does a great job because he recognizes something. He understands that zone could pull either towards the north, south, east, west, and he's trying to put himself in a spot to rotate very early. When it pulls back inland, he wraps the helicopter side, drops that vortex up high, and then he's got the look over and set up for his team. So great stuff from him.
Well, hey, we're going to go ahead and hear from one of those players already in an interview. Let's go ahead and see what they have to say.
I can speak good.
All right, everybody, show some love to Ravens Esports out there. I got Nason with me on the main stage. Nason, I mean, you guys come out and pick up where you left off at from the last major. You come in, you win in map number 1. How did it feel to start the day off right?
It feels good to win the first game of this tournament. Amazing tournament too. So yeah.
I know it felt good, and you guys look good up there, feeling comfortable right now. 3 games down so far. Are you guys just going to keep doing what you've been doing over the next 3 maps, or what you guys want to change going into the second half?
Yeah, we're going to play the same, maybe another top 1, I hope. And yeah, that's it.
And that's it. Now, you know, this is you got the hometown crowd in your favor. You know, one of the top French teams out there, the top French team out there. Anything you want to say to these fans out there, even at the halfway point, and you can speak in French?
Merci tous les frères d'être venus. Je vous aime trop. Vous êtes mes frères. Tout le monde, tous les Français, les gars. Vous êtes les meilleurs. Merci pour tout.
All right, guys, you heard it here from Nason. Yo, give him a round of applause, everybody. This is just the halfway point of the tournament. Still a lot more Warzone to play.
Good to drive? I am now, mate.
I've seen it once.
Look at your eyes.
Back to the front.
Look at your eyes.
Yo, how are we doing, chat? I hope you're all okay. Oh, what do you mean you saw that? Run it back, let me get another chance. Yo, what's going on, what's going on, what's good? New lotto, 1 ticket, 2 chances to win. It could be you, and it could be you.
When the pressure's on, get the edge with faster speeds. This is 5G Plus on the UK's best network. EE does more.
Port Center. Never been hit before. Your specialty, basically.
$1,000 in total prize pool, folks. It's a ton. Now, as we get into day 1 here with the Warzone Resurgence Series Championship at EWC, talk to me. What are you locking in for your first pick'em, Seymour? Come on. It's Group A to start.
I mean, Group A. I've been rocking with T1. Everybody's like, who do you got winning? I've been rocking with the T1 squad. You got Twisted Minds, Ravens. Everybody is going to be vying for that championship, so it's going to be hard to really say who wins on the day, but I got my favorites. I'm sure Chat has their favorites.
Listen, folks, anybody can win Warzone Resurgence Series Championship, okay? And anybody can win the first match of Group A on day 1. Folks, we got a long competition, so go lock in your pick'ems now. Again, EWC Play app, this is download for free everywhere. iOS, Android, Google Play Store, everywhere you can get your hands on that app. Go download it right now, log in, lock in your pick'ems. Seymour, it's going to be a great day today, and hopefully Chat's able to win some of that prize pool if you lock in the correct pick'ems. We will see you out there for the Warzone Resurgence Series Championship. Good luck in your pick'ems.
Seymour with the solid pickups too in regards to T1. He was able to perform well. By the way, if you are currently joining, don't forget to join the Esports Foundation Creator Program. You'll get a chance to go there, sign up, and just earn rewards by live streaming to your community. And there's some amazing rewards that a lot of people have been joining. Make sure you scan that QR code, join the Esports Foundation Creator Program, and we might end up interviewing you on the final day. We've gotten a chance to interview a couple people in previous weeks, but let's get back to Warzone because Seymour, T1, heck man, that was a hell of a pick to start off with. Thanks for joining us, by the way, Miles, Seymour, none other than Shift, and myself, the 7WG. How are you feeling so far about the T1 pick?
Feeling good. I mean, they look fantastic. You're getting some final circles out of them. They're making some right calls, especially off their drops. You see Spams turning up for his Rookie of the Year tournament. And, I mean, I couldn't be happier. I think a lot of people are going to be happy with their pick'ems. Twisted Mind's having a great day. Ravens are having a great day. T1, I think all the teams that are expected to perform in Group A are performing.
Yeah, Twisted Minds.
No stinkers. It's what we love to see at a top-level tournament.
Twisted Minds, talking about that squad. I mean, especially this last game, being able to actually come out with the win. But the first two games, they were still able to put up good points, too. First game, second place.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see the top teams when the ending circle is on their drop spot. They're going to finish in the top 5 without question. For me, it's just their ability to regain in that last drop. Because in map 2, they were not able to successfully do that. So to be able to find a position to get kills, get into a position to get to a final circle, and then find a way to finesse it to win it against teams that are already set up is really, really impressive. And that checks all the boxes in terms of things you want to see for a team to win a championship.
Hey, you got to do this again and again and again and again and again. Consistency, the name of the game right now. And hey, we like what we've seen. Top placements, a couple of good, big scoring games. And again, to go back to the rookie conversation, we're seeing solid performances about these kids on their very first tournaments. And this is exactly what you want at the biggest competition of the year.
And I think even, like, you talk about EWC just in the pressure, you got the crowd, you got rookies literally turning up to probably one of the hardest Warzone tournaments you could play. So to see them perform is a big deal.
Yeah, and I think just kind of on top of that, some of the teams that we expect to do well have done well, but we had a couple of teams that I know that, like, in the green room were chatting about saying, like, let's see what happens. Eclectic is one of those teams that everyone's sitting there saying, hey, they're trending, they're doing really well online, didn't have a great time in their most recent LAN. So far, they've been dropping some deuces. I'm not talking like deuces. They're dropping the number 2 right now over these lobbies. They're not looking very good. Not looking very good.
Yeah, the team. One team that you actually thought was going to not be doing well, wasn't it, Raven? By the way, I can vouch for it. Before we even talk about that, I can vouch. That ball was flat as heck.
Thank you.
That's why I gave it to you.
I appreciate that. That was a little self-sabotage on your part, but I'm here for it. No, those that saw me last year, I get on this desk and I make a hot take. So far, Ravens have made me look stupid. They're killing like no one else right now. They're still at the top of the leaderboard simply based on the amount of kills that they can find. The big question mark is going to be, can they get to those final circles and put themselves in a position to win? Yes, they did it in map number 1, but that was because the final circle was their opening circle. So that's going to be my big question mark for them. Right now, they're looking good for a top 5 in the group, though, at least.
Top 5 in the group is good enough. Great spot to be in. But you said early starts are really good, nice early kills, but it's the late game where we're seeing the top teams. They're the ones with positional advantage. Depends on where the circles are going. And so far, it feels like every circle's been a fun one. Again, I'm going off the excitement levels of the casters right now, and then every single time we see a pool, like, it's ball north, we're going south. I'm like, yeah, boy, hell yeah. Can't wait to see where this one goes next. But this is the thing, man. I mean, Warzone is one game, and that late game is a whole different beast. So excited to see what happens.
And I mean, who would have ever thought that Haven's Hollow second map is going to pull all the way out into the water?
Actually.
You're getting some good reads from the IGLs, though. I think that especially Rebirth Island map 1 for Twisted Minds to read the pull towards the top of the hill. You take out Novo, you kind of uproot them from that power position. It's an easy win from a lot of these teams who are veterans, champions. They're going to know exactly how to read these circles. And when you have day 1 teams already playing on point like that, like, this is what you expect from Twisted Minds. It's what I want to see from teams like Eclectic or teams like Novo as well.
And what's one team, like, we're expecting this out of Twisted Minds. What's one team that has maybe surprised you? I know you mentioned one already, but what's another one, especially going into the last 3 games of day 1 for groups for Group A?
Look, I'll throw a random name out there. Team Stallions have been finishing in the top 10 in all 3 of their maps.
That's a good call.
They need to kill better. That's just what it comes down to. They're placing well. They need to kill better, though, as we look at our standings here.
Raven Esports there at the top with those 62 points. T1, don't forget that top 5 at the end of tomorrow for the Group A and Group B that will be moving on on to match point finals. The bottom 3 will end up getting eliminated and their keys crushed. But I mean, Twisted Minds, we got a chance to talk about it. GK Esports as well with 51 points.
I mean, my great surprise though, Team Heretics, the thunder from down under. I don't know what the Spanish is for Vamos. I thought what the Australian is for Vamos. But these boys have really impressed. Zeppa, true vet, man, a true vet of the scene, and finding success here early on.
GK, 35 of their kills came in the last 2 maps.
Nice.
That's just going to show that, and I know that the casters have been talking about it a lot. Placement doesn't matter as much anymore when you don't deal with multipliers of 1.6 for top 5 and 2 times for the first spot. It's all about putting yourself in a position to get kills early. Yes, of course, at the end of this whole thing, you need to win a lobby, but right now, it's all about kill participation, and GK and Ravens have shown that you put the good numbers up there, you're going to be on top of the standings.
I think you're looking at an average of about 11 to 14 kills in a game, depending on your placement style. So it's to see a team get to the final circle, it's definitely not going to be enough, and you kind of see it with like VP, Vitality, they're towards the bottom. I think those are 2 teams. Gen G as well, you can say in 9th place. You expect them to be at the top of these standings, and that just hasn't been what their year has looked like. They've had some poor land placements, they've had some performances that are questionable. So to see them turn up to EWC again, it's just raising those red flags for these squads where they got to turn up in the back half.
Are you raising, or are you like waving it really hard though?
Well, that's a very personal question. It's a very personal question.
What are we talking about?
Bit of a surprise in the bottom 3 there, Eclectic. There's talk backstage. The cast is saying that these guys should be way up there based on recent performance. Crimson very, very good. So a little bit of time still to turn that around, but you're getting into the danger zone. You know, we're coming up on game 4. This is only going to get harder, and that is not what she said here.
Okay, well, we're looking at the today's schedule right now. Rebirth Island's going to be coming out. Fortune Skip there for game 5 and game 6. But with Twisted Minds, I mean, I'm hoping that this kind of form is going to continue with this squad. And if I'm not mistaken, game 1, I think it might be incorrect. It might have been Raven Esports that actually ended up getting the win on that first game. Twisted Minds did end up getting 2nd place, but I do want to hear what Twisted Minds got to say in this interview.
All right, this is Goj. I've got Blast. They just came off of game 3 win, Rebirth Island. Blast, that's got to feel insane, right?
Always winning on land and a BR is, always nice because, it's like pretty much I would convert to search and destroy. You have to value your life, and then when you come out on top, it's always a good feeling.
In general, there's been a lot of chatter around Twisted Minds. You're representing an org that is trying to back-to-back win right now, but it's a different team, almost entirely, right? And you're joining Almond. This has been a really big switch for the people at home that maybe haven't been paying attention to all the drama. In a couple words, why did you want to join Twisted Minds?
I would say more of just pacing factors. Like, I came from multiplayer, so I would say multiplayer fundamentals apply to Warzone, especially for fighting. And Shifty has the same ideology of how to take fights, play a certain way. And me and him pretty much have the same agreement towards pretty much everything. So it was like a no-brainer. And Shifty, the Warzone Go, and then Ben, the best IGL. You won EWC last year, so who can say no to that?
He's one of the most winningest players of all time. So many of these players are, but big congratulations to you guys. First 3 games, quick final hit. Things are going well. How does that feel amidst all the chaos of the last couple scrims and leading up to today?
Yeah, we had a little bad, stints and scrims, I would say, leading up to EWC, but there was a lot of factors. I mean, people that don't know, I scrimmed for probably about almost 2 weeks and 95 degrees in my room because my AC went out in southern Texas. So, I was going clinically insane, but we're also, I would say, a better LAN team than online team. So, I mean, end of the day, scrims are you're not supposed to win every scrim. Yeah. You play scrims to get better, so you want to find your flaws and correct them.
Cool. That's Blast. Twisted Minds just won game 3, quarter of the way done through group stages, half of the way done today, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Halfway through our first day here for Group A. 3 maps done and dusted, 3 more to go. Great words from Blast there after coming off that win. Yep. And obviously Twisted Minds currently sitting in 3rd overall in the lobby here after these first 3 games. Would love to be able to continue that trend and possibly end day number 1 top of the board.
No, yeah, most certainly. It's been impressive from them. Obviously, they get a relatively mixed bag on Haven's Hollow, but honestly, their average placing is fantastic right now. You're talking just over third, and that is tying up with lobby leaders T1 in placing. So, yeah, great stuff out of them in terms of getting to those late circles. Continue that trend, and you'll be seeing yourselves through to Sunday with very little issue. Another team in the top 5 that are quite stunning in terms of the metrics side of the game. They are sitting in 5th. It is your team Heretics. Thunder from down under, says Miles. Currently rocking 44 kills. Their average placing is 10th. I don't think I've ever seen a team with an average placing of 10th in the top 5 of anything. So ridiculous for these guys. If they can figure out a rotation or two, they're a real dark horse in this one.
Oh, well, Team Heretics, they're going to be the cutoff right now for that top 5, just being 0.4 points of the Italians in Team Novo. Bottom of the leaderboard, we saw it there in the break there. Eclectic, FaZe Clan, and First Squad. They need to do better if they want to try and get out of that bottom trenches and at least into that middle pack to make it to the survival stage. We still have 3 more games to play, a second map of Rebirth Island before we get ready to head on to the newest addition to Call of Duty Warzone Esports, Fortune's Keep. So let's get ready. Let's hop on into it. It was battles at Control. It was battles at Chem. Let's see what map number 2 here on Rebirth Island, map number 4 overall, will deliver us here today.
I think an overlooked story potentially as well about that last map. Top scorer across the entire map, Novo. We saw them win that Control fight very early. 3-team contest in that direction. But if you do get the Control Center building, you hold the more important buy station and cut off so many rotations for teams around you. So if they can repeat that, that will jettison right up the board. But all the teams now saying their hopes, their prayers, and flying into the skies of the island.
All right, let's get ready. You can see players locking on in and just trying to shrug it off. You had a nice little bit of a break here, but here we go. What will this map bring us? Get ready to hop on in. Take a little bit of a look at Twisted Minds after that win down here at Factory. They're actually getting this for free, Enigma. No contests here today. Kind of why we saw them make some of those early rotations, early movement in that last map. Started kind of flirting on up here a little bit with the Ravens, but it's actually going to be maybe a float on over towards Living where they think they can get a little bit active against Vitality.
Novo at the control center. Of course, Novo are back. FaZe instantly applying pressure. We thought Novo might decide to contest the boat against Virtus Pro. Instead, they fancy the FaZe fight more, and you can see why. FaZe towards the bottom of our board. This control fight for them, crucial to really get their afternoon going. Entire tournament here at the Esports World Cup. Dizzy does well to stay alive. Might actually get some blessed timing. Well, while he does get dropped, we've actually got Clamp in for the trade as well. So it does great work considering the circumstances that he was in. And now that gives you the parity in the fight, but look at VP. They're sending the boys over. They're sniffing the opportunity to third party this.
Love this. This is exactly out of the VP playbook. You got Destroy and Grimy working together. It's the boys. You can see they open it up. They find Clamp, and it's a full kill there as they're starting to work some of these teams around the map. GK, they're going to leave one player up on top of the water power, and Eclectic down below in the showers. Going to maybe go ahead, turn it on, scrub the soap out of their eyes because they need to clean up their act if they want to try and jump up the leaderboard. Stukex, MK in hand off the deck. Just trying to see if anybody's going to make a play towards this buy station. And, yep, patience is a virtue. We'll be able to catch Zanks.
Incredibly important for the Eclectic boys to get going. This is by far their best map. They've been really solid in recent scrims, but this is the one that they have been a real force on. And it's because they hold this water tower side. The fact that Geek are ripping it away is just causing them so many issues. So great stuff out of the German-Austrian lineup. Stallions. Yes, we're seeing them in the late circles. Yes, they could definitely do with more kills. PBJ won't be an easy side to take down. They're more than happy to play death ball, to rotate only after the fights are finished. And Praise right now just trying to squeeze forward and set up some more engagements. And there comes the first trade, though, is in, kind of, comes from elsewhere in the end, but that won't matter, won't care at all. You get the kill.
Ooh, and look at that. You see the tap almost come on through, but you see Jawad on the other side, and, well, you actually don't even need to go for it. So a little bit of line here, but look who's kind of starting to maybe flirt with some of this action. It's one of these members of Vitality who's looking to make their way on through. Down here at the turbine, the water battles continue to rage. Teeny into the water, will continue firing, and almost gets the kill, but Reaper, he's gonna turn around, bring the damage right back onto him. This is something that we see time and time again, right? You get thrown into a blender early, you splash on into this outside area, and you maybe just go hunting like a shark to find those kills. A couple different areas, though, continuing to kick up the action as Ravens have made their way into prison.
Yeah, Nielsen will have Geeky and Eclectic for company. Zank down low, that's the anchor. Nielsen's trying to sniff him out. You find that kill, and often the COD tower shall fall, but right now, not really actually finding the engagements that you wish if you are this French lineup. Might get awful timing on Geeky, who are just dropping into the lower side of prison, and Nielsen will hear a stim pop off nearby. Where is that? How's it located? Either way, the jostle, the back and the forth, the shifting through the layers of prison. Gunfights will start to ensue, and well, they're already underway here at Camp.
Aiden, nice little shimmy in the window, drops the smokes, think that he can maybe reposition, just not going to be enough. This is against the H1 squad, as Ivy Fire is going to be the one to bring down Aiden and get the full. That's going to leave just 2 members from Gen G having to scurry their way to other parts of Chem. You can see Gabe towards the top. He gets a little bit of a sense that one of these H1 players is going to be checking that outside plat area. Go ahead and drop on down. But H1, they know that they've been able to split up Gen G here. You get one dropped, but oh my God! Gabe Kuhn! We know him, we love him. We see this time and time again. It's a nice little 1v2. You stem the tides of the push from H1. You get a couple more kills on the board, but more importantly, you drop the timer on your teammates, get them back into the action.
You see moments like that and you understand why Gen G have actually shifted him to the back line. Gotta stay up in the fight. Need something to really cut you through and get that timer down. And Gabe Kuhn with the 2-piece just means the boys are back into the skies and actually gains control of Chemical. So my God, Aiden and Lennon now as they try and play clean up, and Lennon gets some insane timing to get in behind Cornel. You will eventually push out so much space, and hopefully this is the foundation for a far better rebirth here for Gen G.
Yeah, it's like I think they see this most wanted on the top of Gabe Kuhn, and they think that maybe for some reason Gabe's alone. Nope, not going to be the case. Lennon from down below. It's Kudley. He's the only one up here, but Shifty's kind of lurking around here as well. You have to be careful. He pops on up. He cuts down Aiden, and he's continuing to rip, getting in this damage. Lennon's got to back on up, get the plates back on through. Can he manage to stay alive? Decky has come to try and play spoiler on this outside, but you just fed an extra point to Shifty himself. Shifty basically said, I'm bored. Let me go ahead. Let me get active. Let me get this gun hot because we need to be top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, he's pushed out far here. Again, a free life, essentially. The whole game plan is that Shifty goes on the hunt because you've got the space over factory controlled by your anchor. That will allow your loadout to be protected and you'll land back in on it should you run into any troubles. But Gabe Kuhn and the Gen G fellas will rotate back towards Chem, figure a different path through towards the circle. Second living Stallions, PBJ and FaZe are all here. FaZe in trouble. This has been a torrid time for them so far in this tournament. Must come alive, but it's not likely that the Stallions will give them any room to breathe in here. And PBJ, you can see they're on the hunt as well here in green.
Vitality's also looking to maybe get a little bit part of this action as the battle at green will continue to rage on. J-Vela down below, you kept one running, and there you go. Stallions taken out of this lobby. But that doesn't mean that you have time to breathe if you are PBJ. You still have a couple other squads around you like FaZe and Vitality who might look to get active. Gen G making their way out of Chem. They find themselves here at the bottom of prison just on the outside. A couple of shots will back down the players from above, buy you the space that you need. Geeky will be on that outside. Aiden gets eyes onto Decky. This could be a huge kill to ensure that you cut down the forces of Geeky.
Gabe trapped between a rock and a hard place, very much so. He will get the initial fight with Decky, but it's just a bait and a switch, but Laze doesn't do enough. Gabe, what are you doing? Another 2-piece. 6 kills now for the man. And we talked about why he is seen as one of the best frags in the game, but another example of why when you step him into the back line and Gen G need him the most, he stands tall and keeps you going.
If I had $1 for every double kill we've seen out of Gabe Kuhn, well, I'd have $2, and that's not a lot. But it's weird that it's happened twice.
In quick succession, too. Fast example of how Gen G have built themselves into actually being a threat here at last. For all the turmoil that they've gone through this year, all the trials and tribulations, they'll now hold out in the prison courtyard. Eclectic aren't gone just yet, though. Keybase, he plays forward, tries to catch the timing on Gabe Kuhn. Aiden was there to swat him away. Gabe Kuhn felt like he left a little bit of something at the buy station. UAV's going to go up. Keybase finished anyway. The rotation isn't clean. Likely a dive into prison here to shout yourself from the players above.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for this advanced UAV for Gen G. This is going to give them all the information they need of how they can push their way forward. How can you carve a path? Because you can see that with that information, they take down Mati. That's going to be FaZe Clan. And now they know that these members of GK are going to be hanging out around here. And you can kind of play a little bit more defensive if you are Gen G. Aiden, he's going to lead the line, send some shots down on range. You hear Freddy on the outside, though, and that's Athletic taken out of the lobby.
The sync is just gorgeous from them right now. Lennon and Aiden are just chopping players down in mass. Aiden gets the coverage, flies on forward, picks up Stukex. It's about 8 bodies in a row for the duo. We talk about Gabe Kuhn as the fragger, but as a two-headed dragon, these boys are cutting apart all of their opposition, and the ain't done. Lennon pops the hip fire, drops key base, and you are holding so much of this western side of the map.
Hey, so much talk about Shifty and Z-Smith, you know, as obviously as champions, but guess what? We got to talk about Aiden. You can't ever forget how important he was to that Twisted Minds roster, and you're starting to see why a lot of the community has faith into Gen G into getting it done. Let's take a breather. Let's take a look at where that zone is pulling. It's going to sit around this headquarters living kind of side, and we get a nice little look, lay of the land of where these teams are, and they have to gain this positioning now because you can see Resurgence starting to end.
PBJ out, Athletic out, a lot of bodies starting to fall. Lack of mass here on Rebirth Island. It had you a hell of a lot of gunfights early, but once it comes to rotation time and the Resurgence is disabled, it all spells death sentences for those who are beginning to move late. Taking a quick look here at where some of these teams are set up. Ravens are typically in that headquarters spot. He's here, huge play. If he can control the prison rooftop, it allows his 2 boys down below to play clean up on anything that tries to move that will be lacking in bodies if you're everyone except for that Gen G side.
Listen, we've seen time and time again, year over year on this map, the player that can control this headquarters tower can sometimes just be a real nuisance to everybody else on the map, right? You're gonna have no opportunity to just kind of play on this outside. And so for Ravens, this is a great positioning they love to be in. So you can see, it's just Heats. And listen, this MXR, it might have got a little bit nerfed in that Season 5 patch that we had last week. It still rips, it's still shooting. But as you can see, as they start moving a little bit forward, Gen G, they're starting to get active. We did a listen in with them, and it was a little bit calm. I have to imagine that it's not nearly as calm in this map. Let's go ahead, let's see how the boys are feeling.
I'm going basement. There's one in Grandma's, in third story.
Oh, the basement? Go best. I can burn more smokes too, okay?
Here's another muni too, another muni.
Yeah, first stems. We got loads of stems, butter. Okay.
We can buy another PA if we need.
No. I think we just get into fucking Grandpa's. Now? Yeah. Up. I'm in bottom. I'm here. I'm just play. High low. Ready. High on me now. Ready. Just literally sit here and don't give nothing. I'm low. Yeah. I kind of want to grab a DC. We're gonna have to go low left. Do you want to go like?
I think I hear him wall bouncing down there.
We have stems.
My gear full. Hold up.
Don't speak. Alright, nice. Yo, they're gonna be like.
I don't have any stems.
On. Yep. Behind.
One shot. Come on, TSG.
Oh my God, Gen G, they are looking good, but it's the Ravens spoiling such a good map out of them.
Honestly, there's so much I want to say that was great about their comms and their play style, but Nearson pops a 3-piece, hits takeover, and gets so many points on the board. Now going to use the stims, just try and keep himself up as much as possible, avoid any attention, let the circle squeeze, and hope to get top 5, and you get there. The Frenchmen are on fire here in Paris.
Well, obviously Nearson's making that happen up towards the top. We got to take a look at green and a couple of these teams that are still alive. Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, battling for cover here, while you still have a number of squads elsewhere. Blast will finally take down Neason, and that will put you into the top 4 here. But this is going to be a battle as the zone will continue to pull away and force some movement through this tent side. Decky from Geeke, he's going to be able to find Destroy. This is going to cause VP. They got to pause for a moment here, but they're getting cut down. They're getting shot from too many areas.
Decky's just going to try and wall bang. Nade's going up over the top. Stukex is repositioned on the outside. So often the anchor that has to sit in a spot to cover his boys and will get there. Oh man, he will not win that gunfight initially. Vortex on the drop. Blacks the Diddly's cleaned out one. The Noble lay claim to the souls of Twisted Minds. We will see a 3 V2v2 with Virtus Pro in commanding position.
It's the Italian veteran Vortex. He's coming alive, and Blade, he's gonna go huge for the team. The two Italians, they're still here as they're going to battle Virtus Pro. Slides on out, Destroy is dead. You just need one more. Grimy, he's able to find them. Virtus Pro with another map win. Incredible stuff there towards the end. It felt like Novo had turned the tide, flipped the screw just in the right moment. One of those engagements that they love all around each other. It's a death ball, even outnumbered, even outgunned. That's where they stand up very well, but it will be Virtus Pro and Grimy yet again going big and ensuring that this team march ever closer to those Sunday finals. So many teams have talked about it. Yes, they have an insane ceiling. Sometimes their floor can undo them. We're not seeing any evidence of it still remaining here at the Esports World Cup. 4 games played. Virtus Pro have taken 2 of them. You want a way to ensure that you're in that top 5. Winning 2 games with 1.6, and we know they always have a solid amount of kills. It's a hell of a way to make sure that you're going to be in that conversation. They do not want to have to play that survival stage. But let's take a look at just some of these ending moments there, Enigma, because I honestly thought Novo had it wrapped. They're in such a good positioning. They're finding the right kills, but it's right here. Dude, it's Grimy. It's that little bit of a shake. It's a 2-piece. I mean, that's just what we kind of come to expect from that young man.
Is the reposition off the top into the G-slide. The initial player who gets dropped makes the commies up high. By the time the aim's adjusted, Grimy's already going one way down low, and then he checks back onto his right leg, just shifts the balance in the gunfight, and it just doesn't give the Novo players enough time to react. And all 3 of those boys are shooters, by the way, just to show the ceiling why everybody keeps bringing Grimy's name up through this year and where his career could take him.
How many 2-pieces did we see in that map, dog? There was a lot. There was a lot of 2-pieces from everybody in that map. This is crazy, but we got to go ahead and take a little breather here as we get ready to head on into Fortune's Keep. So stay locked in, ladies and gentlemen, because we got 2 more maps here to round out Group A.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
How you feeling kicking this tournament off so far?
Oh man, listen, I am loving it right now. I'm loving the drama, right? We've seen Ravens kind of putting BTA to Twisted Minds, and you know, a little side scoop here. Okay. Twisted Minds said that Ravens Esports has never killed them on LAN. They might have been lying. They said that, and they're like, oh, we're gonna go out and we're gonna destroy them. And it's not looking like it. Ravens is looking dominant right now, I can't lie.
I mean, they looking really dominant, picking off where they left off, okay, from the last LAN tournament that we had. Now, so far, and especially going into these next few maps, who needs to step it up, all right? Because we also got our 3 defending world champions in Group A. Who are you expecting to turn up in the second half?
Yeah, for me, I think I want to see a little bit more out of Vitality. They have an ex-champion, right, from last year. They normally struggle to get kills, but the thing is, those guys are so good. I don't know if it's a pacing issue. I need to see them step up. I don't know exactly where they're at, but I know they're on the right side, I believe, of the leaderboard, so bottom 8. They are not in the top 5 right now, so I want to see them go a little bit crazier.
Yeah, they definitely do got to go a little bit crazy. They start to pick it up towards the back end, but they need more than that. It's all about getting into that top 5, getting qualified for Sunday. You don't want to go through that survival stage. And as a former player, you know about the pressures that is on the stage to be at the bottom, to be on the come up. So for the Warzone players out there who want to make it to the stage, who want to make it to EWC, what tips can you get it on to be on top of that game?
Hey, man, listen, if you got it, you got it. I'm a firm believer that if you are good at the game, you will make it to the top. The only advice I would say is get into as many tournaments as possible and play as many as you can. I mean, right next to me, we have a 15-year-old Ketchup. He's quite literally the best player in the world. I'm not gonna lie, better than all these guys. And he got known by just playing in tournaments and going crazy. So I got Sariel. He came in, qualified for both Atlanta and Birmingham through console. And people say, oh, you can't do it in console. That man did it. So my advice, man, is don't make excuse for yourself. Grind as much as you can. Even if you're on console, you can do it too. And if you got it, you got it.
If you got it, you got it. I don't know, guys. I got a little bit of chills after that one. Make sure you guys check out Repose's watch party. Go talk to Ketchup. Go talk to Biffle and hang out with the boys. We'll see you guys in a bit.
If you got it, you got it. Damn right. And right now, VP definitely got it. They have won twice out of 4 matches. This squad is just looking unstoppable right now.
And they're winning their ones at the end. That's the biggest thing in COD. You got to win your one. So seeing them find not just the finesse to get to the top, but dominate in the kill tally, really strong rise to the top here for VP.
Yeah, that's what you love to see, especially day one. You don't want to have any jitters. Let's talk about some players, though, because I saw JNG. Remember, before this match, they were on that second page of the leaderboard. This time around, Gabe Kuhn, come on, stepping it up. Then the whole squad, to be fair, the whole squad was putting up a bunch of eliminations, and it's good to see them starting to put up this kind of numbers.
Yeah, 20 kills, I think, in that last Robbie, the most recent one, which tied Novo, I think, actually, for the overall drop, which is big. I mean, anytime you start to get to that 20 number, yeah, people are going to feel your presence on the map. Biggest thing about it is now we got to start getting those multipliers into play for Gen G. They're finding great success with the kill feed, but it's all about finding ways to get their placement to help them boost those multipliers.
Baby steps, right?
Yeah, it's little by little by
You gotta start somewhere there if you are currently JNG right now, getting those kills, making sure they start moving up on that leaderboard, making sure that they stay within striking range for the top 5. We're heading now into the final 2 matches here of Group A. Where is somewhere that you personally will want to see JNG at?
Yeah, it's tough to say because right now they feel like they're constantly getting contested off their drop spots. And that's, I think, just a big advocate for not only them staying alive and finding good kills, but
want to boost your favorite videos? Check out the brand new YouTube hype button.
So no matter where they end up finding themselves,
it pushes small creators right up the leaderboard. So hype this video and let's go.
Top 5 spot. You got to be able to put yourself in fighting condition in the final circle.
Let's see if they're going to have what it takes to get to that top 5 in this next 2 matches. Don't worry, though. They still have a whole day tomorrow as well. But, I mean, we would love to see them in the top 5. Let's see what's going to be happening in this final 2 matches.
Whew, great breakdown there from Seven and Shift. Speaking of Gen G, a hot topic right now as you get ready to move on to Fortune's Keep, my man, because they have now snuck in to our top 5 to potentially be a team that will qualify to our match point Sunday, not have to play through that survival stage. So as we get ready to head on in, talk to me a little bit about how does Gen G look on this Fortune's Keep map, because this is a new addition that we've had to our space.
I think what I've got to do is tip my hat to the changes recently that they made.
Yes.
We talked a lot about the ceiling that they potentially had and how Gabe is one of the straightest shooters that we have in the scene, but there was often the floor when they would collapse, when they would have these patches of, okay, we've dropped out because we've lost a contest or because we've lost an early rotation. You're seeing how moving Gabe into the back line to keep them alive in those important moments is allowing them not only great placing and consistently here, they're averaging 6.8, but it's then also the amount of kills that they're mopping up once Aiden and Lennon feel comfortable and you have the pocket of space and they get moving. So, you know, they've been through, I mean, they have probably had 30 different drop spots through the year, 5 different role changes, multiple teammates. It's been a battle, but you get to land and you look at this and all of a sudden it feels like it's starting to pay off. We've got a ways to go, but this is increasing signs of a side that is all coming together at the right time.
2 more games needed. You would love to be able to sit comfortably in that top 5, but for Gen G, you still have teams like T1, Vitality, Heretics, and Geek hot on your heels. So as you get ready to drop on in, it's going to be about who can execute the most here on these last final 2 maps for Group A here on the day before we get ready to shift gears and bring in Group B. But here we go, back on the keep, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to drop on in. Fortune's Keep, primarily a more defensive side in map that we have seen. Usually actually less kills overall, so you have to super take advantage of the kills that you can get and really marry them up with that placement multiplier.
Yeah, a lot of sides are going to change things up depending on the zone. However, we get a relatively neutral one here. Sensors you like slightly pulls off towards the west, but not enough for anyone to make emergency changes. So it's the battle at the keep versus Pro. Often a graveyard team, actually. decided they want this. It's up against the Ravens. King Chalk just catches Grimy by surprise. Doesn't happen often. We'll get that one for now, young man. Destroy, backs off. Doesn't get very far before King Chalk cleans him out too. So great work. Talked so often about Nielsen this year. This man grown in levels beyond belief.
Yeah, I mean, Nielsen has just been a top-tier competitor, sometimes subbed in on Twisted Minds on some of those online events, some scrims, and still continued to look unreal. You've said it time and time again, potentially maybe, potentially a little bit of an audition this year for a certain French team next year, but we'll wait. We'll talk about that one later in the week. For Gen G, though, it's a fantastic map to jettison them up at the leaderboard. But now here at Winery, you can see already they've had to maybe stem the tides as they're trying to go against Vitality, a team that's kind of been known to run Winery lately.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because usually this is a 3-team contest with Novo being amongst the mix. They've actually decided to go and play Lighthouse instead. Almost kind of third party this, the same way you would the control ball with control. So, interesting strat. We'll see if it pays out for them. Either way, Skullfist going to be on the initial with Smith. You isolate Gabe Kuhn, obviously the anchor, so now the Gen G players having to scramble. One down in the tunnels. And they should now hand all this space to Vitality, but they're not done yet. They're on the hunt.
I like the patience from Skull. The nade is actually come on through, and he's going to find a good timing there. Slides on out. Unfortunately, will get traded on out. Thankfully, you got Smitty there. Just on a nice little off angle to cut you on down. Rez will come through, so nice little bit of a timing there from Vitality to make sure that that fight goes nice and clean your way. You don't want to lose a player in that mix and all of a sudden take a timer hit just for no reason.
Yeah, a lot of teams here in town. H1, of course, on our screens. You also have GK, CT Gaming, as well as the recovering PBJ and First Squad. So all about those battles. GK, this is an area where they have improved massively recently, putting themselves in drop spots where it's just about players like Lays getting active. He never looks better than when it essentially feels like multiplayer, when he's in and out of engagements over and over again. It's helped lift them from a team that no one considered coming into this tournament to a real dark horse, but you do have CT above you, and all three players are here.
Oh, and CT, I gotta give them some credit. They have looked really good from this sort of overlooked side of the map. Vita, he's gonna have to maybe play a little bit of defense here as he drops on down. You have Lays on the hunt here. You're throwing some shimmies behind the truck, and your teammate's gonna back you on up. A little bit of hesitance, great play-by-play there from Geeke, just to back down some of those members of CT Game.
Back to the keep we go. Ravens, VP. King Chalk's on 3. Does have the cluster available to him if he wants to take any space. Doesn't know necessarily that Destroy's off to his left, so Destroy could catch a timing here, set up a pitch potentially with Grimy, aim to play trades, who lays in wait.
Oh, Grimy thinks he has the first shot, and it was looking good, but King Chalk has the shots just a little bit too straight. They'll put number 4 on the board for him, and he's on the hunt right now. Destroy is going to use that underneath. Oh, just go ahead. Back on up here. Still in zone. Nielsen will get found out from Adrian from above here. So you have a number of these squads that, as long as the keep is going to be in zone, it's enough space that they can keep just flying back on in and just get a little bit lost, get your guns, continue to be guns up and find these kills.
A lot of teams will just do this. Mop up as many points as they can, and at some point, call it a draw, disappear off into their own rotations. Set themselves up for later circles. Cheers for the points, fellas. I'll go and get my multiplier out of it. Phaser here. Keep has been a slaying ground for them in recent times. He's will want that one back. Felt like a gimme. We'll get one of the VP players just slipping out the window. He's trying to find a pocket, a bit of space here that will make Nielsen feel more comfortable about getting aggressive, but he's one of the best in the world at this. Tuck himself off into a corner, spring into a life for a 2-piece, turn the tide, and get Ravens on the front foot again.
Just looking at our kill feed here, you can see Teeny, he is finding some kills across the board. Eclectic is finding some kills on the other side of the map. A lot of action happening elsewhere. You can see also, just on the outside of this mini-map as they start to spin around, a couple members of Vitality are starting to flex on up and maybe take a fight against Dizzy from FaZe there. Looks like they will be able to make that trade, so Vitality pushing forward to gain some space, and I like this play a lot. This rotation on a Winery is tough, so they're just trying to find any amount of space that they can just take for free, and it looks like both members have have been able to do that, but we got to focus on this fight still here in the keep, because Ravens still finding themselves on the edge of the gun. FaZe Clan, you might have lost one, but you're still going to match up together to try and push back this Ravens esports team.
King Chong does so well there. Should have been dropped in 2 different moments. The pre-fire initially to buy him space to retreat, and then the stim timing. It's preemptive. It's early. He knows he's going to take damage, so he gets it in as those first bullets hit, and that gives him the escape position. Woo! Oh, Shifty rounds the corner, just about gets helped out enough. There's our J Fella. A little bit of extra love there. Set yourselves up now inside the bell tower. Blasty sticks his head out just a little too long. Shifty's there for the trade, so back to your feet. And Shifty might do better than that just yet. And Spawn protects. I tell you what, PBJ be counting their lucky stars. But either way, Twisted have control over the entire northwest of this current circle from here through to Graveyard and the Spiral. They have got a lot of land, which now will allow them to loot up, play their contracts, and set themselves up for the later stages.
Yeah, you see some smokes come in, a cluster strike as well, just to kind of provide a bit of cover for the time being. So Zone will continue to push. Now all these teams that we've been watching for so long play around the keep. They got to move. And T1, they kind of putting themselves in a great position here. I'm also looking over towards the Spiral, because they have their anchor sitting in that Spiral who can just kind of play their life, allow these 2 members from T1 to really get aggressive and try and farm as many of these kills as fast as possible, really.
The fire sale now being active means that all the teams want to play in for a buy station. With the situation here with Ravens, it's a case of, all right, well, not only do you have that actual pocket space, do you have the money? You're able to get an advance into the sky. If you can't do it in this moment, that'll allow you to just clear out this keep and get on the rotation south. You desperately need it. Desperation also the case for Eclectic. They need points. Seems like they're in a recovery situation over towards Cove. Zanx finds a little bit of foliage, lies down, says, boys, we gotta get ourselves going. It won't happen just yet. The Twisted Minds, they're on that rotation. Again, so much space right now. Omen's trying to time his PA, just drop it on top of that wall, get his boys covered over and moving forward.
So much action happening on the northern side and the southern side. But from east and west, there's almost nothing. It's like there's a giant band in the middle of the map that is just desolate. Nobody wants to play from there. Everybody getting pushed into these extra areas. We're coming to the end of zone number 3, and we're still only missing 2 teams.
We are indeed. This war is just going to keep going on here for the Ravens as they charge down now, almost left of FaZe Clan. Marty, desperate to stay up. He will take damage. Clamp and Dizzy are alive, though I don't think he's going to get the support in from them. They're elsewhere on the map. Marty's going to find a little bit of an angle here, just shifting himself around, making himself hard to track, won't die just yet. Ravens are going to have to move with the gas. Don't have time to use their money at the buy station, realistically, not to set themselves up in the way they would like. Just a thorn in the side if you are Marty. Ecuadorian refusing to give this up.
Yeah, and Ravens, they have to clear this out in their back because they want to make sure that they can just be forward, guns up. Looking at the kill feed, though, I'm seeing potentially a Vitality White. Yes, confirmed. Vitality is gone from this lobby here on Fortune's Keep. Not able to make use of that winery side. The Twisted Minds, can you find the angle here? Shifty, he wants to get on top of this church side. Looking out across. You know you have a member from First Squad. It's got to be around here. It's going to be Reaper just holding an angle down below. We've gone wide if you are Twisted Minds. And now the things will continue to come to a screeching halt as Resurgence has been disabled and we are only missing 3 teams.
Yeah, everyone wants, usually it's top 5 at this point. It's going to actually be the top 10, the 1.2 multi. Stukek's going to touch ground. You might wish you hadn't just done that directly in front of the Heretics. They've drawn up a firing squad, a line literally in the sands here of Smuggler's Cove, and they're begging the Austrian and the German to run at it.
Well, Ravens continuing to be hot here in this game. Let's go ahead. Let's see how the Ravens are feeling with this listen in. Maybe not. I don't know. There's a PA that rips across. And just like that, Ravens maybe not expecting that, but a huge moment.
Problem for Spam and Disrupt is you're only at the gates, no buy station really within reach. Spam's the one with the money. He might make a desperation play, but honestly for them right now, it's just about avoiding trouble. Shifty gets tagged up from elsewhere. PA also hammers over the top. I think that was his, and that's what forced T1 out of position initially. Shifty will get back to his feet. Omen and Blast give him the coverage. now together as a 3, should be able to look out over everything mid-map once they've dealt with the players directly in front of them.
Yeah, this is really tough. Disrupt is down and is so close to maybe getting tapped for a res, but it's just maybe he found himself a little bit of a pocket. Spam is just saying, I don't know if I can come get you. Unfortunately for you, it's a rain of hellfire from above with a couple of Sentex from Almond that will give you that kill. Shifty, he senses blood in the water. It's a nice little slide out. You take them done, but FaZe Clan, they find Spam in the back, and that is going to be T1 making an exit. Resurgence is disabled, so all of these fights matter so much more as the zone continues to close in into the top 10. We are here with a 1.2 multiplier.
When we got to look at the zone there, the team's center match, that's Virtus Pro, set up in what could be win condition once we get there. Stone's throw away is going to be Novo. Gen G likely going to face pressure from them shortly. Aiden tries to make the buy for the PlayStation, even for the buy station. Doesn't have any money to spend just yet though. So if you are Lennon, you're trying to find a little bit of a gap to push your boys into. But also, got to worry about holding out. T1, they're back up as a full 3, so as you deal with Dizzy here, and there goes FaZe Clan, you attract the attention, but Lennon repositions well.
Yeah, it's a really good job from Len to be able to stay alive. You slide out, you find one, you play your life, you are still here. You have a couple of members, Twisted Minds, pushing forward. Lennon, he takes some early shots, yet again, still playing his life, still staying alive here. Twisted Minds, they have to be able to somehow make this cross. You've unfortunately lost a blast in this play. You still have one player out in the gas, that's going to be Almond sitting towards the top. You have VP on one side, you have Gen G on the other. I don't know how you make your way through.
Shifty's just going to patrol the outer walls here. Use this wall as a heady. The shots initially are glorious. In the background, the Eclectic team is done. Goodley and Co will make a mess of them. Shifty now just rotating, trying to use this wall to essentially shield his crossing, let him into a space that's going to allow Blasties to play on forward. And you're running up now against this Gen G side. And Almond's up above, and Almond's dealing out damage.
Oh my God, he's still able to find one to Lennon. You were able to make it happen once and even a second time, but third time, Almond will find the kill. In the back, Stallions are eliminated into the top 5. 1.4 multipliers here, but you got 2 members of Twisted, you got 2 members of Gen G, and on this other side, it's all 3 members of Virtus Pro still alive, looking to hold out some of the other members of this lobby.
Gen G are down beneath Almond still, so Shifty doesn't necessarily have protection here. It's going to be an awkward timing. He squeezes forward anyway, just gaining a little bit of space. Zone's actually going to drag over towards Novo. Virtus Pro currently split those 2 teams, so Shifty's hoping those 2 engage each other. Then he can third party, but it's Gabe and Aiden down below that really could spoil the party if they get active at the right time.
Oh my God, Grimy finds Fede, but the trades happen right on back, and Zeppa is going to be one player to still get active. Zeppa's still alive? I have no idea what's happening there, but already we are down to the final 3 teams. You can see already Shifty and Almond still alive. Adrian and Destroy, but they have the buy station, so you see it go back on in. They're going to get Grimy, boots on the ground to work together.
Good shots.
The top, Almond lets it rip with the CBRS.
Gen G are coming though. They're starting to squeeze up through the backside. Almond kind of wants to deal with Grimy. Also wants to turn and look at the pressure in from behind. Gable drop Almond up on top. Shifty trying to rotate using the Jeep. Gonna pop himself into the passenger seat so he can shoot out in. Squeeze the other side.
He's gonna go ahead. He finds the timing. It's a double armor crack. Slides on out. Aiden with a huge 2-piece. It's 1 member that's still here from Twisted Minds. It's just Shifty playing the car, but he's gonna be able to slide on out. He makes his way below. Is he about to try and force a heal off here? Stims have been nerfed. The members here of Gen G, they will meet on up. They know it's just a 2v1, and I wonder, does Shifty, does he have the money? He has 6,300. If he can maybe play this bottom, find one of those buy stations that's in the grotto area, could maybe string together something, but they have found the 3rd member of Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G here just going to spread the space. They understand what Shifty's hoping to do, either isolate them into 1v1s or make a desperation play for a buy station. Shifty will continue to move with the gas, hoping that he can shift the pieces around the board and bring a surprise attack. But with every second that passes, the window of opportunity becomes ever smaller.
I like this, Gabe. We've seen him do this time and time again. He's on the hunt. He drops down. You're just playing together. If you are Gen G, you find Shifty finally. You play together. You let the game slip away from you in that last map. Not the case here on Fortune's Keep. Gen G will secure a map win.
Yeah, great stuff. I mean, we go back to the plays that they were making on Rebirth Island. Yes, they get three-piece by Niacin, but he's such a superstar. He has those moments in them. A lot of the conversations, a lot of the plays that they were making were brilliant. We've seen them really step up through these last few maps. But here as well, on Fortune's Keep, it's important. They're actually a really bang average team when it comes to this map. So to see them get this win here in our first drop, again, leaps and bounds above where they were just a week ago.
Gen G superfans going crazy here in the building. Excited to see their team that they are here to cheer on and grab a map win. But let's talk about this endgame, man, because this was huge. Aiden MXR up. He's able to rip the armor, slides across Adrian and destroy. I thought that VP was in a great position there.
Yeah, VP were in a wonderful position to get a little bit unlucky with the RNG of the zone pull. But I think we go back to a little bit before, as I want to take a listen in here with how they close this out. And yeah, lovely, nice and calm and collected from the fellas. I like that.
Kills, so we actually really needed that.
I agree. That's exactly what they needed. I want to go back to before the end game and when Alden's shooting at them from above. Great decision making from Aiden and Gabe. They just slow things down. We'll let everybody else fight and we'll get active on the backside. And that puts them in the spot there to close that map out. So the maturity in those decisions, the complete lack of stress that they're feeling out there on the map, that's 2 world champions on that team. And that is why they have the experience to overcome the odds.
Hey, you love seeing it out of Gen G. We only have one more game to play for Group A. And when we're coming and talking about Fortune's Keep, I think there's some teams that we think are heating up and a couple other teams that are maybe getting iced out a little bit on that map. But we got one more game to go, so let's go ahead, let's reset, let's get everybody in the lobby. We'll be right back here in a little bit.
You know, it's a dream come true. Like when I first joined Falcons, I didn't really know anything about orgs or esports or even EWC at all. But as the years gone on, they've been nothing but like a big brother, like true family, like a village. When I'm doing high and I'm winning, they show me so much love. But even when I'm down and out and it seems like I'm not gonna win the tournament, they still pick me up and treat me like one of their own.
At the end of the day, you know, I'm thinking about the team. I want to win for the team. I want to win for Vitality for the club championship. They've been getting us invested. We were out supporting the MLBB team and the PUBG team. It would definitely feel bittersweet to go back to back, and obviously that's the end goal.
Incredibly confident. I'll never play a tournament without the expectation to win. I'm here to defend the title and get that trophy again.
Someone who came off of the 3P, run that I was on, anything if it's not first, I'm upset about that. Yeah, I'm gonna win EWC 2026.
I wanted a whole new roster, something like a new life. Dongy and Eddie, I knew they were insane players, so I wanted to definitely team with them, and we're chasing for a 3P, man, so. We are the best team, no doubt, out there. Everyone knows that, and we're going to show on finals that. I want to get these club points for the Falcons because they need it as well, so Falcons will 3P the club championships.
Welcome back, friends. Miles and Seymour here on stage. Mate, what a great final map that was.
That was fantastic. I mean, we heard it from the team as well. We heard it from the casters. It was 2 world champions versus 1 at the end there. You thought Shifty could get it done, maybe get a buyback and
I move with intent. This ain't autopilot, El Capitan, yeah. I lean into the bend. Energy 10-10, hit with a presence, I go lead in the trend. Momentum before they clock movement, ordered steps, got 20/20 vision. A part of the archives, part of your history, aligned with a mission.
chat. I hope you're all okay. Oh, what do you mean you saw that? Run it back. Let me get another chat. Yo, what's going on? What's going on? What's good? New Lotto. 1 ticket, 2 chances to win. It could be you, and it could be you.
When the pressure's on, get the edge with faster speeds. This is 5G Plus on the UK's best network. EE does more.
Record center. Never been hit before. Your specialty, basically.
Blemishes are a natural part of the ecosystem, but they can cause havoc. Salicylic acid 2% solution burrows into the pore and clears it out from the inside. Salicylic acid 2% solution.
Woo! I love the energy. I love the hype that we have here in Paris. Group A, one last game to play, one last opportunity for Gen G to put on for their fans here in the audience. First game of Fortune's Keep was, I feel like, a little bit interesting, Enigma. It felt like everybody finally on land was maybe having a lot of respect for their opposition, because we get to the point where Resurgence is disabled and we still have 13 teams up.
No, yeah, all happening very late here on Fortune's Keep. And we knew it was going to be a slower map, right? The rotating is hard, so a lot of teams have adapted this play style of land relatively center circle and just set up for defensive positions. And you see that kind of operating even to the later stages of the map. Eventually, of course, what that means, circle pushes you all together and says, gentlemen, you're going to square down either way, get on with it. So lovely little end games come through. And I think that will be a familiar theme for Fortunes, unless we get those really hard zones off towards your east, west, etc. But it will be some great positioning in the ends and some great execution in the end from Gen G that sees them through on a map that they've struggled in as of recently. Again, that change that they've made to bring Gabe in as the IGL, paying out in spades. But one last drop for the day here. If you are in Group A, and then it's off to either celebrate in style or lick your wounds and prep in for tomorrow. Into the skies go all the players as we look towards the circle, and it is pulling northeast. You're likely talking somewhere around Winery, so that's why you're going to see not only 2 teams inside of there, but a lot of squads setting up Keepside.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams down here in town are going to have a hell of a rotation to get on out of there. So I'm not surprised to see that Gen G, they say, hey, let's go ahead and maybe make this easy on ourselves. Let's take this fight against Vitality. Good shots from Gabe. He gets 1 knock, and you're not even going to try and get the reach out. He's going to go ahead, throw a shimmy, shoulders come through, and he's going to be able to reset. And now you have Lennon on that backside to catch Skullface. Gen G clinical in this early fight.
Yeah, great stuff out of them. Vitality slow thus far through this afternoon, just not been at the levels we'd come to expect, but that has only favored this lineup on your screen right now as they set up to collapse, and that doesn't even need the support in the end. Beautiful work onto Sage, even going to get an extra half second, but it is then a lot of landmass gains. You still do have 1 Vitality body in amongst the mix, but if you get Winery at this point as Gen G, you have so much space in the map, especially control anything later circle.
All right. Well, one POI being Winery. We see the battles rage on, but we got to check in on this Keep fight because it's Virtus Pro and Ravens continuing to battle, and for the time being, it looks like Virtus Pro will come out the victors. You sent the Ravens packing out of here. Unfortunately, you do not have the POI for free. You still have FaZe Clan lurking around here as well as a number of other squads. You can see maybe some members of Twisted Minds starting to work their way over. So already, we're starting to see some early action here. Let's check in with Heretics. Great early start from them, but they've kind of slid down the leaderboard, currently sitting in 7th overall, so just halfway through. Need to continue having some of those world star performances like we saw earlier on in the day.
We talked about it, their kills are fine, it's the placement, it's setting themselves up for rotations. Again, Fortune's such a difficult map to rotate through. You don't want to be forced to do one. especially if Shadow doesn't typically lean on them. Teeny's about to run into Freddy. Is he about to get blocked a little bit of timing? Here's him. Loses the gunfight regardless. Freddy has been a ridiculous shooter as of recently. Koletic desperately needing points, currently sit in 11th, but that drop-off in the bottom three is only 4 points behind them, so they are doing the right things to get moving here on Fortunes.
Nielsen cuts down Adrian, but look who's kind of maybe entered the party here a little bit. You got some members of T1 who are looking to get into the mix. You only have one player over here, but that's all you need. You just, hey, find a kill, go ahead, back on up. But Twisted Minds, they have the exact same idea as well. They're looking to maybe get a little bit more aggro from that Terrace's side. You understand you have a lot going on, and, well, if you've played ranked at all, you understand what's going on here, but unfortunately this isn't ranked. This is the Esports World Cup where kills matter, but when your anchor is just up in the sky, not a bad way to stay alive.
It isn't until someone decides, why the hell are you up there? I'm gonna burn through that and get you the hell out to keep. And a look at Twisted, as well as Virtus Pro, and of course the Ravens. Adrian already on 3, has the loadout in hand. Him and Grimy just gonna oscillate around one another. The problem is that FaZe have actually isolated your anchor, so you gotta slow things down, pause for a moment. If anything presses you, spring on it, but otherwise let Destroy back in, get him to safety, then you can get active.
And for Nielsen, you're just laying in wait. You're trying to maybe get some type of audio cue, maybe figure out some type of push.
As all these fights go on, by the way, just burn through time that you don't have. You desperately want your loadout, you want your money for your advance. That comes from contracts and moving around in space to then set you up for the rotation. While all these fights go on, the points are glorious, sure, but it sets you up for hell trying to get out of keep later on.
No, that's a really, really good point. We saw it there in game number 1. We hit Resurgence disabled, still 13 teams up. So your opportunity to find those kills early on is massive. Do it while you have the Resurgence. Do it while you have the respawn. Don't wait until, obviously, the respawns get disabled. You can see for a couple of these teams that it's kind of working out well for them. I'm looking in the kill feed. You're seeing Gen G starting to still get active against Vitality. You have Ravens and FaZe still battling it out. For Twisted Minds, it's, well, been a little bit slow, I think, already. You saw them trying to maybe get into that keep fight. Doesn't really find any success, and I think for the right reason, right? They're worried about some of these teams pushing from that graveyard side, sneaking up behind them. So I think they really want to clear out their back before they maybe get too aggressive on the front.
Yeah, this is a mature decision to make. Showing your back is well protected. Reaper did have to come out the chopper eventually. He's on the boat, gets the initial knock. However, Skullface is also at the backside of the boat. Stukex now, he actually gets saved by Reaper that allows him to then shoot at Skullface, who basically saved him. Chopper's gonna go up. Stukex does well to avoid the explosion. Reaper's still making moves on the lower side. VST is gonna help him drop Decky in the water. But 3 different teams here, make it a 4th as another lands in the water nearby, and everyone's just trying to play in for this bolt because it can do a lot of work for you in terms of rotating. It could be a real sleepaway back into this matchup.
And I like Skull is just saying, I'll hang out in the water. You guys can all have fun up there. He's just picking up all the scraps of these fights that are happening. He says, yeah, sure, whatever. And he still even has a teammate over at Bay that can look over him as well. So if he's just going to be able to maybe bring some of these players out into that line of sight, teammate from range can just try and get any amount of damage in, this could be huge. Looks like Geeky have a similar idea. But back on land, get our feet underneath us. T1 looking to control this spiral area that they've come to know and love. It's been a great day for them so far, and I know that they would love to finish this first day within that top 5.
Certainly would. Really strong Havens, solid rebirth, good stuff from there. Fortunes has been the weaker of their 3 maps, but they're by no means awful on it. So an opportunity to close that gap to the top 5 at the end of day 1. Virtus Pro still alive in keep. Destroy begging anyone to chase him through the doorways. It's going to be Blast in position on the very top of the tower here. He's just going to control all of this, make sure his boys can move down beneath him. Almond and Shifty, well, Almond is often the anchor. He and Shifty have worked so much together in the moments where Twisted want to get active. And Shifty himself, he's been active. 6 kills already. Now the
information will go up into the skies, and they can press on forward against these teams that will be outmaneuvered.
It's a really good timing there. You see, they just invest all of the smokes so they can just sit on that buy station, get their UAVs, and pop them. Sometimes you think it's just easy. Let me run to the buy station, let me buy my 4 UAVs and get out. They know that people are going to be looking at these buy stations. So with all that information, what do? They move into the keep. They find the players of Ravens, and they go ahead and they wipe them from the lobby.
That's the first checkbox. The second will be Virtus Pro. A third arrives relatively quickly in FaZe Clan, who are starting to get themselves their loadouts in. So your timing is running out if you are Twisted to set up this noose and draw it close before they can get out. Fampico have escaped off into the caves. I think Twisted are going to afford them that space for now because they're more preoccupied with Virtus Pro, and they do find Grimy.
I mean, FaZe may have an opportunity to pop up here, but they're going to do it. They have to do it quick because already Almond down below. You catch Destroy running. You go guns up against another one, and just like that, you isolate one by one, and you take down Virtus Pro cleanly.
Counter UAV up there, by the way. Because of the shades of orange, I couldn't tell if that was Virtus Pros or FaZes, but if that is FaZes, we're a little bit worried right now because you are trapped in these caves beneath, trying desperately not to attract attention. You may have it regardless. Shifty's just going to peer on over, spots one, and if the others move out in front and he has the trigger discipline and the timing, could be a set of kills. Winery though, we talked about it, was going to be very active. Novo tucked inside the chapel here as 4 other teams battle over the remaining buildings. They'll be happy with their pocket of space. The next zone will shift them out. It's actually going to be CT Gaming in the preferred position, and Tequila, he's trying to hold that Twisted Minds roster out.
Yeah, I think this is, you called it out beautifully. I want to know where this zone is going to pull because it really depends on where all of these winery teams have to go. And wow, I'm going to call you a prophet, my friend, because as it pulls just a little bit more north, CT Gaming, they're going to hold some of these L buildings, and they're going to do exactly that. They're just going to look at this chapel side, look across, and just try and maybe take down anybody that dares peek their head.
The problem is that Tequila oversteps his marker, pokes his head out a little bit too long, Blasties cuts him down. You should have a buy station available to you if you're CT Gaming to get that back in, but just in that moment, Heretics are done. They're dealt with. We're down to our top 10.
Top 10 here. This is a great game for Twisted Minds. Let's go ahead. Let's see how the defending champions are feeling.
Maybe we can get an advance in keep too, bro. Yeah, no. I don't hear anything. Okay. Okay, start coming to the buy on us, Shifty. Start coming to the buy on us. We're gonna pop here. Coming. I'm about to pop. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here. Should we go? Go, I'll bring it up. Okay.
Hello, how are you?
You need my cash?
I'm more.
Yeah, I think so. No, I think you do it. Yeah. I don't know. I'm getting a streak. Yeah. Get into this house, bro. You guys pull up. Yeah, look at the left. Yeah, you guys should work those left kids. Work the left kids, by the way. Yeah, that low cave. I'm a crazy angle, bro. He is looking. I have a PA, though. I don't know if we can kill him, though. No res money, though. Like, don't die for kills. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, look at the solo fucking ahead of us. Can we not work these right here? I swear we can. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Crack the left. Yeah, watch over both. I'm using the PA. This kid's dying. Left's gonna die. Focus left. That's our
Twisted Minds, they want to take a little bit of a moment. They need to hit that buy station, get the tools that they need to try and close this map on out. And you hear in the comms, they know that FaZe is below them. They want to try and deal with them.
2 huge comms. First one is trying to work the players on the left so that they can rotate through the northern side of the map. It's actually going to be where the zone's going to pull. So all the decisions that just happened will pay out in spades if you are Twisted Minds. But also, don't scam. Don't sell yourself for a kill. Play for the positioning. We're 4 teams away from top 5, and the rest of the map can deal with that for us. We have win condition. Twisted Minds looking great to close the day out.
There's literally nobody in this new zone right now. Everybody's sitting on the outside of it. An opportunity right now to start to rein in Hellfire. Some of these coaches looking on as they see the zone pull and saying, how the hell do you play against this? Killer found by Blast. It's going to leave a couple of members of CT Gaming having to make this push out. And Twisted Minds, all they have to do is just look over the top of this. There's so many different teams, and the second they try and play up, the second they try and play on this top level ground, they're going to get zapped.
Moment has to drop back, actually, to lift Shifty back to his feet. That means, unfortunately, as Blast pushes out to gain space, he gets dropped. Eclectic back amongst the mix. T1 have eliminated Vitality. Everything starts to squeeze. All these teams inside of the bay are going to have to rotate out. DK down on the shoreline are going to be a problem. And Shifty's banging away, and anyone dares show their head.
Yeah, this is a great timing, a great opportunity to sit here and just look at the kill feed. It's absolutely blowing on up, but look where the zone pulls.
We'll be right now as everyone moves out in front of Twisted Minds. Allman Shifty, unfortunately, only has a 2 here. We'll be missing Blasties for this one, but not too much, because Allman's going to drop Echo. Stukex then plays on Disrupt, and Shifty finds Spam. T1 sat down. I think you will have a cell still available on Spam, but Gen G is a 2. Gonna just set themselves up for a moment. Hope that GK get over aggressive. Shifty and Allman, they're gonna wait. They're gonna let this all move out because FaZe Clan are beneath them and they need them to step out first.
It's all just 2s. That's all it is. It's just a game of duos here to end it. Some early shots coming on out. Clamp's gonna get aggressive. Nade's up over the top. Says, thank you, GK. I like this positioning. And they will take them on down. Now, does Gen G, do they swing on out, hearing all of this commotion, or do they play on that inside? A little bit of a gas play coming in from the remaining teams.
Clam just taking his sweet time, begging Gen G to rotate round. Zone's going to shift Twisted Minds up on top of the houses here, but Allman, he's in the prime position, again so early. The leader, the champion, the IGL, everything that he brings to the table. Giving Twisted Minds win condition right now. It will be a 2v2, but game falls to the gas. Aiden on his lonesome to try and close this one out. The buy's there, but Allman and Shifty, they won't care. This is welcoming extra points in from the skies.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. I mean, you might get some opportunity to give you the angle. Yeah, and unfortunately, both players from Gen G just going to be too weak from that gas play. Twisted Minds, they might just be able to play a little bit patient. They get blessed by a zone pull, and they're able to clean up that last game here at Group A, game number 6.
I go back to listening. I go back to the comms that we've talked so often about their comms problems and the issues that they've had at times. Shifty gets dropped in that moment, and there's a kind of like in the comms you can hear it. Don't scam, we don't need to sell for kills, but also let's play these guys on the left. So they start to pressure the northern side. They don't do it by sending themselves onto the beach and into the caves. They hold the high ground still to allow in case the zone moves. So that then gives them opportunities in different areas of avenues that they can play around. That pays out in the end. However, it's that comment, it's that don't throw your lives for kills. Yes, Blast eventually dies. That's not an overextension. He was trying to provide Honor with time to get Shifty back to his feet. So great stuff from him, but also it's just a reminder. Guys, we have win condition. We can let everybody else squabble over the small mass. We're just going to hold out on the long range and play that game. They do it brilliantly to get the win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's what we've come to know here in Call of Duty Warzone is that you can always just try and play for the best positioning or you play for the okay one. And it feels like for T1, they were, for Twisted Minds, they were like, let me just play for the okay one. Maybe we'll just wait to see where this zone pulls. Let's take a little look.
I say that's the fucking banger we fucking needed. Come on, bro.
Ooh, Big Ben. He's getting loud.
I think he's been fantastic. And don't get me wrong, obviously, Blast and Shifty are both doing their thing, but at the core of everything has been almost decision-making and comms. Let's go back to even earlier on in that map. Keep. The war was raging on for a long time. We need to get out of here. We need to get into a position on the other side and keep set ourselves up for the late circle. What's the call from Allman? Shifty, come with me. We're going to hit the buy station, get the advance up, and make light work of this. Just that little decision there makes it so much easier for them and puts them in the best spot.
Fun little stat line for you. Through these first 6 games of Group A, Allman is out-fragging Blast by 2 kills, 26 and 24.
Having a day.
I don't know what it is, what meta shift we have, but the anchors are now coming alive and frying here. When we've come over map. But it's really good stuff. Twisted Minds with that win and solid number of kills. They will lead our lobby at the end of day number 1 for Group A. I got to think that they might want a little bit of momentum going into day 2, because reminder, folks, leader of the group gets to be the one that actually crushes the keys of the 3 teams eliminated. So for Twisted Minds right now, they are sitting very comfortably towards the top after these first 6 games. Really love what we saw out of the boys here today, especially with all of the noise that I don't think they're as good as they were. I think maybe they shut up the haters. But here we go already. End of the game here. End of the first 6 games. We got Barney on the stage ready for an interview. Let's go ahead. Let's see what he has to say.
Right, you do, gentlemen. I'm down here on the stage. I've got Fedi joining me from Novo Esports. A really impressive day. It didn't start out so hot, though, did it? But you guys started to pick up some steam.
Yeah, it started pretty slow, but at the end we got like 60 points of rebirth. That's what it matters. We're gonna play like this tomorrow as well, and we're gonna try to make top 5. So we're gonna skip survival stage. That's what it matters.
I love it. I love the confidence. You've got 3 top 4 finishes as well. Talk us through some of the highlight moments for you guys, because since you've settled into this team, you've been so impressive to see, man.
Yeah, well, in a game, I think we clutched up because we stayed off the zone. We killed that VP, and then we got like 26 kills plus top 5. So that's where we started to play way better. And the game next, we got like 30 points again. So it was like a huge motivational boost as well.
I love that. That's what we like to see out here. A bit of consistency, because that's how you're going to get into that finals day. I want to talk a little bit about you, Fedi, because a lot of people had their eyes on you, like, you know, coming into these kind of larger tournaments, and also because, you know, you only kind of turned 18 this year as well. You joined the team after Birmingham. You joined 2 legends in Blade and Vortex as well. Tell us how it's been fitting into the dynamic of this team, and also feeling like you might be the missing link that's making this team now absolutely pop off on the main stage.
Yeah, well, it was not good because I didn't play for 2 years. I started to play Warzone like at 15, but I didn't play for 2 years because I wasn't 18. And now I'm happy because I can finally show up. And that's my second LAN. International, we played Atlanta really good, and now we're gonna play WC really good.
And how does it feel to play alongside Blade and Vortex, 2 legends of the game?
Well, really good. I'm playing really good with Vortex. We have a nice trade as well, so I'm just liking it. We're just playing really good.
Having a good time out here on the EWC stage. Fedi, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Really appreciate it. He's gone. Don't worry about it. We're going to head back to the studio to talk about what we just saw in those first 6 games.
The confidence for Novo is there. He didn't even want to wait for Barney to finish talking. He just ended up walking off. And that's what a lot of these players are currently feeling like, especially with everybody that is done with Group A. I'm here with Miles, Gush, Shift, and myself, the 7WG. Honestly, let's start off with the top. Twisted Minds. What an impressive day today, Shift.
Yeah, and consistent across every single map. That's the thing that certain teams don't have in their back pocket that Twisted Minds is now showing us. Huge confidence boost for them, not being able to just finish multiple top 5s, but to do it across a multitude of different maps with high kill tallies almost every single lobby. They're looking strong.
They haven't done this in a while, guys. I know the land buff is real for this team. I think a lot of folks expected them to show up in this way, but this is a really big deal for a team like this who still kind of had a lot to prove, even though they were defending champions. Making roster changes this late in the game, it's working.
Hey man, they're like that potpourri at grandma's house. That smell is just everywhere.
Ooh.
Everywhere.
Gosh, you were actually telling me before we came on live that one team that has impressed you so far today when we're talking about consistency is none other than VP.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro is a really interesting team because traditionally speaking, throughout the course of this entire series, they've been a very high caliber slaying team. Placement-wise has been frankly brutal to watch sometimes. They'll pick up like 15, 16 kills, but not even get a multiplier at all. They'll die in the first like 6 teams, right? And so to see them win 2 games in group stages, it is group stages. I want to kind of bring everybody back down to ground level. They got a lot more work to do, but Virtus Pro is looking good. They're slaying out and they're getting placements.
Yeah, top 5 right now, I think, in total team kills, which is right to your point. But that's kind of the thing, though, you know, as much as placements don't necessarily make the biggest of difference right now because you're just fighting to get out of pools, it is good to know that you can win and you can do it on multiple maps. I'm going to go back to my hot take, 7.
Wait, which one? I feel like you have had multiple today.
I'm still standing on the Ravens right now. 2 miserable maps to finish off their last 2, slips them down the standings. They are still top 4. They're going to make it into at worst the survival stage, but I'm still standing that Ravens are going to be on the bubble to make it to the instant playoffs after tomorrow.
Okay, I kind of want you to double down on this. By the way, for everybody watching, this is the standings after the 6 matches that we have had today. I'm going to put you on this spot.
Do it.
I have to shift. Ravens, do they end up making it top 5 tomorrow? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, can I just say, I love Shift, I love the hot takes, and I think it's a fair take to see them not dominating like they have. You gotta remember, they land with Twisted Minds in 2 out of 3 of the maps. The fact that they're top 4 right now is pretty dang impressive, given how much Twisted Minds is also doing well. Still, a little bit different than online.
Well, a couple of wins for them. I mean, Ravens, I'm with you, man. And also, Chef, for your sake, I'm glad that the French crowd can't hear us right now.
This is beautiful for me.
We're going straight
That's
out
such
to
a safe
the
hot take.
internet.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that there's nobody behind us right now. It's probably going to get worse. But as we're looking here at the second page, we see those bottom 3 teams.
Yeah, this is a big deal.
Oof, indeed.
I mean, the biggest deal about this is that at least H1 FaZe Clan and First Squad can go back to the lab before tomorrow. First Squad is kind of in the trenches right now. You need some meteoric games tomorrow to have even a chance. But H1 is still well within striking distance. They may need to change up some drop spots or maybe just be a bit more consistent. I don't know.
Yeah, for First Squad, 19 points here.
It's tough.
Yeah, First Squad out. I think they can add that to the back.
That tells you that we're getting a kill, and if we're really lucky, we're getting within the top 10. That's the very best you're seeing there. So for those guys, a mid to late game adjustment could change it for them.
But, I mean, the other big note on this page, too, Eclectic has actually been crushing it in the onlines, especially in scrims recently. And you see them on the second page here is a bit surprising, at least for me.
Really tough first 2 drops, though, Goach, on top of that. I mean, they had a 16th with 1 kill.
Yeah.
But everything else beyond that has been 10+ eliminations, and the last 2 maps in particular have been top 8. So they're trending, in the right direction. It's going to be a stretch for them to get to top 5, but they should be out of the survival.
Well, Novo, I agree. And Novo on screen now, Fede, we had a great interview with him. The kid's cracked, okay? There's no debating it. It has taken this team a little while to get warmed up, but today, they look mighty warm here, Seven. I mean, at the end of the day, when you're averaging top 5 every game in the first 6 rounds, you've got to be feeling amazing for tomorrow.
Yeah, and Miles, kind of we're talking about setting the tone for today, right? I feel like for some of their squads, maybe the pressure was getting to them, or the pressure wasn't getting to them, and you can kind of see that with Novo. With Novo, they were sounding so confident at the end.
That's a young man speaking with the wisdom of a much older player there. I mean, surrounded by legends certainly helps, but you know, when we envy the youth, but we don't envy being old. But now there's the wisdom there, man. Truly a very, very special thing. And again, looking confident in game, marking their territory. You know, they were looking really strong in and out. And that's the sort of thing you want to be seeing throughout the tournament for them. So excited to see how the rest of the tournament goes for those boys and the longevity of a career.
Absolutely. For Novo, really, it's just get to the lab on Haven's Hollow. They were fine everywhere else. They talked about the rebirth boost that they were able to find in maps 2 and 3, or 3 and 4 rather. They just need to go back to the lab, figure out what they're doing on Havens. They're going to be fine.
And for tomorrow, after what we have seen so far in this first 6 games, especially for Group A, we do have Group B coming up. So for everybody watching, don't worry, we have some fun segments that we're going to be doing here. And if at any moment you want to share some stuff with us, make sure you use the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. But let's keep talking about Group A here for a little bit, because we saw the tone being set by Twisted Minds. And boy, did they end up setting that tone. If you're one of those teams towards the bottom, right, and we're looking at a team being able to end up with just 19 points, you're going to be looking to throw everything in the kitchen sink tomorrow.
It's a tough group to play in. I'm going to be honest. Just making it to this stage is impressive. So even for a team at the very bottom of our leaderboards, they did have to battle through their regional qualifiers. Unfortunately, the regional qualifiers are nothing compared to what we're seeing here, even in a group stage.
That's the thing with the regionals. I mean, how many players in the EPO region, how many players in the LATAM region, and what kind of quality are we looking at? You might be the best in your region, but out here, it's just the rest of the world, and the ceiling is so high. So an impressive thing to do, not an easy place to be playing from. Best of luck, boys.
Yeah, best of luck. I also want to give some luck, and hopefully, hey, let's get back into the lab. Vitality. They've had their ups and downs, but still, it's still a similar inconsistent team that I'm personally cheering on big time. Like, I'm not trying to be biased, but I love these guys. They've had their moments of greatness online and in person today, but they're not consistent enough. They're still second page.
I think it's okay to be biased.
Yeah, it's absolutely. Yeah. I'm getting my Ravens down here.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. They're fine.
Or just
They're
keep
lovely
stepping on
people.
them.
They're lovely people. But no, you're absolutely right about Vitality. I think what they're missing right now is longevity after forcing a lot of early fights. They had 2 really tough exits in terms of placement, but they were still able to find 7 kills, 9 kills, but you finished 14th and 16th. So it's trying to get the longevity to where you're not just forcing gunfight after gunfight, but let's be a little bit more measured and make sure we can at least survive, and we'll find fights later.
I mean, from the bigger picture as well, I want to see Smith in the running.
Oh, man,
to try to find another win with a totally different roster as well. For me, that is what I want. I mean, biases aside, I'm here for a good, clean fight. I want a little bit of rivalry. I want to see those guys go at it in the finals.
It's worth bringing up the exact same storyline for another player, Aiden. I know the roster change it was made much earlier in the process leading into this series, but at the same time, it's still Aiden technically getting dropped. They wanted to go a different direction, and Gingy's kind of popping off.
Popping.
Especially the last two matches.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we were keeping an eye on them. We're like, okay, they're starting to be a little bit slow, but then it was everybody from that squad that actually started popping off.
Yeah, first and second back-to-back, and kill tallies have been consistent, even no matter what their placements have been. So, like, again, it's just like day number one is all about, like, let's set our checklist and see who's marking the boxes in the right ways. And so far, our top 5 teams have largely been able to do that. Yes, there are a couple of things that might not be perfect, but they're still feeling each other out on land. And yeah, absolutely right. Genji, hide kills, crushing in terms of being able to find good point tallies.
Oh gosh, I know you're gonna be casting the next Group B.
Yeah.
And we're gonna give you a bit of a sneak peek of what's gonna be coming in Group B, because when you were trying to say, I'm not trying to be biased, but I'm gonna be biased as heck when we go to Group B, because I want Falcons to be able to. I want to see Soka to just show that personality and for them to start off hot. What are you gonna be looking for in Group B?
I think they put out the caster prediction somewhere, and I put Falcons as well.
My boy.
At the end of the day, this is the. Oh yeah, I got you. At the end of the day, here's the hard part about Warzone. We always say anybody can win. It's always possible. Any team can come out on top. But for the Falcons, they got a little bit better chance than everybody else. Their win percentage is nearly infallible, especially on land. This year, it is infallible. They have not lost a land yet at this entire World Series, or this entire Resurgence Series competition. Birmingham, Atlanta, they were near perfect. They're trying to stay perfect in today's competition as well.
I often get asked the question, hey, how do you describe Warzone? How do you describe competitive BRs to people? I'm like, okay, here's what you do. You take a laundry machine, you take a bag, you fill that bag full of cats, and you put those cats inside there, and you turn it on, and you create this insane cycle. Then you take a brick, and you add a brick to the mix. And at the end of it, we find out, are you a cat or are you a brick? The Falcons have been a brick for the longest of time. Now, I know, folks, that was a really horrible analogy. I know it was a very graphic analogy, but I'm not wrong.
You just reminded me that I need to do my laundry, so thank you, Miles. I appreciate
Are you a brick or are you a cat?
A team that was definitely not a brick today is none other than VP. Thank you so much, boys. I think we have an interview with none other than VP.
Well, Miles, I can definitely tell you I'm a brick right now, all right? Now, I got the boys with me here. It's VP. We got the whole couch. Lace joined with me as well.
Taking me away from that desk, they're scary.
I mean, exactly, right? You hear how they talking over there. They are unhinged. Now, we're hanging out with the boys, man. VP, how are you feeling with your performance today? Going down the line, we got Destroy, we got Grimy, we got Adrian. But Adrian, I want to talk to you real quick before you pass the mic on over. I got a chance to chat with you before. How proud are you of you guys' consistency and performance going into the first set?
I'm super proud. We went in there, going fully with comms, trying the best that we could possibly play. I'm super excited. I'm super proud how we played, if I'm being completely honest.
I mean, there was a moment we got to listen in and we can definitely hear like the passion that you guys had in your communication, and that sets you apart, because we've had some other listen-ins with other teams and they are dead silent. So, I mean, that's a test to you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Definitely is. You pass the mic on over to Destroy over here, because when you talk about passion, we seen you looking in the camera, letting everybody at home know that I am here to play with my squad and we're going to do the thing, man. Talk to me about your feelings kind of before the match and get it into it.
I mean, I already know, and I think everyone at home knows that Virtus Pro is a team when we are on all shooting and locked in on all cylinders, that we are probably one of the top 3 teams in the whole entire world. So I think for us today, it was just making sure that we had the right communication, we were trusting each other, and we just started the tournament off hot. We talked about it yesterday as well. Like, as long as we communicate well and just trust each other whenever, I make a call or something and they listen like that, then we should have no issue out there, especially in the open bracket. We already felt confident that we were going to do decent. But today, man, we got 2 wins under our belt, and it just felt really, really good because we were all shooting on all cylinders.
I love that, and I want to use that to kind of segue into my next question. Haven's Hollow, all right? Did you guys get any curveballs in that first map within the first 2 as far as POI changes where the heals was going to be? Talk to me about your mindset, especially going into that map 2 and the one that you won.
Yeah, so for the first game, it ended up pulling a little bit off of our main POI, which is the computer zone next to research. And we knew we had to rotate, so we sent a couple of lives in research and were able to pick up some kills. And then as we were rotating out, after we picked up some of our kills, we weren't in the best position. And I think we might have got just outside the top 5, but we just kind of got caught on where we should have been. We talked about it afterwards, like we should have forced a fight that would have put us in a better spot.
Okay.
But after that game, then we had a really, really good zone in game number 2. Ended up going pond uncontested, which I don't think we will have for the rest of the tournament. But we had a really good zone pool there. Grimy in the beginning of the game, he's like, holy crap, boys, we should be able to win this game with this zone. Mind you, super, super early. And then we just did what we had to do, picked up some nice kills, trusted each other, and rotated when the time was needed, and it was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I want to dive a little bit more into match number 2 because, yeah, you kind of had like that northern side zone, especially the chaos that was unfolding in Mansion. And now I've heard that you guys were sort of more of a kill-hungry team and not focusing so much on placement, but that game, it obviously switched around. You guys, I think, are about 5.4 average placement over your games, which is, you know, a lot higher than, say, Twisted Minds, who's just above you in those kills and stuff. What did you guys sort of, I guess, take back to the drawing board after being such a kill-focused team to now prioritize more of those placements? Because it's showing with winning, I don't know, 2 of these. So.
Yeah. So to start off, I mean, we have Grimy on our team, and pretty much every single game, this guy's literally a walking 8 to 10 kills, as long as me and Adrian stay alive for the most part. So with a zone like that where we don't have to rotate too much, me and Adrian can kind of just play safer, hold our POI down, and have Grimy go and rake up a lot of the kills for us. I think that game, he was 8 to 10 kills around that area, and he was just raking up kills. I kind of lurked around Mansion because I know in my head that Ravens and Twisted Minds are over there.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of, you know, picking up a couple stragglers as they're flying back in because they're fighting pretty much the whole time. Picked up some stragglers, and then I would just stay and help my anchor out. And then Grimy, man, he doesn't disappoint when we're locked in, so he's just always going to pick up those kills. I mean, at home, that was our biggest problem, you know, getting placement and stuff. So we kind of focused throughout the weekend just making sure that we get a little more consistent on getting those top 5s for that multiplier.
I love that. Let's talk to the Slayer on the team, Grimy over here. Now, going into Rebirth Island, you guys also win that map as well, going into map number 4. Talk to me about your perspective about what you guys kind of learned in that map 3 versus that transition going into that map 4, where you guys took over and dropped the most amount of kills that you guys did get on the win, which was 18.
Well, in game 3, FaZe and Nova, we're just fighting control the whole game. So I just knew if we made an end game, we would be able to force Nova out. And it ended up pulling towards like 10s and green. D made a great comm that we had an advance. He said no one's green, so we just all ran. We took green. We dropped money, I dropped money to D. He bought back Adrian. We took green, and that was that.
That was that, man, right?
It's just that easy.
That easy, home free to the victory, you know? But one thing I love about you guys is I can tell that you believe in each other. When those call-outs are coming in and throughout the mic, you guys are just, it's calming your nervous system down. You're like, hey, D made the call. We're going to go with that. We're going to hold off right here. Grimy's feeling confident. Let's ride this out. Like, Adrian, does that, you know, alleviate some pressure off your gameplay when you're hearing your teammates like that?
Absolutely. I mean, Destroy's kind of, you know, saying what's going on. We have an advanced UAV, like Grimy said. He's looking for those free rotations. And Grimy, you know, he's playing the kills. I think they both took like a super crazy 1v1, and they both won the 1v1. So that kind of set us up right there. And I mean, if Grimy's slaying, you know, I'm going to try my best to hype him up.
Yeah.
And same for D. Like, they're both super individually talented. And
you guys hang out like outside of games or something, because like, you know, to form the communication, you know, like I just imagine some teams doing like trust exercises and stuff like that. Are you guys like pals like outside of competition?
Yeah, I would say so.
You gotta be, right?
Yeah,
you know,
like
have
to.
No matter, you know, back in the day, me and my teammates, we used to have to just watch Netflix on the Xbox back in the day. Remember when they had the theater on the 360? Yeah. Team bonding, we watched Netflix, you know, that was our stuff back then.
No,
you know,
sure.
What do you guys do though, as far as team bonding? Like any specific activity outside of scrimming?
Honestly,
solitaire, you know.
He likes playing like party games. Sometimes I'll play party games with him. I don't know, listen to music, stuff like that. It's really not much.
Hey, whatever it is working right now. Just keep on doing it. Now, let's talk about some things that wasn't working in this first set, all right? Any surprises from you, maybe from other teams out there, or surprises to drop something out there within these 6 maps?
Honestly, yeah. I would say, like, I feel a lot of players don't know, like, really what they're doing, and I think it's kind of just leading to people rotating to random POIs and stuff like that, taking random fights. But also that comes with, you know, people not playing the best and kind of, you know, trying to pull something.
Some out.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere here, EWC only, and like they're not gonna expect this right now, right? Destroy, you got something you want to elaborate a little bit more on that too as well?
So as they were saying, I think a lot of teams at home were really comfortable with one strategy. So when LAN time came and that one strategy didn't work for them, they didn't really know how to adapt or shift to it. For like FaZe, for example, they were landing at Control most of the games. They were fighting Novo Esports. We at home know how to do both. We know how to play the boat and we know how to play Control. So if, you know, something goes wrong, we can swap according to how the games are going. Overall, though, I think we were just all shooting. We were all playing confident, trusting each other. As I said, man, we just kind of held it down for Grimy, made sure that we were staying alive, and he would just go rake up kills for us. And then once Fire Sale came around 3rd zone, we all communicated that we just have to slow it down a little bit, because I think me and Grimy both sometimes are just so focused on getting these kills. As a lot of people know, we are a kill team, so most of our points do come from eliminations. But if we can continue to secure top 5s like we did today, that will put us over the 100-point threshold, which just gives us such bonus kills, because, you know, we're not averaging 8 to 10 kills. That he is averaging that on his own. So when we get a good win, it's usually between, you know, 15 and 30 kills, which I feel like a lot of teams, you know, they may get like 4 kills each, maybe 12 kills. But for us, man, we just focus on, you know, trusting my calls, the rotations end game, which, you know, I was already seeing the vision today. You know, we had a couple of advanced UAVs, which helped us get to these power spots, such as you mentioned, green. We popped that advanced UAV and I seen it, and I thought my eyes were deceiving me for a second, because you would think that most of the top teams are already
they would have been there, but no one was around.
So I'm like, Grimy, let's go. And he, no hesitation, won a critical one. I won one. Then we go over there, as he said, we rezzed Adrian, and then, you know, we at that point you just end up letting the game play how it plays out, because the zone ends up popping back towards Control. I have the smoke grenades. I call, yo, let's go. We all triple. We're just moving as one. So we were just moving beautiful as a team. We're all communicating. I don't have to repeat myself numerous times. They're just all next to me, and the trust was just there today, which I think is the most important thing as an IGL, having your teammates trust you.
VP had a plan and it was executed perfectly.
Oh my God, to the T. All right. Now, last question here, quickly, Grimy. I gotta ask you, because I know you're a straight shooter, and you're gonna tell it how it is. Going into the next group, who's the team to watch out for in that group going into it? You know, I know probably some people say Falcons. Any surprises in that group?
Definitely G2.
G2.
Definitely G2.
All right, you heard it here from Grimy. Watch out for G2. And folks, that's going to do it for me and the boys of VP. Yo, guys, congratulations on y'all consistency. The tournament's still going, but great start to day 1. All right, that's going to do it for us on the couch at the pit stop. Back to y'all.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
time ever, nations will compete across 16 titles over 4 incredible weeks, all in the pursuit of one championship.
This is your chance to stand behind your country, celebrate your players, and witness history from day one. The Battle Royales will include PUBG Battlegrounds, PUBG Mobile, and Apex Legends.
And of course, all of the action will be taking place from November 2nd through to November 29th. But the real question here, Lace, is, of course, who are you supporting?
I'm, of course, going for the Aussies. And look, you know, we got some underdogs, so I'm incredibly excited for Australia.
And I, of course, will be supporting the United States. It's going to be an absolutely insane 4 weeks of competition, so make sure you check it out.
Head over to esportsnationscup.com and buy your tickets now.
Katie, I feel like we kind of got off to the wrong start when we first met in Paris.
She called me her little dog. On a compris que t'es américaine. On a compris.
So that's why I'm super excited that we get to have a traditional French meal. Oh, bonjour!
Bonjour. Bonjour, mesdames.
Merci beaucoup.
You're welcome.
Merci.
Avec plaisir.
Oh, I know some of these words.
Okay, like 6 huîtres. It's like one of the best things that you can have as a starter.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, and you can have 6 of them.
Oh.
Exciting.
6, 7.
Oh, God. Oh, wow.
Enjoy.
Nice. Merci beaucoup.
Avec plaisir.
Merci.
You take it with your hand, like that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Then you can have that lemon. You
Okay.
can squish. I will do it for you.
I'm okay.
Are we okay here?
I'm okay.
And then you...
And here we go. Viva la France. I got it. I can do it. I can do it.
No, not with the finger.
I did it.
Not with the finger.
I did it.
Why?
It's really good.
You liked it? I'm so pleased. Maybe one more.
Okay. Oh.
How do you feel now?
Trebon.
And the best part is that we have so much more.
So, pourquoi this?
This is like a type of bluish cheese, and you also have jam with it.
This cheese looks like it has a little something growing on it.
That's the ones that are the most powerful. If you want to really taste cheese, you try that one.
Wow, that is definitely some mold. Now, if I peel it off before I eat it, so you know how sometimes they give you shrimp and the shrimp isn't deveined, so you gotta take like the poop out of it? All right, there we go. I think we got, okay, there we go. We got all the mold. Bon appétit.
Oui, à la tienne. So?
Regard! Did you regard LaShawn?
No.
You know what this is, Kitty?
Yeah, this is.
This is escargot, a French dish that I am definitely experienced with. So I'm going to teach you how this works. All right, so peep this. So you got these 6 little shells, and what's in them are snails. Now, in order to eat them, it's a little bit of a tricky process, but I'm going to show you. So you use this little clampy clamp. You're going to pick up the shell with the clampy clamp, like saw. Okay, and then you're going to use your fork to dig. It doesn't matter that I had a pet snail when I was little. 3, 2, 1. A little hot. I'm definitely not thinking of Gary the snail right now.
Congratulations.
Merci. So clearly I've nailed it.
Yeah, you've snailed it.
Ooh, wait, what?
It's a tartare, so it's raw meat.
I don't think you're allowed to eat meat raw. That's how you get salmonella.
Oh my God. How do you come up with all of that? What's going on in your brain every day?
It looks like they forgot to bring us a grill. So here's the thing. I can improvise, all right?
What
This
are
is
you
what
doing?
the Americans know how to do, all right? We bring our own equipment.
What are you doing?
I'm cooking for you. I'm appreciating your culture.
No, it's not appreciating the culture. It's insulting French. It's insulting me.
No. I'll
it is,
add the
it is,
salt
it
later,
is.
okay? So what do we have next up on the menu, Kitty?
It's called saumon.
But salmon is supposed to be pink. So usually when I see fish, it's usually in stick form. I feel like we can just make one slight change to this to make it even better.
What are you doing?
It's just a little
Don't do it.
bit of ketchup.
Don't do it. Don't
A
do
little
it.
bit of ketchup. It's some of my culture with you. So
You
I'm just
don't
gonna
put ketchup on
a
it.
little bit of ketchup.
Oh God. Are you here to insult me?
No. This is actually really good. You should try some.
No, I don't want to try it. Don't make me try it. Don't make me try it. Oh my God.
It's really good.
It's just, you've gone too far. You've gone too far. I can't anymore. La cuisine française.
I think it's organic. I'm right. It is better.
Miles, we might need to end up doing some of that because I haven't really gotten a chance to get some of that sweet French cuisine. By the way, thank you for coming back and joining us. We're joined by none other than Repulse. Repulse, pleasure to have you, man.
How y'all doing, guys? Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for being here, dude. We know that the stream is live right now.
Yeah.
Still rolling.
Yeah, we got the boy Ketchup and Diaz over there. They're holding it down the fort for me, man.
We saw you trying to check the chat. You're like, put your phone away. I don't want to.
I'm over here making sure chat's taken care of, you know?
How are you enjoying the tournament so far?
Oh, dude, I love it, man. The energy is insane. It's like the appetizer right now. You know what I'm saying? It's no drama yet. We don't have Twisted Minds versus Falcons yet, but I'm loving it so far, man. It's awesome.
Twisted Minds ended up showing up though.
Yeah, I literally just had an interview saying that Twisted Minds, they're getting ran by Ravens, and then now these guys absolutely start frying, going crazy. Just my luck. As soon as I call them out, they start going crazy.
Dude, it feels like there's not that many surprises in the tournament so far. Everything feels as expected.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple teams maybe. I think for me, just FaZe Clan. I think they're in 16th or 15th as of right now. But for the most part, it's about exactly what I expected.
I gotta go back and check out the tier list. By the way, before we started, I was like, I've actually seen some of your tier lists, and I love the fact that every single time you would put a team towards the bottom, you'd be like, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry I have to put you there, but you're just probably not gonna perform this.
Yeah, you guys have to keep in mind, like, I'm best friends with a lot of these players, so like, I gotta keep it $150 with them because I gotta be honest, but at the same time, I can't have them taking it offensive. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well, you know what? We actually got the $100 squad. It's a trio, but we'll get a chance to add maybe a fourth player there as backup. So we got tier 1, guys, Soka, Dongy, Shifty, Smith, you know, tier 3, then tier 5. So I want you to keep an eye on it. And for everybody currently watching the live stream as well, make sure you participate on this in the comments, or if you want to share on social media, use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. But Repulse, but yeah, I see your gears just going, Miles. He's thinking about it. He doesn't know who he wants to start off with, or maybe he does.
All right, people tell me I glaze him too much, but he's earned the glaze. I'm gonna say Soka. If I'm gonna build a God squad, I gotta start off with Soka, but that doesn't leave me with a lot of money here. So
we'll give you more time. First pick, Soka. Miles, not a bad
First
pick.
pick's a good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Not everyone gets to watch like an artist at work, but the tier list master sitting here putting it all together. You guys have no idea the treat we're getting. But Soka's a very respectable pick.
Yeah, I think, okay, look, Soka, then I'll probably add, I think I gotta go tier 4, tier 5 now. I'm gonna go Spam Gola. How he's on tier 4, I have no idea, but that's a steal. And then last but not least, tier 5. Oh my God, you guys have Blast on tier 5. Yo, I'm picking Criminal God. What? That's a God squad. Spam, Criminal God, Soka. That's my roster.
Cash. Dude, what do you think about Spam? First, like, big time on LAN, Rookie of the Year contention?
Yeah, so I think Spam is really good, but he has been inconsistent on LAN. I talked to all the Rookie of the Years. I said, look, your guys' I think accolades is how you say it, they're so close together that honestly, Rookie of the Year is going to come down to this event. Whoever performs here, we have Sariel, who did really good in both lands. Honestly, I think he's my contender for Rookie of the Year. Fede couldn't compete in in Birmingham, then came to Atlanta, went crazy, absolutely popped off. Criminal God did insane in Birmingham, but then didn't do the greatest. They didn't make it to the final lobby in Atlanta. So there's a couple people that are, they're not bad. Spam, I think middle of the pack in both of them. So depending on who does really, really well this Sunday, I think that's going to secure who gets, Rookie of the Year for me.
I'm going to put you on the spot. Who you got? Who you think is going to perform really well?
Out of those rookies?
Yeah, out of the rookies.
Sadiel.
We'll go into who's going to win it later on. And
I think Sadiel. I'm going to answer 2 questions in one. I think Sadiel, he's going to pop off, and I think he's going to win it.
Sorry, I get to speak to Sario. We shot a little content piece together, and he told me how excited he was, man. I was like watching a kid bouncing around, being so happy about this.
Yeah.
He said, my dream, we win it all, and the crowd is cheering Sario. Yeah, so, and I was like, live that dream, man.
Yeah.
Live that dream.
He's a good guy, man. He's a nice guy. He doesn't speak a lot of English, but you could tell he was so passionate. So I want to see him succeed, man. His story, I think, is amazing. Did all of this on console when everybody says it's impossible. So I want to see him succeed.
Shout out Sony.
I heard you shouting it out earlier, too. It
Yeah.
don't matter if you're not on console. If you are on console, you can still do it. I mean, it's happening. It's happening for some of these teams. It's happening. But we are going to be going to Group B after we're done with all this. We'll get a chance to talk about all of that. But I kind of want to get a little bit of your predictions. I want you to give me a bit of a tier list here live right now in regards to Group B.
Okay.
Obviously, Falcons at the top, right?
Falcons #1, I think, without question. Leviathan, they're going to be a swing team for me. Leviathan is really good, but they are very inconsistent. But when they're firing, right? Same thing for Gentlemates. Gentlemates, I think the buff on LAN, they're also going to do really good. Who else? I need to see him in front of me. I didn't remember.
You're good. This is why I put you on this spot. I just wanted to get. I just needed top 2.
No, the 2-3 is good, but I'm waiting now for as the Gentlemates enter the arena. They know their time's up. I'm listening out for the drums and all the excitement, man. It's going to be something.
Gentlemates, I mean, they're already started. You can hear them from here. They're
that could be them, actually.
Yeah. They have the drums. They have everything ready. I'm actually so excited to see Sunday. I think Gentlemates will make it no matter what. But them on Championship Sunday, oh my God, that's going to be crazy.
It's so nice to have a French tournament. We've got big teams like Vitality. We've got Gentlemates bringing it. The fans are going to be so excited. And for the French players as well, there is nothing like playing in front of a home crowd, like a true home crowd. Friends and family in the arena, how special this is for so many players, man. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I was talking to Diaz about it, and this is off camera. We're just hey, who do you think could be the underhorse here? Who could, pop up? And he's like, my prediction is he thinks the French team is going to win not just because of the LAN, but because all 3 of the French teams have actually done really, really good recently. So I'm going to give a shout out to EU. Y'all been cooking. I just want to say that all year, EU has been slept on. Even last year, World Series of Warzone, they put a name for themselves out there. They did it better than literally the majority of all the NA teams. And they've continued that, man. They're doing really good. I'm not going to say they're the best right now, but EU is actually frying.
Enigma's back there somewhere.
We have seen teams take advantage of there being their hometown just bump, right? And I'm pretty sure that's going to end up happening here too. But okay, all right. You have Falcons. Wait, do you want to answer? Have you answered yet who you actually think is going to end up winning everything, or do you want to just save it?
I can say it.
Oh, say it, brother. Look straight at the camera.
The team that's winning. I hope you guys know they say have the worst jinx in all of the world. All right, the team that's gonna win is going to be the Falcons. I think you're crazy if you don't believe that. They've won both of the events. I will say the Shumat fortunes keep getting added to the mix. It's been a little, it's added inconsistencies to not just Falcons but all the teams. So I still think out of any team it's gonna be them.
You need a map pool. You need a deep map pool.
I think I put 11. 11 games.
11?
11 games.
Yeah. Prediction. I ended up picking Falcons. I wasn't ballsy enough to actually pick the map, but if it does end up happening, we'll go find you. It'll be
let me know.
My boy. By the way, for everybody that might not be familiar with you, right, because we're here at EWC, let them know where they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me over on twitch.tv/repulse or Twitch or YouTube.tv or .com/ or at repulse. I don't even know. Repulse, REPULLZE on all socials, man.
There you go. Well, I'll look it up later on, too, whenever we're talking about the Group B, and I'll give you a shout-out as well. Thank you so much for joining us, brother. Of course. As we're getting ready for Group B 2 stars, so stay tuned for that.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
All right, what is up? I'm Thiefkill. This is Scum in the Night. We're with AGAL. We're out here in Paris for EWC. And I want to show the boys a little bit of something, some local food. We're going to try a little something here.
Is that frog?
It's frog legs.
Is that frog legs?
It's frog legs. It's frog legs, bro. Dude, look at this.
Oh, baby.
That's nice, right?
Some nice
look at
thighs.
that, dude.
We trying this right now?
Are you hungry?
Dude, I kind of am.
Okay, I will say it does have like little leg bones in it, so
okay.
don't just go all in one. You gotta like
you sure?
eat around it, like it's a chicken wing.
Oh, okay. Cheers, mate.
When in Paris. Dude, we kicked each other.
Is there any meat?
Look at it. That's a cough right there, dude.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, bro, it feels so wrong. Dude, it just feels weird because it's a frog. Dude.
That's not bad.
Bro, I get frogs in my garden at home. This is so messed up.
What do you think Gordon Ramsay would rate this dish?
This is kind of fire, bro.
I'd probably give like a 2.
I think I'm done. The mental block is the problem.
You just put that back on.
Dude.
Jimmy's back there.
It's Kermit, bro. It's Kermit. It's actually kind of good, though.
Bad. You gonna eat an olive?
No.
No?
I got some bone. Ew, that was disgusting.
Dude, the olive was the best part.
You like the olives?
I do.
I'm not scared of the olives.
Get another leg, bro.
What do you boys rate out of 10?
I give the olive probably a 10.
What about the frog's legs?
The frog leg, I'll probably give it like a nice 2 or 3.
A 2?
Yeah.
So you're not messing with Paris food?
I mean, I had some croissants. Those were pretty good. The frog legs, though, I'm gonna have to lay off those while I'm here.
Callum?
I'll give it a 2. That ain't for me.
2?
It walking around before. no, it threw me off.
I'm eating another olive.
I'll give it like an 8. I mean, the chicken flavor was good. Like, it tastes like chicken. But the fact it was a frog leg, I kept getting this image of it like running around at me. It was freaking me out. No more frog legs for me. We gotta go track down some snails. That is gonna be the end of that. My teammates didn't really like the frog's legs. Paris, you gotta step up your food game. I didn't mind it. Not bad, not bad. I probably would never eat that again though. But yo, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed. It's got like a full-on car. Oh, look at this. Yo. Imagine this thing just leaping, bro, like boom. I can't believe they just made us eat this.
I might go vegan.
I'm vegetarian now, dude. This is terrible.
I think this is the best decision we ever made, or potentially the worst we ever made.
What about Dylan?
Let's talk about it in 6 months.
Okay, no answer. We'll see. I'm putting you on the spot here. But, I mean, Perks is replacing that coaching position.
Look, first of all, Perks. I believe, I come from traditional sports. I'm a converted gamer. I believe that successful sports organizations have this intrinsic like model of legacy transmission from ancient players to the new one, because you transmit something else than just skill and craft. You transmit like the legacy and the mental edge that they had when they won. And so we had our player becoming world champion in Rainbow Six a few years ago called Fabian, and then become the coach. And as a coach, we won the championship again.
Hope you all are enjoying the show as welcome back to the COD Warzone Resurgence Championship at EWC 26. I'm the 7GG, and we're back with Miles Ross, Lace, and none other than Hold Shift. And I was looking at the crowd that we have behind us, Shift, and Leviathan, I'm hoping that you don't have a hot take with them, because there's a lot of people behind us. I'm not going to be able to defend you, brother.
I don't have a hot take for Leviathan, but I
yet.
do, teaser, have a hot take for the Gentlemates. Save that for later.
Save that for later. All right. Well, one team that we're going to be looking at here, especially in Group B, it's going to be none other than Falcons, Lace, because this team, I mean, they're one of the favorites to win it all.
I mean, that's crazy. Who are the fat? No, I mean, this team. I mean, we've been harping on about this team. I'm definitely in the green room this whole entire time, and they have been looking so good in every tournament that they come into. Not only that, obviously they got to get some of those club championship points as well, so they're going to be coming in with obviously a mission and a half. I obviously said at the start, you know, I'm kind of putting Twisted Minds against Falcons in that sort of storyline, and I mean, Falcons
do have like 141 points to catch, but I do believe that this is the team that's going to be able to do it.
It's exciting to see as well as the group starts. Obviously, Twisted Minds have delivered the goods. We've seen a little bit out of Vitality, so now we have our trifecta, our winners from last year. Everyone's finding that success. All we have to see now is the Falcons come out on top, and once we do, we're in for a good run in that finals of the tournament.
And the thing is that you just mentioned it too. They're gonna have a little bit of extra pressure when it comes to the club championship, because right now, Falcon fans, I'm sorry, but I don't know if you're going to be able to trip it here as we're looking at Group B. You want to go with the general take already, or you want to wait a little bit? Let's savor it.
All right, well, I'm going to be looking at G2, okay? I just had a conversation with VP. Now, G2, I wouldn't slate them as underdogs, but I would put them as underdogs under Falcons. And this team is going to be exceptional. And I mean, top fragger anxiety. Let's hope they don't get a bit of anxiety at
Hey.
I'm going to leave the stage. I'm so sorry, everybody. But this is going to be another team that you need to keep your eyes on besides Falcons.
I've got G2 finishing top 3 in this group.
Okay,
I love that call out of you.
Thank you.
I'm down for fun. And I'm down for fun, but I'm down for fun.
Oh.
Because Juju is a beast, and I had a wonderful time with him in the content shoot, and the confidence is there, the capability is there, so I'm running with those boys.
And for everybody watching, don't forget to do your EWC Play app pick'ems right now. If you want to, just scan that QR code that just went away. If you want to bring it back, feel free to bring it back. But you'll be able to win some prizes if you do end up getting it correct. Maybe some money too. A lot of cool stuff. Just check out the EWC app. And while you're at it, don't forget, share stuff on social media. Use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, because I want to see if we can maybe find something that we can showcase.
I got lots of cat pictures after my analogy from the previous segment. Lots of cat pictures.
You got to send me some so we can maybe try to put it on the show.
I will share them. Friend on social media delivered about 4.
Why did no one show you any brick pictures?
Because not a lot of bricks out there in the world. The bricks are down there, and we're going to find out who they are.
We got the bricks at the start with the air ball. Sorry, I had to.
No, that would have been better if I had a brick. Would have been way better.
This guy balls. This guy
would have been so much better if it was a brick.
I'm gonna let you savor that hot take that you had even longer.
Okay.
Because we are getting ready to start Group B. So why not? We waited long enough. Let's get started.
I had such a cool.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue pour notre deuxième partie de journée. Le groupe A vient de faire son entrée en scène et a déjà fait ses 6 games. Mais maintenant, c'est l'heure au groupe très relevé, le groupe B, de rentrer dans la compétition.
And just like that, day 1 is complete for Group A. And so, our focus now shifts to our next contenders. You've seen what's possible, but now it is time to see how high the bar has been set.
$1 million, rentrer dans l'histoire de WRC et essayer de soulever le trophée sur Warzone, toutes les équipes en rêve. Mais pour y arriver, il faut déjà faire un bon group stage.
This isn't just about skill or synergy. Reputations are on the line. So it is time to put your money where your mouth is. It is time to silence the doubters. And it is time to introduce Group B to the main stage, starting with Fnatic.
AGL!
Gamax Esports.
Forfun Esports.
Ninjas in Pajamas E-Star.
Godlike Esports.
JD Gaming.
The Vicious Esports.
Team Nemesis!
New icon!
Guy Vedati!
Leviathan!
Gentle Mates!
Team Arky!
G2 Esports!
And finally, your reigning club champions, Team Falcons! À partir de maintenant, chaque décision compte, chaque élimination, chaque point, chaque clutch. Les 48 joueurs du groupe B sont prêts à lancer les hostilités.
They've watched from the sidelines and now they get to make their mark. Just how electrifying can day one get? I think it's time we find out.
Faites du bruit!
All right, it's Group B time on day one, Warzone Resurgence Series Championship. I'm Goj, I've got Seymour next to me, and we got a chance to see all of our players walk in. Feels like a brand new start to a brand new day, but we've been out here a couple hours. Seymour, how the heck you feeling, man?
The Group A was on fire. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start to the Warzone Resurgence Series Championships here at EWC, and for Group B, this one's going to be a ride. I think a roller coaster, because everything shaped up the way that we thought for the most part in Group A. Group B, a little bit more tight-knit, a little bit more opportunity for upsets and some dark horses to take the light.
Yeah, this is a really big moment for a couple teams to really step up and show who they are on main stage. This is almost feels like a given at some level for the Falcons. They still have something to prove, I guess, if you've never heard of them. Besides them, though, somebody like the Gentlemates, they've got the loudest crowd here by a mile now. You heard the boos for every other team besides the Gentlemates, but they have a lot to prove at home on main stage with a lot of people watching. A lot of expectations for a team that's frankly been struggling. It's one of the biggest stories of this group. Can the Gentlemates step up and step out right now?
We got some crowds here for Leviathan. I loved it. We had a lot of cheering in the crowd for G2. I think that the one thing is for certain, Falcons aren't the ones that people are going to be cheering for today, and that is the big question in my mind, because we talked about how dominant this team has been. Birmingham, Atlanta, first place finishes, both lands that we've had this year. You're looking for the three-peat here in Paris, and I wonder if it's going to be a little bit different without having that crowd behind you.
You know, it's a fun conversation as well, that lands, we always say, hey, they play a little bit slower. People don't go for as many kills. I'm going to be honest, the points in the first group were kind of top-heavy, man.
It was.
Fifth place was Novo. They had 96.6 points throughout the course of 6 games. That's an average of 16.1 points a game through 6. That's the metric for success if you want to go straight to the finals and skip the Survivor stage. Top 5 is what you're looking for.
And I like that the desk was kind of bringing up that Orchid team, because talk about their Atlanta performance in reference to those points. I mean, you look at adding Master 5K to this trio. You got Sariel having probably the biggest pop-off rookie performance of the year. Repulse was even saying that he's got the opportunity to take home Rookie of the Year. And when you added Master 5K to this roster, it boosted them up to an average kills in Atlanta of nearly 14, giving them that third place finish. And if you're looking at setting that bar towards like 16 kills per game to get to top 5, I look at Orchid to really set that precedent.
Well, 16 points per game is the big ticket. So when you're scoring 14 kills, you just need you need a little bit of some multiplier there. It's a great shout, Seymour. I'm glad you brought that up because Orchid was the top fragging team in Atlanta, which was our last LAN event. But of course, I don't want to skip over the Falcons. Let's talk about the last couple LAN events. The Falcons have been non-stop winning everything this series. The only map that's technically on paper kind of sort of weak, it's not even Fortune's Keep that was added in recently. They're still the top-ranked team on Fortune's Keep based on the stats that we have. It's technically Rebirth, which is an interesting stat for them. They're a top 5 team on Rebirth, but they're not top 1 like they are on the other 2 maps.
So I wonder if Rebirth is going to kind of be where we look at other teams to pick it up after Havens. You know, maybe Group B, you take a little bit of a slow start. You're just trying to establish yourself on land, and everybody's just kind of getting a feel for what to do.
Yeah, and very important point about the Falcons. Yes, we know they have Slayers. Yes, we know that Dongi's unbelievable, but they're all unbelievable. They're a well-rounded team. What's unbelievable is their placements. They are averaging, in Atlanta, they average just under 4. 3.7 was their average in placements across all 11 games. It was unbelievable the consistency that team had. So you see Gentlemates out in strides, though. Let's briefly talk about them. What's been going on with this team? They've had their ups and their downs.
I mean, 13th place in Atlanta, 10th place in Birmingham. You have to imagine that if there's one place that Gentlemates are going to turn up, it's going to be with your hometown crowd. And you look at them, everybody's showing up, the bleachers are filled, the chants are loud, and you know that that is going to put some fear in the minds of a lot of your opponents. So you look at it, I mean, you got Gentlemates looking to turn things around. It's just, can you perform on land?
Well, and we know that Gentlemates can perform on land, they just haven't, right? They got second last year at EWC, and so when you look at the Gentlemates, you know that they're fueled by their crowd, but they're also fueled by the hope of what they've done in scrims. I mean, Inkyo's popping 1v19s. I know we all saw that clip, and also in the most recent scrim, 21 kills by himself in one game. It was ridiculous. These guys have the firepower. It's about piecing them together when it matters most.
And it really brings up the question, too, if you don't perform here in Paris, do you even see the Gentlemates together next year?
Yeah.
That is one thing that I'm sure this trio is wondering, is just what does next year look for us if we don't turn up in this tournament right now, especially when you have a lot of rookies on the rise, not just Serial, but this Leviathan team with Criminal God.
Well, there's a lot of folks we should talk about, and you're right, 100%. There's a lot of roster questions up in the air, but this is still day 1 of a multi-day series. We've got a couple days of group stages, then Gentlemen are going crazy. I love those guys. Green suits are insane. Got a lot of love for them, but again, you're right. This could blow apart at the end of this if they can't piece it all together. There's a runway, though. You don't have to be top 5 at the end of our 2 days of group stages. That's nice, but there is a survivor stage. You just can't be bottom 3. I would put my house up on the fact that they're not going to be bottom 3, but hey, I've been wrong in the past, and hopefully won't lose my house today. But
you know what? Like, maybe you make it to the survival stage, and we just get to have the Gentlemates crowd just showing up on all days, not just the 3 days.
That's exactly right. There's a lot more teams we can talk about in the Group B standings, though, because I think you brought up the point right when we swapped over, that this feels like there could be some big upsets. There feels like there's some room to move in Group B. I think we'll see Falcons through no matter what. Leviathan been fairly consistent. They struggled a bit in Atlanta. Not sure the reason why. I can't imagine we won't see them at least in their survivor stage. But let's talk about some of these other teams that are a little bit more of a question mark. Miles brought up For Fun Esports, right? Let's talk about ups and downs. When the lobby is a little bit weaker, For Fun stomps everybody. It's not even close. They go through quals to get to the stage after not making it through Atlanta. They get second behind Vitality, but those 2 teams kind of ran away with it. Every time they've been trying to qualify for the other lands, they're stomping everybody that hasn't qualified yet. They're now in a big stage against great teams. Can they finally step up and win against great teams?
That's the thing. I mean, you heard it from Miles, too. Juju's a beast. And the community loves For Fun. It's just if you show up here in Paris, you kind of you turn up and you change that narrative for your squad. Anybody can show up on the day, and I think that's a great shout because, I mean, this For Fun roster, when they are on, it is really hard to slow them down. So I'd like to see this For Fun roster. I think that there's a other rosters too, like AG Global, or you look at the Vicious, New Icons, Fnatic, a lot of teams that in the Warzone Resurgence series, they didn't really get to go to Atlanta or Birmingham, so it's like you're getting new regions as well mixed into EWC that we didn't get to see on LAN, and I wonder if that changes a lot.
100%, man. We could talk ad nauseum about most of these teams here on main. While we wait for the players to get all ready, we've got some really cool content we want to show you, and you'll be able to see this first map in just a moment.
Special report. The Esports World Cup is here and Warzone has been chaos in the build-up. And if you're a little lost, don't worry, because we've got you covered in this episode of The Hot Drop. In today's news, the Falcons are still everyone's favorites, but with teams finally growing a pair and refusing to give them exactly what they want, we've never seen so much competition. Last year's winners Twisted Minds have changed not one, but two of their champions, with a mid-season drama that could rival any box office. They've ended up looking potentially worse. Other dog horses from North America include sides such as Virtus.pro, who have kissed and locked it in after their tiff threatened to destroy them. And G2, who finally grew up and got over their LAN anxieties in Atlanta. Gen G are actually on their 48th drop spot and role change of the year. And to top things off, it got worse when the Gen G general manager received a barrage of abuse from the Falcons coach Mutex. In solidarity, Vitality coach Ebates released a small statement saying, "I need time to heal." Gen G's Aiden also refused to take the comments lightly. My knees hurt just watching that. Fnatic bring 3 familiar faces to EWC, while FaZe are on their 3rd roster of the year. LATAM fans will be hoping that the swag curse doesn't stretch as far as France. Speaking of the French, the Gentlemates are expected to be backed by a capacity crowd here in Paris, and they'll need them, because while their online performances have been stellar through 2026, their LAN has been considerably less impressive. So for Grommelok, Hallow, and the one as tall as 3 apples, the French have some weird sayings, don't know what to tell you, they'll be hoping to give the home fans the showing they deserve. And they aren't the only local side looking to bring a revolution, as Ravens and Orchid are here in great form too. There's actually some rumors going around that these 3 are going to mix amongst each other post-EWC. To get to the bottom of those whispers, we've put our best man on the case.
Tell me about Rostermania.
Calme-toi, frérot.
Tell me about the French super team.
Je suis la team. Je suis super.
Who's making the roster moves? Bring in the next one.
It's not just the French spicing things up. Italians, Novo, and Eclectic come here in great form too. Particularly Zanx, who's been keeping cool in the summer heatwave, playing and winning in a dress. For those of you still unsure about everything going on, we're heading live to the man with the best Warzone stream on the planet. So, Biffle, of course, we're here for the esports.
All right. Let's get to the real questions. Diaz, are you coming back next year?
Hey, no comment.
Okay, are you Shifty and Soka's daddy? Do they need you?
100%, of course.
Do you think this is the most competitive season we've ever had now that you're gone?
I mean, everybody's hitting match point. I mean, I think the scene's in shambles, so.
All right, back to you, Enigma.
Recent competitions have been record-breaking, by the way, with 14 maps, 12 teams hitting match point, meaning literally anyone could take it. Oh, and there are 5 Rookie of the Year contenders with Spam, Sariel, Fede, Criminal God, and Praise all stepping out on the stage. Anything else? Oh, of course, yeah, the weather. Got to check in with Dan. Dan, how's the weather?
It's hot.
Never misses a beat, that guy. And that is why he's my duo. This has been The Hot Drop. I've been Enigma. Have a fantastic Esports World Cup.
Unbelievable, man. It's hot.
It's
what
hot.
A beautiful piece telling the story of the scene. Man, that was awesome, but we are about to drop into our very first map here in Group B. We got to lock back in, or I'm going to be talking about that for way too long here, Seymour. As we jump into map 1, Haven's Hollow. First look, first team pops off the page. Who is going to jump out in the first map and set the tone for Group B?
I look at everybody other than the Falcons. I think you have an expectation for the Falcons to turn up. That's without a doubt. But, I mean, Enigma was talking about in his news report, G2 over their LAN anxieties. Does that carry over to EWC as well?
Yeah.
Orchid, Rookie of the Year conversation for Sariel. How does he look off this hot drop? It's just, how do you break out the gates playing at your best? I mean, obviously, we had the format change where it's like, where now you're just looking to be not in the bottom 3 of your group to get eliminated after day 2. You're just trying to get that consistency, and you want to make sure that you can buffer that out, that you don't have to play catch up later on.
Big key factor as the players are loading in and about to drop out of the skies here in Havens Hollow. Big factor is, can you win your drop spots? Some of these are for free, some of them are not. Will we see some shakeups? Will we see some people casting spells, as Miles said? Let's get it. Havens Hollow, baby.
Are we going to see cats? Or are we going to see bricks? That's the big question.
Okay, already starting out hot as the Falcons changing things up. The Falcons are up in Mansion, hunting kills and dying in the meantime. Holy moly, folks. No boat today, not in Group B. The Falcons moving around the map without Twisted Minds around.
Yeah, no opportunity to kind of get out the gates early if you're NIP looking for the Mansion. You gotta show up, you gotta take down the Kings, and it's not gonna be easy. You got Nemesis here as well, and these 3 are also looking to make some waves from across the pond. I gotta sit down with them. They feel loose, they feel good. I'm excited to see what Nemesis can bring this weekend.
Man, I haven't watched Limax compete in a dang while here in Warzone. It's good to have him back. The Aussies really looking to represent. After doing unbelievable in the APAC region with hardly any competition, finding another floating in the sky. Noobs completely lost on what's going on and where Bray's at, somehow missing him. This is an interesting play. Again, all of the players, they all know where people usually drop and therefore wanted to change some things up. The Falcons have moved over to Mansion, causing a bit of chaos. They usually land boat on the south side of the map, but they know that 2 of the teams that dominate Mansion usually, Ravens, Twisted Minds, they're in the other group. Was it free, or did they just think it was free enough? We'll see what happens with that. We'll take a look at Leviathan over at Train Station. Mostly alone. We expected a bit of a contest, and it looks like they've actually got some early kills and pushed some people out.
Yeah, my big kind of look right now off the drop is Research. I mean, this is highly populated right now. You got Fnatic, Gamix, Orchid all here, and just above them, that's going to be the Vicious, who have potential third party if this gets a little bit messy in the Research. I mean, you're trying to stay a little bit loose right now. If you're Vicious, you don't want to dedicate yourself to a POI just yet. See what you can pick up on the outside. See if you can grab some exits and some early KP.
Yeah, reminder, the Vicious came from the MENA region and they won by over 40 points against the competition over there. But this is a much more stout lobby, holistic lobby with a lot of skills. So a lot more to prove for a roster like that. Crushing their region and a chance to at least make it a survivor stage, if not further. But you're right, Research a bit mixy. We swing over to Chapel, which has been mostly cleared out here. It's actually Train that's cleaned this out, and it looks like Leviathan are going to get active. A reminder, Leviathan over at Train win their early engagements. They win their POI. They keep their anchor there. You can see them just on the backside of this mini-map, and they send their 2 fraggers out to go get some kills, hopefully. Z-Dark, Criminal God, unbelievable rookie. We're moving up, but now just Z-Dark moving in, trying to find some early picks, and looks like immediately sniffed out Katrine from the top side, throwing some warning shots, saying this is not where you're going to find a free kill. You're going to find yourself back up into the skies here shortly.
Yeah, this is where you're kind of walking into new icons as you move from station into the church. And Leviathan going to be feeling very comfortable at taking these 3 down. It's just weeding them out of these corners. That's going to be the issue, as New Icons are doing a fantastic job of just surviving, and they've actually drawn in some friends as well to come play. That's going to be For Fun Esports working in from the pond. You get caught there, you do have your anchor, so no big deal losing a couple of these fights, but we also got some stuff going down at Research, as it looks like AGAL are looking to get into the mix with, what is that, 6 other squads?
Yeah, a ton of people on the north side of the map. You can see where our zone is beginning to pull here in just a moment. The big key factor, look at that little cyan blue at the bottom at boat. That's G2. Usually at Lumber, they rotated over to what felt like a free boat without the Falcons in the area. This could really open G2 up to having a fantastic map, not having to worry about the Falcons like they usually do. Here comes Scummin, swinging in, finding one. Adrenaline deeply in trouble, that entire roster. in a bit of a blender, as it looks like AG are actually having a pretty solid map. You got to remember, this AG roster is star-studded. FIFA Kills like top 10 earner in Warzone history. Scummin has found his way to top 3 positions on LAN over and over again, and this year, this roster has been struggling. Funny enough, though, Knight is one of those players that has found his way into competitive rosters.